afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Beacon World League Season 2, Week 2, as we get ready to head into rounds 2 and 3. I'm Noelaic. I'm delighted to be joined today once again by Babs. And this week, as our guest analyst all the way from Poland, many of you will know him. If you don't, you should. Mime, we're delighted to have you with us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's glad to be here.
Yep, I'm looking forward, I think, to some excellent matches today. We have, of course, 4 matches, both Div 2 and Div 1 will be playing 2 rounds today. But if we head in and immediately take a quick look at the Div 2 table, people may notice that some things have already happened on the Div 2 table. Babs, a couple of matches were played last night. There were a couple of players who were unable to play their matches today, and they were allowed to reschedule to last night. So once we pull up that table, we'll be able to see exactly what is going on and what players have to catch up to in Div 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So this weekend is a double game week, which means that every player in our division played 2 matches. Unfortunately, one of the players from Division 2 wasn't able to make it today, so everybody in that player's matches agreed to reschedule it to yesterday evening. And those 2 matches were Brain, the Motivator, Rotrex, and Manta, where Manta actually came out on top with 4 match records and quite a comfortable win. Rotrex in second, the Motivator in third, and the Equinox player Brain came in fourth. The other match was Linko, Dazzle, Rotrex, and Yavzo, where this time it was Dazzle, the loading player, who came out with a bit of a tight lead, but actually won that match ahead of Rotrex again in second place, Yavzo in third, and the second Equinox player, Linko, came in fourth. So those matches have already been played, have already been applied to the league table, so don't worry if it looks a little bit different on Eastercomania at the moment. That will all be completed with the matches we're going to see today.
Yep, absolutely. And we're going to talk very loudly for the moment because at the moment production are sorting out a minor issue where the music is potentially drowning us all the way out. But hey, don't worry, nobody has missed anything all that much. We were just mentioning the fact that some matches for Div 2 were played yesterday. Don't worry, we will get to see all of Div 1 today. And we will get to see the table for Div 2 in just a second here as well. But Mime, I'm going to have to ask you for the moment just to speak loudly, and I'm sorry, but you know, we're trying to beat out the music right now. I do want to talk a little bit about Div 2 and how things are going, and specifically talk about the other Polish player that is playing in Div 2, Demotivator, having a little bit of a rough time after round 1.
Yeah, it's always good to see someone from my country playing, especially at this kind of level as well. I know he played the previous season. I don't remember exactly what place he got in the end, but I know that he really grinded the maps last season, and he's grinding the maps this season as well. It's great to see. I hope he's gonna do well today.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, it's going to be a little bit tough, I think, for Demotivator, who has, I believe, has played one of those extra matches, as you mentioned, Babs, came third in it, and came second in his match back in week 1. Now, Babs, Demotivator, unfortunately, in the position, as so many players near mid-table are, where he has managed to pick up a second and a third, but hasn't managed to get any match records. And with each of those being worth an extra point, I do think maybe a little bit of a knock against him in that race towards the promotion relegation spots in Div 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I was saying this at the start of week 1 that even though it's just the first match, it can really be crucial when it comes to the end of the season, because let me remind everyone that third, fourth, fifth, and sixth are going to go into the promo relegation bracket at the end of the season, where they'll have a chance to get promoted to Division 1 for the following season. But of course, if you want to make it there, you need to have enough points to be either sixth or above. And as you said, some of those match records are going to be what differentiates some of those players at that mid-table. For the moment, the Motivator doesn't have any. And when we look at players like Manta, who played yesterday, who got a full sweep off match records, that's really what you want to be doing if you want to be at those top spots.
Yeah, I mean, anytime any player can win the match, take all 4 of those match records, I think we have to be impressed by them. And I think moving on to talk about Div 1, the player that we're all impressed by at the moment absolutely is Stuffed, who did manage to do that in his first match of the week as well. And Babs, the stats reflected, and we have such beautiful stats coming from our partners over at ECM.
Yeah, Eastercomania, they're a joy to work with. They give us so much insight into the players' performances. And we didn't show Stuff's match on the main broadcast, but it was covered by Valen, I believe. And in that match, Stuff's was just untouchable, pretty much. He came out with a PDR, which is their player driver rating. It's a score, basically, that is calculated by ECM to determine a player's performance in a certain match or a game week compared to the other players certain times. Similar to what metrics you might see in League of Legends or Counter-Strike. And Stuff's PDR was 85.25. The second closest to him was Josh with a 67.42. So there's a big drop off there and a big midfield behind Stuff's. So I'm excited to see Stuff's play later on in the mainstream, and yeah, gonna be exciting.
Yeah, going to be super interesting to see how Stuffed, and if you can keep that momentum going. I think you'd probably have to guess that the answer is yes. He looks unstoppable at the moment. At the other end of the table, though, Mime, having a little bit of a worse time of it after week one. There are 4 players, obviously, who came last in their matches, but there's a couple in particular who I want to focus on. Elcon and Paco, both very good players, both have the potential to be much higher up the table, and are both kind of sitting here at the bottom needing to recover after a tough week one.
Yeah, true. I believe they can bounce back. They easily can bounce back. They're insane players, both consistency wise and pace wise.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well-
Paco in particular, I think, potentially focusing on some of the other tournaments going on. There's the Grand Community Cup that happened this morning and things, there is the potential there. But I think Paco in particular, if he can put time in over the next couple of weeks, do you expect him maybe to put that time in over the next couple of weeks to see that bounce back happen?
I mean, I hope so. I think there is only a monthly cup next week. I'm not sure if he's gonna play it, but after that there is nothing really from the World Tour itself or the Grand Community Cup. So I hope he will like lock in, basically, go full in with the maps and try to bounce back pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, fingers crossed. And I'm speaking of the maps. We now have a week of league play under our belts. We saw, especially in Div 2, funny yellow map, Maharaga getting banned away an awful lot. We also saw, in my opinion, kind of a lot of focus from the players on the 2 new maps, Reshiram and Arrowgate. A lot of players looked more comfortable on than the maps that they played in seeding. Maybe letting that slip a little to the wayside as they got comfortable on the new maps. Are you expecting to see similar patterns here in week 2, or are you kind of expecting to see any shifts in how players approach these maps?
I think week 1 was a bit special because the map release was it was a 3rd period between the map release and the week 1 pretty much. So you had to learn these 2 extremely difficult maps in a short span of time. So you pretty much have to shift all your focus into these two new maps because you have already trained the previous 3 maps. So you're kinda good on them. You would just need a bit of a time, not that much, to basically regain all the pace you have. But with the new maps, you have to learn them from the complete zero. So it takes a lot of time. And now that we have a week, basically, it's really easy to get back to the old maps, refresh your memory in all of them pretty much. So I expect to have somewhat equal pace now this week. I hope so, at least.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully at least a little bit of equal pace. I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing a lot of very close rounds across both divisions. Babs, I'm going to ask you then. Obviously, you have been aware of the map pack for longer than most other people, I feel like, at this point. Are you expecting to kind of see shifts between how Div 2 and Div 1 approach the map pack here in week 2?
Quite potentially. I know a lot of the players in Division 1 will be more used to pushing this difficulty of maps. For those in Division 2, it's more about gaining that experience on this level of maps and sort of understanding how you're supposed to be playing a match on this level of map. Whereas Division 1 guys, they're going to be continually pushing, trying to perfect their lines, get it better and better every week. And I think that's what's important here. This map pack is extremely difficult, but the players are playing it for 4 weeks straight. They've got 2 more weekends after this one. And I expect players to get faster and faster every week. Obviously, some might have not been as prepared as they wanted week 1. That'll be better week 2, and I think going into week 3, it's going to be even more so. And we might even see a few new lines if some people find them on the maps, and that might be a clue to what we see today.
Yeah, I think we might be waiting until Div 1 before any of that reveals itself, but the colour of the orb behind me might be a hint as towards what Babs was talking about when he says there's a map where things might get interesting. For now, I think it is time, as we approach the top of the hour, to get ready to talk about our first match of the day on stream. We, of course, are kicking things off with Division 2. We're going to have Henken, Shofi, Javzo, and Skoon taking each other on. And Babs, in particular, I'm kind of got my eyes on Shofi in this one. I know he's a player who's been grinding a lot, I think, across tournaments over the last while, and definitely has the pace to maybe make an impact here in Div 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Shoffey is one of those B2 players, so Bavaria 2 players, who came into seeding with a lot of his teammates, trying to qualify for the competition. And somebody that I know, Asa, who's a good friend of mine and fellow organizer, spoke quite highly of. I know that Shoffey really has the pace to compete in some of these matches. And I'm expecting that to come through in these later game weeks. I don't think he had the week 1 that he would have liked, but in my opinion, I'm expecting that to improve as we go.
Mime. There is a player in this match who has snuck into Division 2 as the 32nd seed in the Beacon World League. A couple of players obviously dropped out on the way through. And with that said, I still don't think that Schoon is all that far off the pace.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he's really young. He's like 16 or so. I think he's pretty new to the Trackmania community in general. And it's nice to get his tweets recommended usually, and he seems to be really invested into the game, the esport potential of it, and it's really nice to see. And this event is a great opportunity to gain experience. It's really important to have experience in these kind of matches, no matter if you perform good or bad. It's always good to have that experience, because it really helps. The more you play it really helps that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to.
Well, the classic quote from a golfer, the more I practice, the luckier I get. I think it does definitely apply a little bit to Trackmania as well, right? There are rounds where things don't go your way, but the more that you practice, the more time you put into events, the less those rounds seem to pop up. Babs, before we head into predictions for this, then there is one final player. Well, there's two final players that we haven't mentioned so far, but I do want to mention Henken, who comes into this match as the number 1 seed, coming into the match, as it were, has the fastest combined PBs, will get that first shot at picking or banning a map.
Yeah, and Henken, we spoke about the Motivator earlier. Henken is a teammate of the Motivator in PWO, and they've been practicing a lot together this week. Pretty much every evening, I've seen the Motivator stream on, and I've seen Henken practicing with him. And Henken has kind of had the upper edge on demo in most of those rounds that I've seen. Has some pretty good pace and pretty good consistency. Had a decent performance in week 1 against Scarper, but just kind of faded off towards the end of that match. But it's like we said, that was week 1. This is week 2. There's been an extra week to practice these maps. So I'm expecting a good performance from Henken and potentially a win.
Yeah, potentially catapulting himself up the leaderboard a little bit. Nobody pay attention to the fact that I butchered that word. Mime, we are going to head directly into predictions for this first match. How do you think, first of all, players are going to handle the maps this week? Are we expecting a Maharaga ban? Who do you think is going to come out on top in this match?
I will maybe say Henken first.
Mm-hmm.
And
Fair.
The rest...
Safe bet.
Rest, I have no idea, to be honest. It can be anyone, pretty much. I would maybe go Yavzo.
Ooh, Yavzo second. Now, we haven't really talked about Yavzo all that much here. We've mentioned Shoffey, we've mentioned Schoon, we've mentioned Henken. Anything in particular that is pushing you towards Yavzo second?
I mean, I think he's a fairly good player. He's played a lot of tournaments. I remember playing him, like 3 years ago already, so I'm pretty sure he can do well.
Yeah, completely fair. Babs, agreeing with our, may I remind you, expert guest analyst, or are you going to go against him?
I'm going completely against what Mime has just stated. Of course, Yavzo, he has the experience from playing in Division 2 last season, but I think he just hasn't shown a level where I put my trust in him to win this match. So I think it's going to be between Shoffey and Henken, and I'm going to give it to Shoffey on this occasion.
Okay, very interesting. Well, we'll get a glimpse of how the match is going to go as we are ready to head into our pick bands for the first time today and see what exactly the players have been cooking up for us. As was said, in week 1, Maharaga banned in 3 out of 4 matches. In the matches that were played last night, Maharaga banned in at least one of them. Maharaga was banned in 1 of the 2 matches. That means, for anyone who doesn't want to do the maths, 2/3 of the matches played in Div 2 so far, Maharaga has been banned. We're going to wait and see with Henken with that first pick. Is Maharaga going to be the first ban of the week as well in Division 2? Easy to see. Here we go. What do we got for us? Come on, Henkin. Let's play Maharaga this week. We did see, interestingly, Grenadi choosing to ban away something else as the first pick in Div 1 last week, just to allow Maharaga through. Henkin will pick rather than banning Babs. New for Season 2, that is something that the first player is allowed to do.
Yeah, absolutely. The first player who has the shortest combined PBs can either pick a map or can choose to ban a map, and if they don't ban the map, then it gets passed down to the second player, which Shofi chooses to not do either by picking Arrogate.
Okay, Arrogate picked. The ban now passes on to the third player, Javzo, getting a chance. Whether or not they want to pick, whether or not they want to ban Maharaga is no longer on the board. Will get banned away. Mime, we will not get to see the yellow map today. Well, at least not in match 1.
Unfortunate.
Deeply, deeply unfortunate. I am interested. Xenogen, very high up the pick order there, Mime. I don't think we saw that a lot in week 1. Generally, it was falling down to kind of 3rd or 4th place, I think. We didn't really see it played twice that often.
Yeah, I mean, it could mean that people are more confident on the seeding maps now than the week before, so maybe we'll see some good matches. I hope so.
Hopefully. I hope so. I want to see close rounds. I want to see good fights. Has anything changed in your opinions then? Henkin to win the match. He's picked Xenogen first, maybe looking confident. Mine changed at all there, Mime?
I don't think so. I'm staying
Fair
with
enough.
my opinion.
Babs, your opinion also sticking?
Yeah, I'm going to put my trust in Shofi. At least a good performance and potentially picking up the first.
Well, we are ready then to head on in to our first match of the day. It is Beacon World League Season 2. We're heading to Div 2, and we're heading to the caster booth with G-Geek.
All right, thank you very much, Nua, and welcome everybody to the start of the day. Indeed, Babs, and Javzo, Shofi, Henkan, and Skuen. For me, I mean, I guess I'm going to get a little bit of an edge in because you also did a little bit of prediction as well, prediction game with Nua and mine. For me, I have more my eyes on Javzo because Javzo has not really had the start of the season that he has been hoping for. I had the chance of actually casting his very first game of the season last week. And yeah, against someone like Manta, he was looking a little bit more on the slower side in terms of pace, but he's also had a couple of very heavy mistakes, especially on Reshiram, where he actually had a very costly DNF that cost him 12 points on the dot. So there's a lot to live up to for the Dutchman, considering that there is only one match for him to play, given that he anticipatedly played his match last time out yesterday, a match that was actually rescheduled.
Yeah, absolutely. That can be a benefit or even a hindrance. You never really know. And you know, Javzo, it feels like a disservice to say that he has great potential because he has been around for quite a while now. And I know that he has, you know, that quality within him to have really good performances and even, you know, dominate some of these matches. But his performance in week 1 doesn't sort of fill me with confidence for that to happen this time around. Whereas some other players, I kind of expect to pick it up now that we're going into week 2.
Yeah, and as I've been alluding to, Javzo is only having one match today, and it's pretty much his only shot to actually get this right and actually get his season on the proper footing. As we're set to go in about 1 minute and 15 seconds, which gives us plenty of time to actually take a look at our opening map, which is going to be Vixa's Xenogen. Okay, then. So apparently I threw that a little bit too early, so we can just continue talking about it. And yes. Yeah, so we got a couple of players that I'm actually looking forward to with Skuen, which you've already talked about, but I guess we can continue talking about it after the map trailer, which should be coming any second now, hopefully. Okay.
Humans, what have you learned?
Longer than that, but that's fine. Alrighty then, with that out of the way, I think we can already go straight into the game because, warm-up has ended, and here we go. Then the first match of the day about to start. Henkan, Javzo, Shofi, and Skuen. We are racing right here, right now, in Div 2. And Babs, for this first round, I'm going to leave you the honor. Take it away.
Absolutely, I'm extremely excited to get these matches underway. Now the competition feels like it really kicks off our first double game week of the season. Some players have had poor performances in Season 1, are looking to pick it up for this week 2. And one of those players is Yavzo, who we're on board with at the moment. A very tight fight between himself, Shofi, and Henken. Of course, 4 different nationalities competing against each other in this match. And Yavzo, for the moment, is taking the lead as we head into this tight little drift with a jump down into the plastic. Need to get a tight exit here with the regrip and a nice little jump. This is a decisive part of the map. It seems like Yavzo kind of failed it a little bit there. It's Henken who comes out in first position ahead of the Austrian, who is right behind and chasing as we go into the second half of the map.
Yeah, right now, Javzo did hit the inside apex at checkpoint 6 or 7, right thereabouts, so sending him out of contention and even dropping him down to P4 as we're heading into Sector 3 from the perspective of Shofi, trying to chase down Henken. Right now, Henken has got this round under lock and key. Close to 0.4 of a second of a gap between him and Shofi chasing him, who is actually making quite a bit of ground in the last few blocks before the finish line. That might even be a snipe growing, but he barely clips the wall, the very edge of the wall. He's actually forced to respawn. He decides to respawn and not actually go for the safe fin, but he's gonna have to anyway to at least warranty he does not lose 12 points instead of the 10 points. So Henkan does save his first place and keeps his point count intact. Skun second, Javzo third, and Shofi in P4. And yeah, Javzo, not exactly the opening round that he would have hoped for, but thankfully it's only round 1. There's still plenty of time to go, and I'm looking forward to see what the Molotov Gaming player from the Netherlands has actually in store as we're setting off for round number 2 now. First match record of 111.945. A pretty sedate stride, I should say, in this opening round. I think we're going to be seeing those times tumble very, very quickly here to try and maybe see some other players trying to wrestle away the control of that fastest slap right now from Henken, as we do see Javzo continuing to be toe-to-toe with Shofi right now, heading into checkpoint number 5, trying to go for a bit more of a middle apex setup for the Dutchman from Molotov compared to the man from B2 Esports, and a huge slowdown from Henken. Actually, he was all over the shot and actually scrubbing off speed way too much just to avoid hitting the wall on the outside. So, and the huge slowdown from Shofi as well, barely grazing the wall, I think, with the right front. So Javzo, through a bit of a race of attrition, currently finds himself in first place.
Yeah, absolutely. Yavzo has a highway ahead of him, but it's Henken who is chasing him down despite the mistake. It's so much speed into the penalty grass, and it actually looked like Yavzo might have clipped on that section and falls behind the Swede, who has a bit of a wonky landing there, and Skewin actually has the opportunity to catch back up, potentially get his second position ahead of Yavzo. It's going to come down to the jump to the finish. Henken just gets it. He went very wide, which means he finishes only 0.1 ahead of Skewin, and Yavzo wasn't far behind either.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a trouble all over for this particular round, because everybody has put a foot wrong in some way or another, and not least of which was Shofi with a very, very hefty slowdown midway through the middle sector on that map. But also Henken, credit to him for carrying so much speed on the penalty grass at the tail end of Sector 2, beginning of Sector 3, which really propelled him forward, and Yavzo just really couldn't do anything about it as we're heading into our penultimate round of this opening rotation of Xenogen by Vixa. And currently we're seeing Javzo trying to make a little bit of a bold move up front, moving into the lead at checkpoint number 4. Henken forced to actually kind of waddle around the road all over the place and conceding second place temporarily to Shofi, continuing to keep a close eye on him, though we see a pretty unoptimal line from the part of Javzo heading into checkpoint number 6. So the Dutchman will drop down to first, to second, and even to third place. And actually everybody is almost regrouped together, the only exception to that being Skewin, around 0.8 of a second back. We do see Henken inheriting the lead, moving into sector number 3 now, and the Swede from P-Boy is trying to pull a little bit of a gap up front, but Javzo is continuing to chase him down, and Shofi is having a little bit of trouble trying to keep up with that pace up front. And now we're going side by side between Henken and Javzo as we're heading into the final 2 checkpoints and the final jump to the risky fin. It's still very much side by side, separated by 5 milliseconds at this point, but a much worse exit from Javzo, who's going to be clipping the strut in the decoration blocks and forced to respawn twice, dropping him down to last place. Henken takes the win with a 0.868, further solidifying his fastest lap here on Xenogen. Shofi second, Skewin in third. Javzo does take it to the finish line in P4, but it's really a case of what might have been for Javzo on that run. It's such a painful way to lose this round.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen multiple mistakes now in that sort of last third of the map, where players have had a good round and then just one little mistake, one little correction leads them on a wrong line, and they have to respawn and end up losing quite a few points because of that. And it seems to have affected Yavzo a little bit, as he has an early clip in this round. But one person who is just on a tear right now is Henken. Of course, he has picked this map, as he had the option to do so in the pick and ban, and he has not lost a single point thus far. It's 3 wins from 3, and he's going to look to make it a perfect map, but Shofi is going to be challenging him on this one. Skewen, the French player, has been quite consistent, but unfortunately just does not have the pace to compete for these first positions, and at the moment it's still Henken who is defending his first place ahead of the Austrian player from B2, who is behind. A nice little drop down from both players here, getting good speed, and an early drift to get a tight exit here is really important. You want to keep that speed through this drift also, and then carry that into the engine off here, where we're going to go into the penalty grass section, where Henken goes a little bit wide. He's going to lose speed, but he's going to maintain his first place ahead of Shofi. Shofi gets a bit of airtime there, and is going to have to correct as we go into this final important transition. But Henken did have to do also, has lost a bit of speed, but it looks like he's going to be able to maintain that first position, and he's going to further solidify his match record with a 0.6 this time around. That's going to be a great map to kick things off for Henken.
Yeah, Henken very much making the most out of his map pick right there. And Skewen was actually looking pretty solid, trying to run his own race in third place most of the time. But unfortunately, with the mistake late on during that final round here on Xenogen, he ended up dropping down to P4. So not exactly the best start that he may have hoped for. But hey, I mean, he's very much one of the rookies here in Division 2, and he's still got a lot to learn in terms of dealing with competition. Even in Division 2, the competition is pretty stout with people like Javzo, people like Henken, Manta, Jaka, and so on and so forth. And yeah, given that we're going to be following along with him throughout his journey in Div 2 for today, this is going to be very interesting to see how he gets on whenever there will be other matchups that will be happening. So, quick rundown after 4 rounds played. We do have 100 points still for Henken, who made a perfect run of rounds on his first map pick, which was Xenogen. We do have Skewen still second on 75, 3 points ahead of Shofi on 72, and the nicest score for Javzo, 69 points, although nice in that context, may not be the one that you actually want to look out for, especially after 4 rounds elapsed.
Yeah, that's quite a lot of points to have lost after only 1 map. Remember that you know, once you get to 0, you're into the last chance and you can't lose a round, so you want to postpone that as much as possible. Of course, Henken has done that brilliantly, map 1, but now we're going to be heading in to Shofi's pick, which is going to be Arrogate, which is one of the maps that was released post-seeding, so the players have had less time to discover it, might be a bit less comfortable on it this time around. But let's see how that goes, as we're going to head over to Arrogate by Kerberos.
Welcome to the age of cybernetics.
And with that, we're straight into the opening round of this 4-round rotation here on Arrogate from Kerberos. And already Javzo making a pretty solid start to his campaign here on this opening round, with already a 2/10 gap being opened up over the course of the first 3 checkpoints, heading into this tight 180 left-hander, where you try to go for the slingshot all the way around the outside to carry as much speed as you can. And now following along with Henken from Team P, with the Sweet currently holding in P3, but forced to slow down quite dramatically here in that sort of platform section, and seeing the top 2 kind of distance themselves a bit from Henken at the present moment. He's going to try to maybe be a little bit more assertive, and maybe a little bit more on the pacier side when it comes to actually catching up with these two, as we're currently heading through the final sector right now with the last 2 checkpoints to end the jump towards this speed check jump. Oh, Trophy forced to respawn, might have had a little bit of a nibble of the wall on the inside, robbing him of all the speed, so Javzo inherits the lead. Henkan up to second, and Javzo misses the jump and clips very heavily with the bottom of his car, and Henkan, through the attrition of other players, takes first place away, continues his undefeated streak 5 rounds in a row. Skewen takes a very opportunistic second place, but I mean, as a player, you may as well take those. Javzo and Shofi 3rd and 4th. The first reference time here in this match at 113.924, around 6 or 10ths away thereabouts from the current Division 2 record held by Charles.
Yeah, exactly as you said, it was a war of attrition, survival of the fittest in that first round, as everybody just seemed to fall around the first place position whenever they got there. Unfortunately, yeah, that meant that they could not pick up the 0 points. And as you said, Skewin being really opportunistic, I think that's going to be the story of his match, is going to be trying to pick up those points where others make mistakes. And for the moment, it's Henkin who's made that early mistake in this round on that reactor section. As we began, he's 3 seconds behind the leaders, and we've got a really tight battle between Shofi and Yavzo. And it seems like it's a combination of those 3 players, either Henkin, Shofi and Yavzo, who are always fighting for these first place, and they seem to be pushing themselves to the point of making mistakes each and every time. Will that repeat itself in this round? Let's wait and see, as Shofi takes a bit more of an inside line, is going to be able to do that bit of a no slide down the dirt, gets an early landing into the reactor, a little bit more speed than Yavzo, and this turnaround is super important. You want to get the grip really early, and as you can see, it's Shofi who gets it before Yavzo. He clipped on that drift last time around, but he gets around it safely this time, but not as well as the Dutchman does. And now, going into the jump, Yavzo clears it this time around. It's going to come down to the end. Shofi seems a little bit wide. He might not have the speed on Yavzo at the end, and it is going to be a first place for the Dutchman. He's going to get a match record for himself on Arrogate. Only a few hundreds ahead of the previous time, but he will not be complaining for that. And Skewin here really needs to finish if he wants to avoid a -12.
Yeah, he won't make it. It's going to be missing maybe a couple of seconds. Yeah, maybe just 1 second missing, and that was it. That's such a painful way to get a -12 as well, which is definitely going to be putting him in hot water, actually, because he's just 1 point ahead of Shofi in the standings so far in 3rd place. And Javzo also not really looking that safe either. And Henkan just having his first ever non-first place round, so first time dropping points for him, which is still a pretty solid going for the Swede from Team Piwo. And he's going to try to get back on the saddle and try to retake that match record that Javzo took away from him by just a couple of hundredths of a second, as you very well pointed out on round number 2. Going through the round at checkpoint number 4, and Shofi messes up the landing at the exit of that dirt part before checkpoint 5, so he will be dropping down to last place. Javzo not really able to find any kind of aperture in Henkan's lead at the present moment, and yeah, also messing up the exit from that particular turn, and hugs the wall on the inside on the 180 left-hander afterwards. So the Dutchman is going to be dropping back down to 4th position and promoting Shofi up to 3rd and Skewin up to 2nd place. Skewin just continuing to try and basically tiptoe his way through the match as we go through the 3rd and final sector. And yeah, the key to this particular corner especially is to try to get the front end to bite very early on to actually sling you out of the corner. But right now, Shofi versus Skewin, actually this is going to be a good battle for 2nd place, and Skewin doesn't have enough speed. He's forced to respawn, so that'll be dropping him down to last place. In the meantime, up front, Henkan should be able to take yet another round win, and not the match record just yet. Javzo also coming back to within the exhaust of Shofi's car, but ran out of room, so Shofi still keeps his 2nd place. Javzo 3rd. Skewin takes another 10-pointer in the face, pretty much. But Henkan not really able to get any inroads onto Javzo's .91. He's 1/10 off from that particular mark, but still manages to keep a pretty solid foothold on the point standings for now.
Yeah, and it's kind of a double-edged sword with the way this match is going and the lead that Henkin has. It's you know, we could see this map again, but he's not going to have that many opportunities to beat that time if he does want to do so. But, you know, for the moment, he's got almost a 40-point lead, you know, 40-point lead ahead of 2nd place. So he's going to be feeling very comfortable. That's after only, yes, 7 rounds so far in this match. So already it looks like 1st position is going to be going towards Henkin, bar any miraculous comebacks from the other players, which is not off the cards. And at the moment, Henkin, he falls a little bit behind Yavzo and Shofi in this one, but quickly earns it back after that engine off section. A lot of speed going into the dirt, slots himself into that 2nd position, and now it looks like it's going to be a bit of a fight between these 3 players. We've seen 2.9s and 0.0, but you know, they weren't really close races. 2nd position was always a little bit further behind. Let's see if that changes this time around. As you said, you need to bite that corner, but Henkin bites a little bit too much off that corner and he clips it. Has to respawn. Yavzo does as well, which means that Shofi is in the clear to take this one home, although he has failed. Skewin is with him. He doesn't have the speed to overtake, and actually it's Henkin who's going to take the round win. What the hell just happened there?
Well, Just to give a little bit of what I saw, well, effectively Shofi, whilst he did clear the jump, had nowhere near enough speed to actually make it through to the risky fin in one fell swoop. So he had to actually go take the reset block and actually go for the safe fin, which prompted Henkan to actually go for it, having managed to keep a lot more speed than Shofi was able to. So effectively, it's just like one round dropped in the space of 8 rounds played for the Swede. But you mentioned that there was only so many opportunities to potentially retake that fastest lap on Arrogate, and so far he hasn't been able to make that happen. So Javzo still holds the record on Arrogate, making it a clean sweep denial for now for Henkin, as we are currently heading into, well, we'll be heading into our next map in a few moments. But quick rundown, 93 points for Henkin, still very much having a real stranglehold onto the top placing for now. 50 points for Shofi, who climbed back to second place thanks to the trials and tribulations, mostly of Javzo and Skuen. 45 points for Javzo in third, and Skuen currently sitting with 42 points in last place.
Yeah, Skuen is doing pretty well considering he hasn't really had the pace of the other players. He's just made less mistakes. He's benefited from those mistakes from other players. Of course, he's still not really in the fight for that first place or second place, really. But you never know, coming towards the second half of this match. You know, we've got 2 more maps to go before we cycle back to Xenogen. So we'll have to see how those maps go for Skuen and for everybody else. But for the moment, we're going to talk about another map. We're going to be heading to Heartleap by Roxy. And here we are then on Heartleap by Roxy. And we're heading straight in. It's an early mistake from the French player Skuen. That's not going to help his chances in this round. Again, a nice start from all the 3 other players in this one. Shofi and Yavzo, it looks like they're going to be fighting for that second spot potentially if they can stay ahead of Skuen. And potentially, you know, they're going to have to start taking some points off of Henkin if they want to separate themselves in this one.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to try and bring Henkin down, currently acting as a bit of a scarecrow in a sense, denying that vital first place in that particular stage of the game when everybody's still alive. That allows you to keep your points tally intact. Right now, Shofi unfortunately having a little bit of a clip with the left rear in the dirt part, so dropping him down to P4, and that's further compounded by a bit too much sideways action on the grass part. So the Austrian player from B2 Esports is going to be dropping down to P4, trying desperately to catch up to Skuen, who's currently holding a bit of a lonely third place, and huge slowdown from Javzo as well up front, leaving Henkan to do his business all on his own, and Skuen also sniping in for second place. And actually Henkan looking very slow on the penultimate corner, and Skuen coming in out of left field to take his first place finish here on that particular match and keeping his points tally intact. And Henkan will be dropping down to 89. As a matter of fact, Shofi and Yavzo do reach the finish line in third and fourth, and Skuen also makes the first reference time as a matter of circumstance with a 0.642, but that mark is bound to actually go down, surely.
Yeah, there was that early mistake from Skuen, but, you know, really kept his head really well in that round and had a brilliant end to the round, overtaking the 2 players in front of him. That was a really strong drift at the end, but then he mimics his start to the round last time and does it again this time around. Is going to put himself at an early disadvantage. That was really a great snipe from him at the end. Really nice drift and a really nice outside dirt. He's going to have to replicate it in this round if he wants to have any chance of avoiding a -10 or even a -12. You never know, but Javzo is really helping him with that storyline as he's made a mistake himself. But then it's Skuen again, and now Shofi who makes a mistake on the same drift, and it's Henkin is in the clear, and they're just switching positions and trading mistakes, as it's really difficult to keep up with at the moment. But they've got intervals that are quite similar between each player. Shofi is in second place, a bit too far away from Henkin if there are no mistakes from the Swede. Behind him you have Skuen, who's trying to stay ahead of Javzo, who looks a little bit faster through that drift as they jump into the dirt. And now this reactor section, we saw Javzo get a bit of a slowdown, maybe a clip last time around, and here Skuen excelled on this outside dirt. Can you do it again? It is very clean from the French player, but Javzo looks to have a bit more speed. It's going to come down to this drift. Skewin was a bit too inside, had to adjust, but it looks like it's going to be enough as Henkin misses the finishes. And he's not going to get that first place. He has to respawn. Skewin takes the second place behind Shofi, and Javzo had to respawn as well. None of them have finished
once again. None of them.
And Javzo finishes 9 seconds behind, but still gets third position. And Henkin, that is something he's going to want to forget.
And just when I was about to say that he had not put a foot wrong at the entire point of this round, he messed up the alignment at the jump into the finish and ended up full stop picking into the finish and kind of killing his driver on the spot, not once but twice, forcing him dropping down to last position. So that's the first very big points loss that we've seen from Henkan so far in this match, and that is a very rare sight when you've actually put into context the sort of performances that he's put in, of course, over the course of the 2 opening maps that we've had beforehand. And also, that jump here onto checkpoint number 4 was not the greatest that could have been. He gets away with it pretty nicely because he avoids clipping the trigger for the no engine gates, allowing him to kind of re-accelerate still through the grass. But in the meantime, those that actually take advantage of that are Shofi, Javzo, and Skewin, who get promoted a place, and Shofi currently in the leader spot, trying to fend off the attacks of Javzo right now, heading through the third and final sector. Skewin a little bit too far behind to make any kind of meaningful impact, but still keeping an interested eye on the proceedings as Javzo has indeed been respawning, as there was a very significant crash from the man from the Netherlands playing for Molotov Gaming. So Shofi inherits a bit of a lonely lead now. He's got a second of a gap, a full second, compared to Skewin, who get promoted to second place, but he's forced to respawn as well. I wonder if that was a bit of a misfire, or if it was indeed warranted, as there was maybe a bit of a clip. 112.492. Shofi will get the fastest lap here on this map so far. Henkan second, Javzo in third, and Skewin. That could have been such a great opportunity to actually get back on it and put up a little bit of a fight for maybe even third place, but that is not good looking. Shofi was able to keep everything for himself, and yeah, I think it's 2 rounds in 3 here on the Heartleap, where the leader has made a mistake in the last sector. It seems like nobody wants to win it.
Yeah, absolutely. All the players seemingly crumbling a little bit on Heartleap. It's the map that resembles a bit more the traditional comp style that you would see in other competitions, but for some reason I think maybe the players may be pushing each other just a little bit too much. You know, they feel almost too comfortable with these corners where they feel like they can just send it into each one, and it's resulting in a lot of crashes from everyone. Henkin again, that's another mistake from him, and Javzo just sends it straight into the pole and straight into the checkpoint, which means that he's not even going to get a flying respawn from there, and Shofi is going to take possession of the lead. Henkin, despite that little bit of a wobble, is going to keep second place, and just keep it clean, guys. Keep it clean. Take up these points. You're in a comfortable position. Shofi is quite slow out of that transition. Henkin not really able to benefit from it, however, and behind him Skewin is holding on to a 3-second lead ahead of Javzo. Going into this outside dirt, it's Shofi versus Henkin. If Henkin can send it, he can maybe get first place. Is that what he wants to do? It looks like it as he sends it into the drift. They're neck and neck now going into the finish. Shofi maybe with a bit more speed. Does he know whoever gets the finish first? It's Henkin by 100 of a second ahead of Shofi. It's not a fast time, but it will do.
It'll do. It'll do the job. Just 11 milliseconds ahead is good enough to keep his tally intact once again. And I'm going to say solid final sequence of corners from Henkin, actually carrying a lot of momentum on the way into the corner and able to actually carry that momentum all the way through the apex with minimal losses. So very well done on the part of the Swede. And yeah, I got to say, I'm kind of dumbfounded to see Heartleap be that much more damaging than what I initially first thought. I thought this would be one of the maps that they actually reined in. And as a matter of fact, yeah, it's quite a damning picture that gets painted in the points as a result of that. Henkan still very much in a healthy lead with 75 points. Then you drop down to Shofi, 39 points. Then we do see Skewin on 21 and Javzo on 11. Not far from actually dropping into single digits in the previous map.
Yeah, Javzo's just really falling to pieces more than the 3 other players in that map. And as I was saying, you know, Heartleap is obviously a very difficult map, but it's definitely one of the easiest in the pack and should be one where we see consistency from players, but maybe they're all just pushing so much that it just results in these mistakes. And from everyone, you know, Henkin was so strong in the previous 2 maps, but there's a flurry of mistakes from him and a flurry of mistakes from his competitors. What's interesting to me, though, is that Skewin is currently in 3rd ahead of Javzo. And that could be a really good finish for him. And as you said, Javzo, this is his only chance to potentially pick up points today, as he's played his previous match yesterday. So he's going to have to pick it up, and he's going to have to pick it up as we head into Reshiram by Mephisto.
You know how we roll.
Alright, and with that, it's pretty much the point of no return for some of the players that are well far down in the leaderboard, namely Javzo and Skuen. Skuen might have a little bit of a solace in that, given that he has still a 10-point advantage over Javzo, but for the Dutchman from Molotov Gaming, it's very much win or bust. But as soon as I say that, of course, we do have a bit of a blunder afflicting the Dutchman from Molotov, and it was the jump at the ramp in the transition from checkpoints 1 to 2, where he unfortunately came unstuck and dropping down to last place. And in the meantime, we do see Shofi taking over the lead from Skuen, and Henkan, having made a bit of a mistake as well, drops down to last place with a very unlucky respawn for the current match leader. So there's still some hope left in there for Shofi and Skuen and Javzo maybe, but Javzo needs to actually get some of these mistakes sorted, and unfortunately he cannot really get them sorted on this run, as the drop down from CP6 was looking to be a little bit too hairy. He went too wide and clipped with the full right side of his car on the outside retaining wall, so Henkan will be moving up into 3rd place temporarily. Shofi in the meantime up front still looking very solid. We do see a little bit of a nibble of the wall there from Skuen. Is he going to be able to make the jump over? Yes, he's going to be able to make it just fine. Shofi should be taking a pretty early and nice victory here with a 107.470. Skuen in 2nd place. Henkan will be finishing in 3rd, and Javzo drops down to just 1 single point remaining. And actually, funnily enough, Shofi is the first player to actually take back-to-back match records so far. There's not been any kind of spread. It's always been pretty much spread out in the first 3 maps, and now Shofi is the first to go for the double.
Yeah, we mentioned it in the pre-show that Shofi definitely has the pace, you know, to compete in these matches. It's whether or not he has the consistency to back it up. For the moment, he has had some consistency, but not as much as Henkan has had ahead of him, as there's still about a 30-point difference between those players. However, behind them, there's a really interesting fight going on between Skuen, who's been a bit slower, but has had that consistency over Javzo. He's really fallen behind and had some difficult rounds. He's looking to save his match now on Reshiram, but he's going to have to do it quickly. You know, it's an art to stay focused in these matches, but it's an even more difficult task to pick yourself back up once you've fallen down, and Javzo is looking to do that at the moment. He's currently in 1st place. He's very wide though on that transition. Is he going to keep it ahead of Shofi? No, he doesn't. He has to clip the checkpoint, but at least it wasn't a big mistake, but it lets Skuen back into the picture. I think Javzo lost the gear on that challenging plastic section. Skuen looks ahead and he sees Henkan and Shofi fighting it out for first, but I don't think he's going to be too worried about sending it to try and take those positions, as long as Shofi and Henkan have a clean transition, as they do. Henkan actually clips off the side of the light pole, but still makes it into the finish shortly after Shofi. And yeah, that one was a story to get through.
Yeah, it was a bit of a process to get through that one indeed. Yeah. And now Javzo's mantra is not last. Hashtag not last, whatever the cost, because as soon as he finishes in last place, that will be pretty much a death sentence, and guaranteeing him another 4th place, guaranteeing him a 4th place finish for the first time in the season. He managed to get away with a 3rd place finish in round number 1 and round number 2 as well, but a last place would be a devastating blow to his chances of actually keeping himself in the upper echelon of the leaderboard here in Division 2. But it seems as though, oh yeah, Javzo a little bit of teleporting, but he came back to us, so he's still very much in it for this particular run. And Shofi going a little bit too tight at the box light section with the icy wheels, and just having a little bit of a kiss with the inside retaining wall, and Skuen also clipping the edge of the CP at CP number 6. So Javzo gets promoted up to the lead of the race with Henkan and Hot Pursuit in 2nd position, but actually Henkan with a bit more speed heading into the plastic checkpoint number 8, and the positions will get swapped with Henkan taking the lead over Javzo right now, and both are going to have a very healthy lead. Are not going to be worried about too much about a resurgence from Skuen nor Shofi behind, with a full 2nd ahead of the Frenchman Skuen and the Austrian driver, but you can see now Javzo is completely let off, and Henkan is completely off the hook in terms of pace right now. 3/10 clear of Javzo. He's going to be clearing the risky fin and taking a 0.717 with him on his way to that safeguarding of the points tally. But Javzo, with that second place, continues to extract at the very least one more round and also drops down Skuen to last chance as well. So he might have a chance to actually save his track record of not finishing last so far in the season.
Yeah, will we see our first eliminated player on the first rotation? Or will all the players survive to see Xenogen again? It's all going to be decided in this round. If Javzo or Skuen finish last in this one, they will be out of it. But it's Henken with the first mistake of the round. It was only a small clip though, so he finds himself just over half a second behind his competitors, and he's going to have to try and catch back up as we're heading into this bug slide. Shofi and Javzo really close together. Skuen is following close behind as well, and it seems like Henken is actually gaining a little bit on the French player. Javzo seems to understand the position he finds himself in as he lets his foot off the gas a little bit in second place, but Skuen is in the hot seat. He is behind, or ahead, sorry, of our match leader at the moment, and he's trying to take over that position in third place. Henken, the Swede, trying to push Skuen out of this match as quick as he can, but Skuen is fighting back. He's not giving up without a fight. It's a nice drift from both players. Skuen is a little bit wide. He has to release, but there could have been a mistake from Henken, but Skuen decided to respawn, and unless there's a big mistake from one of the players ahead of him, that is going to signal the end of the match for Skuen. After a really resilient fight, it looked like for quite a while there like Javzo was going to go out in fourth, but Skuen unfortunately is going to be another fourth position for him in this one. I was praying for him, but it just didn't go his way there.
Yeah, it's kind of sad to actually see once again match not really bearing fruit to the amount of resilience that he showed over the course of the match. But I think he will be cracking that nut sooner rather than later, Skuen. I really do think so. And yeah, Javzo, maybe a little bit of bead of sweat on the forehead there that can be wiped off, as yeah, that could have been a catastrophic outcome to actually finish in last place, as we have successfully completed one full rotation of the map pack. We do have 3 out of 4 players still remaining, and here the dynamic changes a little bit, because even if Henkan wins, he's still going to be slowly dripping points bit by bit. He's going to be losing 2 points if he does win a round. It's going to be -2, -6, and -9 for those of you who wonder what the scenario is. And of course, whenever we drop down to 2 players, it'll be -4 for the winner and -8 for second place, with the only variable not changing being -12 for DNS. So you still have to get all the way to the finish line, no matter the cost, within the 15-second buffer that comes in after the first player crosses the finish line. Otherwise, you're going to be in hot water really quickly.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting because all of these 3 players have a different mindset going into the second rotation. You know, Henken is quite far ahead. He's going to be trying to stay comfortable, stay composed, try and close this match out with the lead that he's already got. But behind him, obviously, Javzo at the bottom of the table is going to switch his focus from not getting eliminated to trying to eliminate those ahead of him, try to drag them down into a bit of a dogfight and hopefully maybe pick up an extra position. But it does look like his back is up against the wall. And, you know, on Xenogen, he was quite crash prone. Henken was very comfortable and picked up, you know, a perfect map. Might be trying to do that again. So it's going to be interesting to see how that actually unfolds as we head back into our second rotation.
Yeah, second rotation, which is starting in literally 5 seconds time now, with the warm-up done on Xenogen. I think we should be getting underway. 57 points for Henkan left, still in the lead. 32 for Shofi, who still has a pretty okay tally so far after 16 rounds played, with 32 points. Second place in Javzo, of course, on last chance since a couple of rounds ago. That last chance having been reached, of course, on Reshiram at the end of the first rotation, and still in on a mission to try and improve on the third place finishes that he got in the first 2 matches of his season so far. But it's going to be quite a tough one here for Xenogen. As you said, he's been pretty crash prone over the course of the first rotation, while Henkan was able to really take the full potential of his map pick to get actually fully intact points tally at the very end of the first 4 rounds. Right now, it's going to be Shofi trying to get a little bit of a word in edgewise, and actually Henkan not really getting the most optimal of landings before CP number 7. So the Swede is going to be in a bit of a chasing position, but he does like a little bit of a chase, doesn't he, here, Henkan, as he tries to pile on the pressure on Shofi and makes the move stick just before checkpoint number 9 to move into the lead of the race once again. And Javzo is quite far away. He's not really having any kind of impactful presence here on this round. He's going to have to pray for a mistake for one of those up ahead to keep the dream alive at the very least for one more round, and that could very well happen in the last few blocks if one of those drivers up front just nibbles the wall with the left side, but it's not going to happen at all, and Javzo is going to have to settle for yet another third place finish, a 111.754 for Henkan. The reference for this beginning of the second rotation still a few ways away from his current match record of a .621, Shofi finishing half a second off.
Yeah, as we say goodbye to Javzo, another third position, we can actually take a look at those match records so far, as Henken has made an early mistake. But we have done one rotation, and we have seen Henken pick it up on Xenogen. Javzo currently holds it on Arrogate, as he is the Pardados in this match. We might see it again, potentially, on Mahoraga, on Heartleap and Reshiram. It is Shofi who actually has those match records. So for 2 for him, and if he drags Henken down into this fight, a potential last chance for both of them, he could be looking at quite a nice point tally in this one, and it's looking quite good in this round for him as well. He must realize at this point that he's got a second lead ahead of Henken. Henken a little bit struggling in the second half of this match. Maybe not as comfortable as he was initially warming up. He must have been feeling good, but now coming towards the end of it, he's just running out of steam a little bit. It's Shofi who's picking it up, but it looks like he's made a mistake, and he is very low speed going into the engine off, and he's going to make it a fight with the Swedish players. Well, Henken tries to take himself straight out of that fight. He's a bit of a pacifist, it seems, as he clips the wall, loses a bit more speed, gets really good speed though here, and they're going to make it a fight again as we go into the finish. Shofi gets the earlier landing, but Henken has more speed, but he clips and misses the finish, and it's Shofi who takes it. It's yo-yo between the two players. Nobody wanted to win that one, but in the end, it is Shofi who takes it.
And a lot of blemishes in those rounds as well, with a very early clip in turn 1, as a matter of fact. Not even checkpoint 1, turn 1 for Henken right off the start. And then Shofi having also very slowdowns at checkpoint number 9. Then the penalty grass, which cost a bit of time at checkpoint 10 for Henken. And then that humongous slowdown at checkpoints 12 and 13 for Shofi, followed by the little wall brush from Henken. I mean, it was very much a back and forth round, but maybe not in the way that many of us were expecting. And I was maybe expecting a little bit more tidy of a round. And Henkan, huge slowdown on the transition down to the dirt in checkpoints 3 through 4. And once again, it's going to be Shofi having the upper hand, but is he going to be able to bring it all the way home this time round? If the last rounds anything could go by, we can always safely say that we should expect the unexpected at this point, as we do see Shofi trying to pull a little bit of a gap on Henkan as we are midway through the map right now, dropping down on the plastic for checkpoint number 8. It's going to be an advantage of about 0.3 of a second in favor of the Austrian player from B2 Esports, following along with Henken going a little bit too wide and brushing the bollard on the outside with the left side of his car, and thus Shofi will be continuing to widen this gap to over a second. We're way out of DRS zone if this were a Formula 1 race, but of course, no DRS in Trackmania. We'll just have to keep it on pace alone, and right now, Shofi has got pretty much all the cards in his hand, and he really needs to either have a full blunder or have a really unfortunate round end for this to really come undone, and that will not come undone for Shofi with a 112.088 taking the win here. Henkan was forced to respawn, as a matter of fact, just before the finish, so Henkan will be dropping yet another 8 points and drop down to 39, while Shofi will still keep himself afloat. He will be dropping down slowly but surely, but not as fast as Henkan is at the moment, and slowly but surely the gap is going to be equalizing.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming towards the end of this match, obviously it's a pressure situation for both of these players. It could be really important for both of them to get a potential first position here and, you know, scoring some points onto the leaderboard. But again, it's another early mistake. This time, though, it's from Shofi. I was about to praise him and saying that he was dealing with the pressure just slightly better than Henken was. But for the moment, it's the Swede who's looking to regain that momentum from the first rotation and try and carry it into this round and potentially pick up a first place, sending Shofi even closer to that last chance if possible. A little bit of an adjustment there on that grass transition. Keeps everything nice and clean, nice and tidy on this one as well, as he's going to drop down into the plastic. He's still got a second advantage ahead of Shofi, and the Austrian player is going to have to send it into the second half of the map, but it looks like he's just hemorrhaging time, losing additional time. So bar any mistakes, and I understand the weight of those words as I say them, this should be Henken's round. But of course, as we've seen in the previous rounds, anything can really happen. Is that a little clip from Henken? Please just keep it clean as we go into the finish. He's very high, which means that he's going to have a nice radius to turn into the finish. Just scares me a little bit as he goes into the finish, though. The 112.5. Again, it's a slow time. It's nowhere near our match record. But it is a win for Henkin at least.
Yeah, it is a win for Henkin at least, but as we can see, like heading into the second rotation, maybe we're getting a little bit of fatigue coming in as well for certain players who might not be used to actually be pushing that kind of difficulty round in, round out. Yeah, Henkin, I mean, even though it was a win, it's not exactly an honorable win at that particular sense, because there's been a lot of mistakes left, right, and center, not only for Henkin, but for pretty much every single driver across the board, as we're heading back to our gate here for the second time today. 35 points for Henkin, who's still very much leading. 10 points left for Shofi now. And yeah, Yavzo and Skuen locked in third and fourth place. And actually, circling back to Arrogate is going to be a good opportunity for Henkin potentially to retake the match record that was taken by Yavzo with a .919, courtesy of the Dutchman.
Yeah, absolutely. We were wondering whether or not we would see Arrogate again, and if Henkin would have this opportunity. And to be honest, it's very much up for grabs. We saw about, one or two properly clean rounds on Arrogate in the first rotation, and I don't think they were the fastest times. I think the fastest we saw was a .9, and I expect that both of these players can go faster than that. It's whether or not they actually feel like they can do it in this situation. It's very different beast doing it in practice with your friends where you're quite relaxed, compared to doing it in a 1v1 scenario in a match that could, really decide the rest of your season if you're going to be going towards that promo relegation, or even the automatic promotion spots if you do really well in the next matches. So both players very invested in the potential win here, but it is a bit of an uphill battle for Shofi, even though he has kind of picked it up in the second half of this match.
Yeah, but is it a case of too little too late for Shofi? That's going to be the main kind of question that will need to be answered. The main thing that I'm going to be wanting to see is if the third sector is going to be as murderous as it was for Shofi during the final round, because we saw, of course, it was a very uncharacteristic mistake to make, but he did clear the jump, but did not have enough speed to actually go for the risky fence. So that means even with Henkin not going for the jump and going for the safe way, he was able to actually carry enough speed through and make it through the transfer just fine to actually snipe Shofi at the very end to rob him of that very surefire first place, which could have been the very key difference between that tally and a very different outcome. But so far, Henkin not having had the best exit from the reactor glider start, so that's going to be promoting Shofi definitely up into the lead of the race. And it's going to be very much his round to lose at this point for the Austrian player from B2 Esports, as we're making our way halfway through the map. And 33.068, some 2.5 seconds up on Henkin at the moment as we go through this. I think this is a no-break section, if I recall correctly, because there's not exactly any kind of slides happening. And also, we do see that everybody keeps to a pretty classical approach for the corner, the double left-hander of checkpoint number 9, and does not opt to go for the box light line that actually came to light a few days ago during practice between these 2 weeks. So it'll be very interesting to see if we do see that happen in a Div 2 match here on this stream, or if it's going to be more the Div 1 players that are going to be tackling that particular task of doing the box line. As we go over the jump with Shofi, has enough speed to clear the jump. Now through the transfer. This is where he lost a lot of time on that fateful round last time out. He will be opting for the safe finish once again, and Henkin will come. He will beach it right on the edge of the finish block and will be forced to respawn, and that respawn is so punishing. If you mess up that final sector, it costs you the very best part of about 9 to 10 seconds from what I could see here on the timer, and it will be a 115.956 for Shofi, who takes the first round here on that particular rotation, as it seems like we might be heading on a technical pause because there might be something that needs fixing, or if we are back in. No, we are indeed back in, so yeah. Okay, so I got a little bit juked there by the little voice in my ear, but yeah, we should be all good to go. And now Shofi has got the bit between his teeth, and he wants to avoid getting relegated for sure. As okay, we should be back. Sorry about that, boys, but yeah, as I said, Shofi's gonna have the bit between his teeth now to avoid getting a -8 just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. You spoke about the little voice in your head. Well, I think Shofi's gonna have a little voice in his head, and it's gonna be Henkin. He's bearing down on him and whispering in his ear and just begging for a crash from the Austrian player. And as I say that, it does come out. It's a little clip, but he does recover it really, really well. So going into the second half of the map, it's roles reversed. And now it is Shofi who is hunting down the P1 player ahead of him, Henkin, who is looking to close out this match as quick as possible. And he's making it a bit of a struggle, if I'm honest, he has a bit of an advantage now on Shofi, extending that as we go through the reactor section. Shofi is really, really wide. He's going to have to tap drift to extend it and make it around the corner. He does, however, have a bit more speed than Henkin as we go into this big jump. They both land. They're really equal as we go into the end. Who has the smoothest line? I can't tell. Can you tell? It's Henkin, I think, who takes it just ahead of Shofi by 0.04 of a second. It's a 114.2 from both players. That round could be really decisive as we go into the end of this match.
Yeah, and it was very slim pickings throughout this entirety of the third sector, which all kicked off with that double right-hander, which with the second part being a bit of a banking just before the very, very high-speed jump before the finish line. And yeah, Henkan managing to keep Shofi at big play only just was very much a key thing to make happen for Henkan to actually warranty that Shofi will be heading into the last chance and not get a little bit of respite for one more round. Right now, Shofi is going to have one objective in key. That is, of course, to be winning the round. It's going to be win or bust at this point for the man from B2 Esports. So far, he does a really solid start in the first sector and will be leading by 2 to 3/10 of a second at the moment. But he has a bit of a wonky exit from checkpoint number 6 there, and allowing Henkan to come back to within his clutches right now. As we go through checkpoints 8 and 9, we do see a lot of speed on the entry there for Henkan, slingshotting his way around the outside just before checkpoint number 9. They're going to be side by side right now, heading into that set checkpoint number 9, checkpoint 10 now, with the reactor through the grass. Now try to pitch the car in, trying to get the front tires to hook on the inside of the tarmac there to sling yourself out of that corner. Henkan does take the lead over Shofi, but he's still very much trying to keep the fight alive. The Australian player with a lot more speed, heading into the final jump, trying to keep the dream alive for one more round, but the landing is a little bit slower compared to Henkan, and he will be sniping in the Swede, and that will be Henkan sealing the win and taking the round record, the match record, away from Javzo with a .909, still just 100th ahead of Javzo's time. So there will not be any bonus points for the Dutchman, but Henkan coming away in first with 19 points remaining on the dot. Shofi second, Javzo third, and Scooting P4. My goodness, what a finish to the last round.
Listen, after a flurry of mistakes from the second half of that match, we saw an incredible round to finish it off. So GG to all the players, and ready to dissect it back on the analyst desk. We're going to send it right back over to New and Mime.
Well, we'll send it back to New and Mime, but we'll bring Babs with us because I think we're going to need a little bit of help to understand exactly what it is we just saw. I mean, congrats to Henkin. Mime, I thought very interesting at the end of the match. Both of us were sitting there chatting about it at the end. Shofi had a chance to just full send. I mean, 20 points behind Henkin, a match record up for grabs on that final map, and potentially the correct decision was just accept that maybe you're settling for second place and try and pull away another match record.
Yeah, for sure. Like at this point, you have nothing to lose, pretty much. All you can do is either send it everywhere or just give up. But I guess everyone wants to send it, so you will always fight. That's why it's really interesting to see these final rounds where you're ahead. For example, you're the second place, you have the points, but also you need to be first on that round. Same as in normal cup mode, you're the finalist, right? You have to get the fastest time still. It's really hard to pull that off. Actually, it's huge mental as well. You need to really focus too, because if the other person has nothing to lose, they will just full send it and they can get a miracle run, right? So yeah, it's always the best part of the match for me.
Yeah,
and playing and spectating.
Yeah, super exciting at the end of that one there. And we can ask the man himself how he felt in the moment. We are joined by Shofi for an interview. Shofi, congratulations on the second place. Didn't quite manage to close it out at the end, but you definitely had a great fight back towards the end.
Yeah, thank you. It was a hard match. I knew coming in that Henkan will be tough to beat. And yeah, I didn't make it easier for myself with the first two maps in the first rotation. But I just thought to myself, yeah, get your head down and just drive and see where it gets you.
Yeah, it really seemed like that match was a fight for everybody's mental. It was really a dogfight towards the middle of it. And I just wanted to ask you, because Henkin picked Xenogen at the start of the match, and then you proceeded to pick Arrogate. And we were wondering whether we would see Marhaga in this match. What was your thinking, actually, with the pick and ban?
Yeah, I've heard that Henkan could be picking Xeno first instead of banning Maho or any other map. And yeah, I as I saw that Henkan picked Maho, Xeno. I thought to myself, should I go for it? But I wasn't too sure of it, so I just thought to myself, yeah, pick Arrogate. That worked last week, and let's see what the others do. Maybe they leave it open and we can finally see it.
At the start of the match, you basically first two maps we saw Henkan having a pretty insane start, barely losing points, and then the rest of you had pretty equal points. Does it like change your mindset coming to the match, seeing that there is one guy far ahead and the rest of you are basically fighting? Do you try to salvage the second place, or do you still think you can catch up, especially on the, let's say, on the pick order on the maps, or how do you feel in that situations?
Yeah, surely. I went into the match thinking to myself, yeah, let's go head to head with Henkan and be close to him after every map. And yeah, then especially after Xenogen, I knew, okay, for now, don't think about Henkan, just drive your match, drive against the others, get through your pace. And as it really, my mindset really shifted after like the first two maps. I was just like in a survival mode, let's say, and my goal was to secure second and then see where it takes me after that. So after Yavtso finished third, I thought to myself, yeah, okay, maybe now start attacking again properly and see if it can go to first.
Well, it very nearly did, Shoffy, but you couldn't quite get there in the end. Still, second place, an excellent finish on the match. Now, I gotta tell you, we've got to let you go. You have another match to go and play, I believe, and we have more matches to go and watch as well. Shoffy, thank you very much for joining us for an interview.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, and that will be us heading to break, getting ready for match 2 of the day. We stay in Division 2, but we will be back after a very short break. Welcome back to the Beacon World League, where we are almost ready already for our second match of the day. Staying in Div 2 for this one, we head over to a match with Charles, Scarperp, Manta, and Skoon. Mime, I'm feeling a little bit bad for Skoon after the last match. I mean, it was close, did end up in 4th place, and this match is looking almost a whole order of magnitude more difficult. I mean, Charles in particular, we know, has been grinding this year.
Yeah, he's doing so well this year, especially on the regional level. I know that he won the last Duo Cup on NCSA.
Yep.
He also had like, I think it was Pan American Trackmania Cup. I think I watched that actually. He got second place, just losing to Lingo. So he's been definitely improving a lot this year, and we'll see what he can show us in this match.
Yeah, and look, we're getting close to match time, so I'm going to bring us straight into predictions. Charles has obviously been grinding G-Geek, but some of the players he's up against here, Scarperp and Manta in particular, I mean, Manta has 2 wins in 2 matches already, and a lot of match records to go along with it.
Yeah, he's had 7 out of 8 match records, if I'm not mistaken. He grabbed the first 3, of course, in the opening match that I had the honor of casting, of course, for the French-speaking crowd. But yeah, Manta's going to be one tough nut to crack. I'm thinking he's still going to have a bit of a stranglehold in this particular match, so I would put him in first, and I have to be biased because, I mean, there is a Frenchman in there. I mean, how can you expect me not to be biased at this point? But so yeah, Scarperp, highest placed Frenchman in there, and it's going to be, I think, Scarperp second. It will be a close match between Scarperp and Charles, but I would think just the edge to Scarperp second and Charles in third. And Skun, sorry, buddy, but yeah, you're going to have a rough time.
It's just going to be tough, and we're going to kick things off. Mime, I'll get your prediction as we do the pick and ban because we are ready to go with that one. With everything we're saying, you know, potentially Manta coming out on top. It is Charles who is the best combined PBs coming into the match, and he gets to choose first whether or not he bans, whether or not he picks. While he chooses that, Mime, how are you feeling about this? Charles has the best combined PBs. Manta's very scary as well. Who do you think is going to come out on top in this match, especially with Charles banning away Maharaga?
Oh, not the funny yellow map. But,
not the funny yellow map.
I think Charles will win this. I cheer for him. Manta has an amazing start as well, so he can challenge him, and Scarperp as well. I know Scarperp is he's really grinding as well, so it can be, yeah, it will be very hard for Skuen to try because they're like all incredible players, especially for Div 2. So, but I will still think that Charles will come on top.
Yeah, well, there you have it. Our pick ban for this second Div 2 match of the day. Reshiram into Heartleap, into Xenogen Arrogate, our final pick there. Any changes, G-Geek, in how you're thinking, seeing that pick ban, Maharaga taken off the table?
I think I'm just going to be standing on my ground. Manta's still going to be absolutely demolishing everything, and I do have a little bit of hope for Scarperp to actually salvage something and actually take a worthy second place, really.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, we have to say, while Manta has 7 out of 8 match records so far across 2 matches, so does Charles. I mean, I think the battle at the top of the table is going to be scary. Scarperp not to be counted out either. It's going to be a tough match. It's going to be an exciting match. This one, potentially a decider come end of season for the top 2 spots in Div 2 and the automatic promotion along with it to Division 1 as well. Whatever happens, there's going to be fireworks, and to guide you through that show, we're heading over to the caster desk. We're going back to Babs.
Hi guys, it's me again. You get me and Geek again for match number 2. And this one, as much as the first one was an exciting match, I'm expecting fireworks from this one as well. We've got 3 really talented players, all who would have ambitions of getting an automatic promotional spot into Division 1 from this season. And again, Skuen, who's going to be getting that experience playing against this level of players. I find it really difficult to call this one. Obviously, Manta yesterday had a really good match that was off stream with 4 match records and a really dominating performance. But just the confidence that Charles has coming into this week too. He spoke about it in his interview that his goal is to really dominate. You know, he wants to show that he's a step above his peers almost in Division 2 and be worthy of that Division 1 spot. So I'm excited to see if he can pull it off in this match.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Charles can actually serve up. I think this is going to be my very first match. In all honesty, goodness, it's my first match I think that I'm casting of Charles, because I don't think I casted anything on week. I casted anything that he did on week 1, so this will be very interesting to see. But yeah, as I said, as you alluded to, Manta and Charles both looking extremely prepared, looking extremely potent, especially when it comes to actually outright pace. Both having a litany of match records to their name and a lot of bonus points that are going to be mattering at the very end of the season for an automatic promotion to Division 1. But yeah, for me, as I said, I'm still retaining a little bit of hope for Scarperp. Highest place of the French contingent before the matches for round 2 and 3 actually got underway yesterday. And yeah, I do have a little bit of hope to see the Frenchman from Team Evo actually pull through and make some very, very solid inroads into the overall ranking. Although, with all that put into perspective, it would be a very tough fight, I think, between Scarperp and Charles. I'm still expecting Manta to be having a bit of a stranglehold about keeping that first place alive and maybe trying to go with another clean sweep, maybe 2 clean sweeps in 3 matches. I mean, the world is his oyster at this point of the season here for Manta, and I guess we're gonna have to witness what he is about to do as we are gonna be getting started in a few seconds' time on our opening map, which is going to be Reshiram by Mephisto. Let's take a look.
You know how we roll.
We're on Reshiram by Mephisto. The warm-up is just ending. I absolutely love those map previews, Geek. A big shout out to those for working on those. All I can hear is just the nyum nyum sound effects going as the cars go by. And as the cars are going to leave the start line for the first time in this match, all 4 players are together. Charles, Scarper, Manta and Skewen head in to kick off this second match.
Yeah, and already we're seeing a lot of casualties with Skewen, especially having had a bit too much speed loss heading into the jump into checkpoint number 2, and thus clipping very heavily at the transition from ramp to grass, and also Charles barely grazing the wall at the very end of the first sector, so it's going to be leaving it up to Manta and Scarperp, and actually Manta going all over the shot, trying to go for a bit of a wider line, going through the triangle of the CP pillars, as I like to call it, for checkpoint number 6, and that's going to be allowing Scarper to move up into the lead of the race, heading to checkpoint number 8, but he does go a little bit wide, manages to get a little bit of regain of grid just in the nick of time to avoid hitting the pole on the outside before checkpoint number 8, and so far the Frenchman still holding a pretty solid lead, actually about a 10th and a half there or thereabouts, heading into the last couple of checkpoints of this map. It's going to be taking one mighty send from Manta to the finish line, one humongous blunder from Scarper on the risky fin to change the course of this round. It's going to be Scarper taking the first match record with a 107.290 for his credits. 4/10 ahead of Manta, Charles in third, and Skewen has retired. So already that is a very big black mark against the man from Eclipse's count. Down to 88 he goes.
Yeah, that's not how you want to be starting a match like this, especially against 3 of the best players in the league, pretty much. And yeah, Scarper, that's going to be an important first win for him. I'm going to be interested to see how many rounds like that he does actually get. We saw in the previous match how important it is to start off strong. Henkin had a really good start to the match and then just held his lead till the end. So whoever can really start on the right foot here could be ahead of the others coming into the second half of the match. For the moment, it's Charles ahead of Scarper and Manta in this round in particular. He's going to be carrying it into this drift as both players go for the inside line. Charles and Scarperp is the first time I think we've seen it on the official stream. Both players going for that inside line, which is a lot trickier than the normal triangle line, but it does gain at least a 10th. And now it's Charles who seems to have benefited from it the most as he follows through on his first position in the plastic section. It's Manta who's taken over second place from Scarperp and is looking ahead to potentially hold on to that section, but Scarperp is close behind. If there's any mistake from any of the players here, he will be looking to pounce, but there is none. It's Charles who takes first position with our first 0.9 of the day, significantly faster than what we saw in our first match, and he's going to claim the match record and a first place in round 2.
Yep, first sub 67 second round time there that we're witnessing so far in this stream with a .950, under 2/10 away from his own Division 2 record of .790, as you can see, of course, on the left-hand side of your screen, just above the live race. And we do see a big mistake from Charles. Of course, as soon as we mention the name, we do to mention the name of the winner for the previous round. There has something to be happening, bound to happen for that particular player, and that has happened in the form of a very unfortunate landing in the way to checkpoint number 2 onto the grass, so that will be dropping him out of contention for the lead of the race for the time being. In the meantime, we do see Manta and Scarper, sorry, not Panda, I got a little bit misconstrued, sorry, but yeah, Manta and Scarper first and second, and yeah, it's very much a repeat of round number 1, where Scarper does have the upper hand in the middle sector compared to Manta, where he finds himself a little bit of a chaser position and unfortunately doesn't really have any kind of advantage in that third and final final sector to really warrant clawing that gap back in and trying to snipe him away from that particular first place. And we do see the very, very big wall hit from Scarper, who went too far to the apex, too far early to the apex, and just had his right front say, nah, mate, you're going the other way around. So that's going to be promoting Manta up into the lead and gifting him first place right on the silver plate, with Charles in second, and Scarper will lose 7 points in third place. Skuen will be reaching the finish line now and guaranteeing at least that he does not get a second DNF on the board, but that's such an unfortunate way to lose the round there for Scarper.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we've seen. It's been a bit of a trend with Scarper in the last 2 times we've seen him play. In seeding, he was hoping for a Division 1 spot even, but unfortunately crumbled there and dropped down into Division 2. In his first match, he did win it, but it was a close fight with Henkin, as 2 players have had quite a poor start there. It was Skuen and Charles who were unfortunately crashing out at the start there, both having to respawn or at least slow down significantly, and it leaves 2 drivers at the front. But again, Scarper up a bit of a clip on the outside of that platform, and it's going to leave Manta ahead. He does have a bit of a shallow lead, and actually going to be taken over by Scarper. Nobody wants to be in first place here. Scarper somehow finds himself in first now, goes for that inside line, beautifully done. But again, he's about a checkpoint off what we would normally see pace-wise on this map. Manta and Skuen are completely elsewhere in the previous sector, fighting themselves for that 3rd and 4th position. Charles is really in no man's land between the French player and those 2, and really just trying to keep it safe, I think, for pretty much everyone. No mistakes needed, no crashes needed for anyone. Scarper will be looking to get this plastic bounce quite nicely, regaining a first place, which you have to say was gifted to him.
Now that is a lot of damage, if you ask me. That was oh boy, yeah, that round was a process to get through, huh? Yeah, with Charles and Skuen having their blunders at the start, then we did see Scarper having a little bit of a hit of the wall in checkpoint number 3. Then we had a little bit of a misalignment on the drop down through the water splash from Manta, the lead, forcing him to respawn. And yeah, there's been layers upon layers upon layers. It feels like a croissant in terms of like the layering that we've actually been witnessing in this particular final round. So not exactly the proudest moment for any kind of player there, but still, I think the key takeaway of that is Charles looking pretty sharp when he has his game on, but he didn't have his game on that many times on that opening map that was Reshiram. He's going to be finding himself in the joint second place with Manta, both on 85 points. Scarper just having a 1-point lead on 86, and Skuen, yeah, I mean, we were predicting the going was going to be tough for Skuen, and yeah, it is indeed pretty tough because he's already lost nearly half of his points. He's down on 56.
Yeah, Skuen is really going to have to take these opportunities when they come his way. He was able to do it pretty well in the first half of his last match, but unfortunately there, I think the pressure and maybe just the fatigue of playing 2 matches back-to-back potentially getting to him. And that might potentially be getting to our 3 other players also, because to be honest, I was expecting a little bit more consistency from those 3. They've shown that they have the pace, you know, above some of their competitors in Division 2. They were significantly faster than those match records we saw in the previous match, but they're going to have to pick it up once again, and they're going to have to pick it up as we head into Heartleap.
So here we go then, map 2 out of 4 in this particular matchup here with Heartleap by Roxy, which is up next. Charles, once again, holding the Division 2 record with the 111.656. I wonder if we're going to be getting close to that particular mark right out of the gates here on round number 1. I doubt we will be getting meaningfully close to that, in the sense maybe 1/10 or maybe less than a tenth away from that particular mark, but who knows, we're gonna have to see. Right now it's gonna be a battle between Charles and Scarper managing to keep ground contact a little bit more on that little wiggle transition, trying to get avoid getting as much airtime as possible, and still it's very much neck and neck between the Frenchman and the Colombian from Damascus Gaming. Skuen a little bit removed from that battle up front, he's in 3rd place, and Manta Very uncharacteristic start for the Slovenian from Team Eterna, currently finding himself down in last place, almost a full second down on the battle for the lead, which is continuing to rage quite significantly here. They have not given themselves 1 inch of clearance. They're still very much locking horns, locking wheels with each other's ghosts, as we do see Charles trying to get a little bit of a gap going, trying to get a little bit of an upper hand here in the third and final sector, and that's going to be facilitated with Scarper going a little bit too wide on the way into the left-hander in the dirt, and that's going to promote Scoot up into second place and potentially Manta up to third. Charles will be taking a 0.538. I was wondering if we were going to be heading into the 0.7 range, but it's going to be straight away a new Division 2 record for the Colombian from Damascus Gaming, who's showing everyone who's boss here.
Absolutely, that's a way to start the second map in a match like this against competitors that you're fighting for that auto promotion spot against. Really important to get those rounds, a bit of a confidence boost, and kind of send the others down into the depths of despair potentially. But no, everybody is going to start this round cleanly and try and fight back against a monstrous time that was from Charles. And for the moment, everybody's kept it clean. It's actually Skuin who's about a wheel length of an advantage ahead of Charles and Manta. Scarperp has clipped along the way and has fallen back a little bit. Skuin is actually still leading us through halfway point in this map, and Charles is hunting him down, has a bit more of an inside line, will gather additional speed into the outside dirt here. Manta is looking ahead, potentially trying to pick off at least one of these players to pick up a second place. He goes for this inside line, so the regrip on the platform there, and gains a little bit of time, gets a little bit closer, potentially looking to pounce at any opportunity he can. The Beaver, obviously not an apex predator usually, but will be hoping to be one in this round, but has fallen a little bit further behind. This outside dirt is clean from everyone, additional speed for everyone, everybody keeps it clean. Skuin is a little bit wide on the drift, but manages to keep it clean. Manta is trying to snipe for that second position, but is not going to be able to. Skuin is going to PB with a 0.3 difference behind Charles, who set another 0.7, a solid time, and the big loser in this round was Scarperp.
Yeah, Scarperp, unfortunately, having fallen to the trap set by the, I think it's the very tail end of the first sector with that grass road sector, with that little pinch in the road where he had to be a little bit all over the shot trying to correct his trajectory to avoid hitting the wall, but he did eventually hit the wall, and that's going to be putting him in a little bit of a hot spot of bother in the battle to retain second place from Manta, where he was able to put a little bit of a gap on the Slovenian from Eterna, a gap which has shrunk back down to a solitary point between these two. But Manta, having made a little bit of a blunder before checkpoint number 3, is going to facilitate the job for Scarperp, who's going to be trying to get a little bit of amends going, as we do see Skuin, unfortunately, hitting the inside wall on the way to CP number 5 and 6. Going back up to the perspective of Charles right now, who's trying to chase down Scarperp, and Scarperp completely checking out up front, half a second ahead of the Colombian right now, heading into the third and final sector of the map right now, through to the platform, a little bit on the banking there, back to flat, moving on to the jump there, and it's still going to be hovering around the 5 to 6/10 gap here between Scarperp and Charles in first and second position at the moment. Scarperp still holding it very, very significantly right now. He needs to keep it all the way, manages to avoid the clip with the right rear through that left-hander into checkpoint number 13, checkpoint 14, the run towards the finish line right now. The positions will stay as is. I'm kind of curious to see what the time for Scarperp will be. It will be in the 1:11.908, so we went quite a bit slower compared to what we've seen in the opening rounds. But Scarperp, with that first place, will guarantee that his 69 points will remain the nicest score for at the very least one more round, and Manta is going to be losing a good chunk of change there, dropping down to 61 points there.
Yeah, it feels like this map has flown by, and for the moment it's Manta and Scarperp who are really locked for that fight for the second position. Charles has looked quite comfortable, to be honest, on Heartleap, even though there have been a few wobbles here and there. There have just been more from his competitors in this round. Again, it's a clean start from everyone, but some have struggled with this section that is coming up just here. Skuin has to release a slight bit. They all avoid the engine off, but this tight section here can cause some issues. A few bounces from everyone. Manta loses a little bit of speed. Charles follows Scarperp up the uphill, but unfortunately is a bit wide and clips on the outside. Scarperp is going to hold this lead ahead of Skuin again, who has an opportunity to get one of those higher placements in this round, but is going to throw it away as he throws himself into the wall. Manta is going to go for that regrip, as I think Scarperp lost some speed also, and now it's going to be a fight between those two players at the front. It's going to be a really close fight indeed. Charles is still a second behind, not really looking to have a say in this one as they go into the downhill. This outside dirt is key. Who gets the most speed out of it? They both get a nice entry. Scarper tries to ride it the whole way around, but unfortunately he's going to drop his wheel onto the outside of that clip on the outside. Manta is going to be first and take this round win ahead. Does Skewen make the finish? He just does, in third position behind Scarperp, and Charles, unfortunately, after having a clean round despite that early mistake, comes home in fourth.
And that's the very first significant dent into Charles's points tally that we're going to be seeing here, which is going to be leveling the playing field a teensy tiny bit. There's still going to be, of course, a fair chunk of points that is going to be separating first, second, third, and fourth at the present moment. But still, I mean, it's nice for Manta and for Scarper to actually get a little bit of a word in and finally say to Charles, don't get away too fast too soon. We're not done with this just yet, as we're going to be heading into our next map in about a minute and 20 seconds time. We can get a little bit of a recap of points. Charles, 71 points, still in the lead. Scarper still holding on to second place with 65 points, and we do see Manta in third with 61 and 31 points for Skewen. And yeah, Charles, of course, currently still holding the 2 first match records so far, including a brand new Division 2 record on Heartleap.
Yeah, that's what we were expecting to see coming into week 2. Seeing the players be more comfortable with these maps, knowing where they can push, where they can set those fast times, and Charles set one straight out of the gate in this match. Still only, 0.6 off of the world record, but that is just the level of these maps are so difficult. It's so difficult to get towards those times in rounds, and a 0.5 is still really, really impressive from the Colombian player. And he's staying true to his promise. He wants to dominate the other players in this division, and he's doing that more or less pretty much in the first half of this match. He's going to have to continue doing so, though, if he wants to stay ahead of Scarperp and Manta. He's going to have to do that as we head on to Xenogen by Vixa.
Humans, what have you learned?
Here we go then, map 3 out of 4 here on this particular first rotation of the maps here, starting on Xenogen by Vixa. Current record of the second division held by Charles once again with a 110.958, and already he's hitting the ground running, the Colombian player from Damascus Gaming, pulling a tenth of a gap to Manta in the first 3 checkpoints. And we do see already that Skun is getting left behind quite significantly, dropping down to P4, half a second down on the current leader, but most importantly, almost half a second down now to Scarper, currently holding on to third place and trying to catch up to Manta, piling on the pressure on the Slovenian. And we do see a very, very bad jump on the part of Charles, and that's going to be promoting the battle for a second to a battle to the lead of the race, with Manta currently holding a standfast lead of around 0.2 of a second. Scarper trying to go for a bit of a later recoup of the apex there. Heading into the third and final sector with checkpoint number 10. It's going to be still Manta leading by about a 1/10.5 of a second right now. Heading into the penalty grass part. Scarper continuing to try and pile on the pressure, managing to claw back some of that gap there, giving it to within a 1/10 of a second, and actually carrying a lot more speed in that final penalty grass part, moving into the lead ahead of the Slovenian from Team Eterna. Can he hold it all the way to the end? The answer is a yes, with a 1:11.388 as the early benchmark for that particular match. Manta finishes a 1/10.5 down, Charles finishes in third, and Skewen drops down to fourth place and will be down to 21 points as a result of this. And Scarperp, thanks to that first place, will be taking over the lead of that particular match by 1 point from Charles.
And that round has made this match particularly close. Now, Charles had that lead, as we said earlier on, but unfortunately has wasted it away with a few careless mistakes on Heartleap at the end of that map. And now in this first round on Xenogen, of course, Manta has made an error at the very start of this round and has found himself 1.3 seconds behind the rest of the pack. Charles, of course, he has the Division 2 record on Xenogen. Also, he'll be looking to replicate those sorts of times if he wants to get the match record and potentially a win in this match. It's Scarper, however, who is handing him the first place as he now sails away into the distance. All the players behind with a bit lower speed, struggling to make these transitions. Charles, though, is very comfortable at the front of the race. Skewin now in second place. This is an opportunity for him to gain back some points on his opposition. Scarper, again, a second mistake is going to demote him to that fourth position. It's a very nice drift from Manta. He's going to be a little bit wide, but he's going to carry a lot of speed into the outside grass there. And now he's going to be looking and setting his sights on Skewin ahead of him if the French player makes any mistakes. Charles also going to look to keep it clean as we head into the downhill here. What sort of time are we going to see from the Colombian? It's going to be 1:11.5, so not any faster than what we saw from Scarperp in that first round. And I expect them to get a bit faster in the next 2 rounds, if I'm honest.
And for Scarperp, it's a case of Xenogen giveth and Xenogen taketh away with that -10, which is going to be dropping him down from first to second place. And Charles regaining the lead by 9 points now from Scarperp, 64 to 55, heading into the 3rd round here on Xenogen. But Scarperp does have some solace in that, where he still retains the match record for the time being, and opportunities are going to get fewer and farther in between for Charles to actually get that 3rd match record in his wings right there, and he's going to have to get going really, really quickly if he wants to actually go faster than the .388 that Scarperp currently holds at the moment, which would be synonymous with 1 extra point for the Frenchman. Right now, it's still a very tight lead-knit group of 3 players, with Charles, Scarperp, and Manta exchanging positions checkpoint after checkpoint and corner after corner almost, until the very middle of the map right there, where Charles decides to press B for boost and try to build a little bit of a gap compared to the battle for the top 2, which is between Scarperp and Manta at the moment. Manta carrying a lot more speed into the corner, into checkpoint number 9, dropping Scarperp up to 3rd place at the split, but it's still very much a fight, still raging up until the bitter end. It looks like as Scarperp is still going side by side with Manta. Manta goes a little bit too wide though, thus travels a lot more distance and loses a lot of time compared to Scarperp, who's going to have a little bit of room to breathe, a little bit of reprieve for the Frenchman, but is he going to be able to hold on to that reprieve for long? Here comes Manta from the perspective of the Frenchman. Is going to be getting sniped almost for 18 milliseconds. He holds on to that particular 2nd place, and also Charles, of all things, 110.844, and that's the 2nd time in this match that the Division 2 record gets absolutely obliterated.
And this time he's breaking his own record. Charles, it's 2 maps, it's 2 division records. It's a lead of the match now, as after that shaky first round, he has gotten grip of this first position again. Scarperp has fallen a little bit behind, and Manta even further. Skewin is only 1 round away from that last chance if he were to finish in 3rd or in last position in this round. And you have to say, having seen the trend of the rest of the match, that's quite possible. Although Manta is doing his best to keep the French player in the match, Charles was a little bit shaky through that drift, but keeps it together. He loses a little bit of the advantage that he built up to Scarperp, and Scarperp gets a very nice transition with a lot of speed into the drop down into the plastic. Is going to get a nice inside line. However, Charles is going to carry that speed and be inside for this drift. Now it's going to come down to the 2nd half of this round. Who is going to risk it more? Who wants the round win more than the other person? Charles gets a really good transition, a lot of speed coming out of the penalty grass. Scarperp can only look and watch on as he can do his best, but he's not catching up to the Damascus Gaming player. He's going to keep it clean once again, further behind. The other 2 players have made additional mistakes. They're not going to be in contention for this round. Charles is going to set another .0, a very fast time, not his .8, but enough to win the round. And Scarperp gently is going to come home in 2nd position. Manta in 3rd, and Skewin will finish this round, however, is going to be dropped down into last chance.
Yeah, it's going to be dropped down at the last chance, and it's going to be coming up to the next map, which is going to be Arrogate, which we'll get onto in about 2 minutes' time. But yeah, quick score recap after we do have everything that's currently said and done. And match records, 3 for 3 so far for Charles. He can actually go for the clean sweep here in this particular match, and he's actually retaken those match records in pretty emphatic fashion with 2 back-to-back Division 2 records on 2 separate maps. So here is the score recap after 12 rounds played. 64 points for Charles, currently sitting in the lead. 47 for Scarperp in 2nd place. 36 for Manta in 3rd. And Skewin has expended his last few points by finishing last in the final round on Xenogen. As we head on to the next map, it will be Last Chance. So it will be not last at any cost for the Frenchman from Team Eclipse. Otherwise, it will be yet another last place finish. But given the stout level of players that he's facing against, it's very much nigh on mission impossible for him, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to be heading on to our last map, which is going to be Arrogate. And that can be a blessing in disguise, sort of. It's very difficult. A lot of very intricate and difficult sections on this match, which can solicit some mistakes from your opposition. So maybe you try and play a little bit safer, and you try and, pounce whenever those mistakes happen, because all you need to do is keep yourself in the game. You need to not get last, get 3rd, 2nd, 1st. It doesn't matter. As long as you're not last, you will stay in the match. So that is going to be Skewin's goal going into Arrogate. All the other players are going to be fighting for that 2nd, that 1st spot, but it's all going to be going down on Arrogate.
So here we go then on Arrowgate by Kerberos. Charles, very much the dominator of that particular rotation of maps that we have in this match, with all Division 2 records going the way of the Colombian, with a 113.279 credited to the man from Damascus Gaming, and already a very wonky landing, a very tiptoey landing from Skewin, going from one side of the tire to the other side of the tire and dropping him down to last place perennially, as we're going to be moving on to the top 3 fight between Scarperp and Charles, which are going to be moving away from Manta. Manta going for a little bit more of a conservative approach to that tight 180 left-hander before checkpoint number 5, and so it's going to be a battle between France and Colombia right now, and Scarperp trying to engage a lot more speed into that little camber change of corners between checkpoints 6 and 7, but Charles from Damascus Gaming is going to continue to have the upper hand right now, and decides to go for it in the third and final sector with a gap of 0.4 of a second credited to the man from Damascus Gaming. Scarperp has absolutely nothing else to do but just to watch on as Charles just scampers away into the distance and potentially pray for a mistake from the leader to try and get back into this thing, but it doesn't seem like the mistake is going to be cropping up. He's looking very solid, the man from Damascus. Charles looking to grab first place, and Scarperp will not be able to make it to the risky finish. He's forced to respawn, drops down to last place. Monta takes second place, third place for Skewin, and already another Division 2 record with a .959. Marginal improvement compared to his previous best, but still, right out of the gates, another Div 2 record. We're seeing the stopwatch being on absolute fire today.
That's extremely impressive, as there's a DNF at the other end, as we see Charles has one of the performances of his life. Unfortunately, at the other end, it's Scarperp who DNFs, and actually that keeps Skewin in the match. He had that early mistake. It looked like it might have been the signal to the end of his match, but once again Scarperp has had a bad start here, and is looking to keep his fellow Frenchman alive in this match, and leaves Manta and Charles to fight it out for that first spot. But as this game progresses, Charles just looks more and more unstoppable. The Colombian is really fast and is proving it. He's gotten 3 division records so far on this first rotation. Most of them he took from himself, which is even more impressive. At the moment, it's Manta's turn to try and keep up with him in this round. Going through the no-break section, Charles get a nicer exit, is going to extend that lead going into the outside dirt here. Do they drop down early, or do they take that bit of airtime? Both of them opt for the airtime, and then into the no-slide. Drop down nice and flat. Manta is a little bit wonky, which means that he's going to get the reactor a little bit later. And now as Charles is going to be leading us into this downhill section and this ever so important drift. You have to start it early, adjust as you can, and then get it nice and tight up the uphill. Make sure you have the speed to make this jump, get a nice setup for the end. Charles looks like he's got it quite nicely. He's going to keep it smooth. Skewin is going to look for no mistakes from himself and mistakes from the others, but they're not going to come true. Manta is going to get second place. It's another really fast time from Charles with a .1. Scarperp does manage to finish this round, but those 2 last rounds are going to be very costly for the Evo player.
Yeah, and this is where his good work from the previous maps have started to come very much undone for the man from Team Evo. He's going to have to try and sort out his gremlins that he's currently experiencing on this map to try and get himself back up into the fight for the very least second place with Manta, who's definitely brought the Frenchman down from his pedestal in second position, who with a pretty significant gap of around maybe hovering just over the 10-point mark thereabouts over the course of the match. But yeah, eventually he has fallen down quite significantly with minus 22 points in the space of 2 rounds, which is quite the fall from grace, and an even bigger fall from grace with that airtime, which has was further compounded by a bad landing, which steered him all the way into the pole, promoting Skewin. Skewin does not get promoted because he made an even bigger mistake beforehand, so it will be Manta left all on his own in the lead, as full second clear of Charles, who has not been looking too hot on this round. He's made a very significant mistake in the opening of that third round here on Arrowgate. So Manta in with a very solid shot of actually continuing to bring Scarperp down and actually pull a little bit of a gap on the Frenchman in the battle for second place, but he barely grazes the wall on the inside and is forced to take the safe way on the way to the finish line and avoid the jump altogether. So Charles will be recouping that first place despite the problems at the start with a 114.469. Manta's forced to respawn, so Scarperp will be able to salvage at the very least second place. Skewin is all the way down in last place. Manta should be able to reach the finish line, but I think Skewin is going to be curtains. He's going to be very tight. 5 seconds remaining. remaining. Oh, if he's got enough speed, he could go for the risky fin. Does he go for it? He goes for it, but does not have enough speed. Ah, this is such a painful way to get eliminated from the match. Skuan will have to be eliminated on the spot, and once again, it is a 4th place spot for the man from Team Eclipse, who's definitely finding the going tough, but in his defense, it is arguably the hardest matchup that he could probably ever face in the season.
Yeah, absolutely. He can be proud of his performance today. You know, maybe the results didn't go as well as he would have liked, but really, it's all about the experience for Skew, and he can go away from these matches and learn from what he saw and what he experienced, and just get better from here. Already he's playing against some of the best players in the world in Division 2, so really he can be proud of what he has done, and I hope he is. One man who definitely is Charles, who just looks really untouchable at the moment. It's Manta and Scarper tripping over each other, trying to catch up with the Colombian. And at the moment, he has a nice lead of nearly 0.5 seconds. Oh my god, that was the bug slide coming out from Scarper. That line that we have not seen as of yet. He decides to bring it out on Arrogate. I think he just passed Manta. Caught up about 0.3 to Charles, but that was absolutely wicked as he sends it into the drift. Now Charles actually clips, and Scarperup is now promoted to 1st place. Getting a 1st position in this round would be absolutely insane. Plus the skill points and the style points would just be extremely impressive. He does close it out with a 113.2, and Manta comes home in 2nd in his first time that Charles has not won a round, I believe, since that round on Xenogen, where Scarperup took 1st and took the lead of the match. And now look where we are.
Yeah, exactly, and yeah, kudos for Scarper for actually busting out the buck slide line. I didn't think we were going to be seeing it. Everybody was looking maybe a little bit tentative, a little bit more conservative, and then Scarper decided, you know what, I've got nothing to lose. I'm tied on points with Manta anyway, and heading into that round, so he decided to set himself up, go all the way onto the hill, and then get the car to flick over to the left-hand side and actually land at the proper angle to initiate the buck slide, which he did so beautifully, even fending off a little bit of a bump on the first part of the double left-hander in that way, and then gets completely sweeps across Manta and just manages to get a really solid round going. And then of course the pinball machine effect from Charles going from one wall to the other promoted Scarper up into the lead. So yeah, kudos to the man from Team Evo. Quick score recap after all those 4 maps played in the first rotation. It will be 55 points for Charles, still holding all the match records for himself. 19 points for Scarper, 15 points for Manta for the remaining players on the track. And of course Skewen already eliminated 1 round before the end of the first rotation in 4th place.
Yeah, Charles looking really comfortable. That line from Scarper was insane, and the confidence to bring it out in the last round of that rotation. You know, he didn't do it in the previous 3 rounds. Decided, you know what, I'm in a good fight with Manta here. If I get ahead of him, it could be quite important for the rest of the match. And just the confidence to pull it out. He did it so really well. But of course, even though he did that, he was still behind Charles. He needed a mistake from Charles to actually take the win in that round. So that just shows really sort of the level that the Colombian player is at. And I don't expect him to falter one bit as we head into the second rotation on these maps. I think he's going to close it out quite comfortably. He's got that really decent lead ahead of the 2 players who I think, to be honest, are going to be fighting for a 2nd place in this match. And that is going to be something that could be quite important when it comes down to the end of the season and the final rankings. And of course, we've seen Reshiram, we've seen Hartley, we've seen Xenogen, we've seen Arrogate. And soon we're going to be going back through that list once again.
Yeah, and it seems as though, yeah, it's going to be more of a case of damage limitation, especially for Manta, who was heading into days 2 and 3 as the leader of the standings, and of course Scarperp as the leading Frenchman in that particular standing, with 3rd place, of course, before the start of the matches yesterday. And a huge clip from Manta already at the beginning before checkpoint number 2, so the Slovenian player from Team Eterna is going to be out of the running. But I was quietly looking at the times being driven in the warm-up, actually, specifically by Scarperp. He's already done a 106.918 just a few seconds before we got that second rotation started, so I'm suspecting we're going to be seeing the match record potentially being brought down, and I think it's a good as time as ever to actually take a look at the match records that are currently being held here in this match, all by Charles, of course, as we do see a bit of a battle brewing, with Charles going a little bit slow on the way down to checkpoint number 7, and goes a little bit too early at the apex, promoting Scarpa up into the lead of the race, and that's going to be a case of just bringing this one home, bringing the car all the way to the finish line for the man from Team Evo, and that's a very unfortunate unfortunate mistiming of that turn-in for Charles that is even going to be compounding him down to almost 10 seconds down compared to the leader as we go through the final jump and the bumper into the finish line courtesy of Scarper. The time at the end is going to be a 107.371 to kick us off. Manta will be following a few seconds behind in second place, and Charles will be losing a good chunk of points, dropping 9 points on the spot actually. Won't be able to reach the finish line regardless, even with a bit of a sideways action heading into the bumper, but that's gotta sting a little bit, doesn't it?
It will, but he can kind of allow himself some of these rounds. Of course, not too many.
Yes.
You don't want to be dragged down into a bit of a fight in that last chance. We've seen so many matches decided by multiple last chance rounds, and Charles will want to be avoiding that as much as possible. He's shown that he is better than his opponents in this match so far, and he will not be wanting to fade in the end. As we can take a look at the match records provided to us by our partners at eCircuit Romania, and it's just a tally of Colombian flags followed by the name Charles that has just sent his car into the wall, unfortunately, which means that he's going to set himself down into third position behind Scarper and Manta, and is going to let those two players fight it out once again for the win on this round. Manta deciding not to go for the inside line. It might be sort of a case dependent line that he goes for in rounds. Didn't lose too much to the evil player ahead of him, however, and is going to be fighting for that first position nonetheless as we approach the second half of this round. Scarper keeps it nice and clean, but it looks like Manta has more speed going into this drift. Who is going to get better exit? Manta has a lot more speed with the wider line, and now we're heading in to the plastic bounce. Who gets it nice? Who does not wobble on the exit? And who is going to cross the finish line in first place? It is going to be Manta from Team Eterna ahead of Scarper. Going to recoup a bit of the losses that he had in that previous round, and is going to just tighten up that battle with the French player, looking to hold on to a potential second place in this match.
Great race between these two all the way into the third sector, I gotta say, because only 47 milliseconds between first and second, and there was a lot riding on the line because there was multiple checkpoints consecutively where they were basically ghost within ghost, so it was very much nip and tuck all the way through the final part of that previous round, heading into round number 3 out of 4 on the second rotation of Reshiram by Mephisto. Malta getting a solid start, will be just ahead of Scarper by about half a tenth of a second, but goes a little bit too wide, forced to actually overcorrect, allowing Scarper the opportunity to move up into the lead of the race at the box slide right down with the icy wheels, and Charles once again comes unstuck at the checkpoint 4 to 5 sector, which is extremely punishing if you have to respawn there. Once again, Malta opting to go for a bit of a wider setup and goes for the triangle line at the checkpoint rather than the trigger line at the checkpoint where you go full inside just like Scarper did, and actually huge clip from Manta from the right rear of his car on the way onto the plastic, so that's going to be compounding his deficit to almost 7/10 of a second, and even more than that now, 1.4 seconds down on the Frenchman, who just has to bring this one home. No need to push it any further than this, any further than he needs to. Now onto the plastic bounce from the Frenchman, and it will be an easy win for this round, and actually a record for this match that will be preventing a clean sweep from Charles just yet with a .937, but the bar was already set pretty high with a .950, so it's very much a marginal improvement that will be able to salvage one extra point for now, and Manta is on one single point, so no matter what happens, he's going to be finishing in the last chance at the end of this particular round. This is going to be the last chance as well for Charles to try and reclaim that match record.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, he might have that in mind, but if I was him, I would want to just get a clean round under my belt. He's had 3 poor rounds on Reshiram, and I said he could allow, some poor rounds. He had that advantage, that buffer that he could rely on, but that buffer is diminishing with every round that goes by, and with every time that Manta or Scarper pick up those first and second positions. For the moment, this map has been in the favor of Scarper. He's at a first, a second, and a first position, but right now it's Charles who's looking to take back the lead in this round. Manta has a bit more speed and catches up to the 2 competitors ahead. However, they are all within each other heading into this plastic section. Of course, the gears are really difficult to manage here on this downhill section. You want to cut in really early, get a nice transition with a lot of speed onto the sausage section. If you go for an inside or an outside drift here, you'll have more or less speed and less ground to cover, and looks like it's really even between all 3 players. It's Team Eterna player Manta who leads them into the plastic bounce, but who gets it better? Scarper is behind, and he's gonna stay ahead actually of Charles, and that's 0.1 of a difference between all 3 players, the slowest time being a 107.1. So a really good round from all 3 players, just showing the level that they have.
Yeah, very, very good run. But also, Scarper was very adamant that he needed to actually keep ahead of, at the very least, third place, because he was sitting on 7 points, or I think it was really sitting on the edge of actually finishing in last chance if he finished in last place at that particular round. He managed to avoid getting that last place. So yeah, Scarper did indeed minimize his losses and extract at the very least one more round in the place of safety. That is non-zero amount of points. Currently sitting on 3 points remaining, heading into our second rotation on Heartleap, which will be coming up in a bit. Charles, you did say he could allow a few buffer rounds, but right now the buffer has very much been well expended, as you alluded to, with three. I think it's like 3 out of 4 rounds where he has been having a bit of a Tory moment. So he's now down to 19 points. He must not rest on his laurels too much as we're heading into the next map to actually get a little bit more of a assertive foot in and saying, all right, let's get this over with. I'm done playing with you guys. I should just settle this down and time to go home.
Yeah, and he's going to be looking to do similar to what he did in the first rotation, where he really picked it up once we went on to Heartleap. He set in that first round the division record, which was the first of 3 to come afterwards, and he's going to want to do the exact same thing as we're heading onto that map once again. But yeah, really, he's going to have to pick it up pretty quickly, because more rounds go by, the more confidence that Scarper and Manta gain. And, even though they've been slightly slower for most of this match, if they're confident and, Charles is struggling a little bit with his mental, anything can really happen. So far, it has been pretty decent for Charles, but he really has to close it out, as you said. And behind him, it's a really, really close fight between the 2 next players. But to be honest, even though I was feeling quite confident before Reshiram, I'm feeling a lot less confident now. I'm not really sure if I could predict how this one is going to finish, who's going to get first, second, and even third. But we're going to head right back into Heartleap, and if the first rotation on this map is anything to go by, well, we've got an exciting round on our hands.
Yeah, we can see a lot more sparks fly potentially here on Roxy's Heartleap, heading into the first of 4 potential rounds to be played here on that second rotation of the red themed map, red colored map, I should say, here in this Beacon Born League map. Scarper is going to be leading at the end of sector number 1, heading into that very tight grassroad section where he came unstuck in one of the rounds in the first rotation, hitting the little pinch in the road on the left-hand side. But so far, no such case of a blunder for Scarper, continuing to hold it steadfastly halfway through the map and continuing to try and fend off the attacks of both Manta and Charles. Charles trying to slingshot his way all around the outside of the right-hander in the dirt, as we do see Manta trying to go for the regrip once again, but it does not pay off so far for the Slovenian player. And we do see a bit of a charge from Charles, trying to take the lead away from Scarper, and currently managing to make the move stick, but very briefly. How long can he actually keep up? He gets a very much better exit from that reactor boost part, heading into the long left-hander in the dirt. It's still Charles holding a very, very nice lead. Watch out for Manta, though, trying to survive for at the very least one more round. Scarper is very much in trouble right now. Is he going to be able to keep the gap all the way to the finish? The answer is no. He goes too low on the finish, and Manta survives for one more round. Such a shame to have that happen for the man from Team Evo. We are heading up to a double survival status to decide who goes in third and who goes in second place potentially, whilst Charles just sees that happening in the background and says, okay, I'm still somewhat safe with my 17 points.
It's now into double last chance. Manta, with that push at the end, put the pressure on Scarper. He failed the risky fin, and now they're both on last chance. Dragged him down into that fight, and now Scarper, he's gonna have to just clean it up in this round. It would be such a shame for him to regret just that particular moment after a really good comeback in this match, a really good performance on Reshiram. He cannot let it slip now on Heartleap. He's got Charles ahead of him, but that is going to be a mistake, and that could be the end of his match unless there is a mistake from Manta and Charles ahead of him. He could be ruining that risky fin that Roxy has placed, and Manta, if he knows the situation he's in, he might do, but it might have caused him to just clip on the outside there. Their Scarperp is going to try and catch up. Manta again went for the regrip, but is going to have additionally less speed because of that clip, and Scarperp catches up. He's within basically a car length of the Eterna player, and they're going to be fighting out. He goes for the aggressive inside line. He's going to have less speed power than Manta going into the outside dirt here. Who gets it clean? Scarperp gets it nicely, but is going to have less speed and an outside exit. They both go for the drifts very nicely. Manta seems to keep it clean. He does not clip the engine off. As long as he does not miss the risky fin, he should be fine. And ahead of them, there's a division record by Charles, but it is going to signal the end of the match for Scarperp.
End of the match for Scarper, and such a shame to have that previous round, that bonk in the risky fin after going too low on the drop down. dictate whether he could actually get away with 9 points or 10 points instead of 7 points that he's currently having to come away with at the present moment. And Charles having a little bit of a blunder at the start of round number 3 there, touching at the apex of turn number 1, just here 20 seconds after finishing in first place on that round and coming in with a brand new division record, of course, with a 1:11.403. And Manta takes advantage of that particular blunder from Charles to move into the lead of the race and pull a gap of 0.4 of a second. Now, after being down in the doldrums for so long, Manta could have a very, very solid opportunity to actually make it a little bit more even Stevens at the front and try to actually snatch a win away from Charles's grasp. Charles has been looking like the prime candidate all match long to actually take the clean sweep. A clean sweep that will not happen, of course, with Scarper still holding on to his match record. But Manta looking to try and have a little bit of a word in and saying, you're not going to come away with 12 points at the very least this time, because I'm still trying to get a little bit of a word in edgewise. Oh, that's such a good exit from Charles. Manta was trying to go for the full aggressive line like Scarper did, and that compounds his exit speed quite dramatically, as we're going to be heading into the final corner of Charles, going a little bit wide there. He goes too wide and hits the side, and that's going to be allowing Manta to survive one more round. Oh my goodness, Charles was looking to have basically a stake ready to be planted into Manta's heart. But he needs to finish indeed, but that is such a shame for Charles. He will, at the very least, cut his loss by reaching the finish line and just losing 8 instead of a potential minus 12 in that particular instance. But Charles now one loss away from a mano-a-mano between himself and Manta for the benefit of those 12 juicy points for the win.
Charles must be feeling the pressure in this one. He had that early clip and then did so well to catch up and even pass Manta in that round, but unfortunately it was just too much at the end. He had too much speed, sent it into the light pole, and now he is, as you said, one round away from being in a 1v1 round against Manta for the win of this match. And let's not forget that if that does happen, we would be heading onto our next map, and Charles is looking to make it happen as he's clipped on the inside of that drift, and now Manta gains the lead and looks to send Charles into last chance. He clipped on this outside dirt before, but he doesn't this time. It's his competitor Charles who does so. Charles is even further behind now. What's the gap? It's 0.8 of a second. Manta, he must realize the position he's in. He has a shot at taking the victory in this match. He is absolutely no right to be in this position. Charles should have finished this match ages ago, but for some reason we are here. This is the timeline that we are living in, and Manta is relishing the opportunity to send Charles into last chance. He just needs to keep it clean. He's done really well on this drift all match long, as long as he keeps it nice and safe into the finish. Ooh, that was risky. It was close, but it does the job. And now we're going to have one final round on our next map, which is going to be Xenogen.
Yeah, I have a feeling that was a little bit of an unnecessary finish that Manta did. He went all the way to actually go for that upper right corner at the risky fin. He managed to make it, but my god, that was right a few pixels away from disaster, pretty much, on the part of the Slovenian. And yeah, this is all that it's come down to. One final duel round, mano a mano between Charles and Manta. You said it. Manta should have finished this match ages ago. He was the prime candidate to actually come away with a potential 15 points or even 16 had it not been for Scarper stealing that last match record away. But now it could very well be just a tie on points between Manta and Charles over the course of that single match being taken, because yes, Charles will be able to actually get 3 extra points, but that's going to be exact same amount of times points as if you were winning the match. Sorry if I'm kind of losing my words there. Fatigue is starting to set in because of how insane the matches are, and we're barely halfway through the day.
It feels impossible to be in this situation. Yeah. I mean, I feel kind of ashamed of how confident I was that Charles was going to close this out, because Manta and Scarper really picked it up once they headed on to Reshiram. Of course, Scarper eventually did drop out earlier on, but Manta has then just continued that progress and the inroads that they made into Charles's lead, and has actually got himself into this 1v1 position. And it's all going to come down to one round. Who has the mental, who has the nerve, who can keep their nerve on this one round on Xenogen? Of course, Charles is at the pace all match long. But is he going to have it when it really matters, when he needs to rescue this match? Of course, they say that champions are made not by winning matches, but they're made by winning matches when it's really difficult, when they don't play well. And if he can do that today, then he could, assert himself as one of the favourites to go through as auto-promoted into Division 1. But if he doesn't, then he could be the person who threw it all away in this match against Manta.
Indeed, as we're going to be heading into our last round, which starts right here, right now on Xenogen by Vixa. Charles still holding very much his stranglehold on the match record with a .844, which is also the brand new Division 2 record here on this map. Some 7/10 away from the overall world record driven by the Flying Dutchman. That is Stutz, of course, in the Division 1. But right now, match records don't matter. It's all about finishing in first place at the very end of this round, and right now it's going to be side by side through the first sector. Manta managing to keep himself in level checking ground between himself and Charles, although we do see Charles trying to pull a little bit of a gap right now, heading into sector number 2. Checkpoint 6 and 7 cleared right now. Charles, the jump gave him a little bit of troubles in one of the rounds. He was looking very wide out there on that negative camber corner, so Manta takes the opportunity to move up into contention side by side, almost heading into checkpoint number 9. Maybe a little bit more speed on the exit with the late apex from Charles, heading into the corner checkpoint 9, that little pinch in the road. Checkpoint number 10, it's going to be still the Colombian leading, heading into the penalty grass section. Can Manta pull a little bit more speed on the entry? The answer is a yes. It's still very close. 60 milliseconds between first and second right now. Charles still holding on to the lead. Checkpoint 12 out of 13, heading into checkpoint number 13. Maybe a little bit more entry speed for Manta, but is it going to be enough? I don't think so, unless there's a little bit of a world rush at the very end. Charles versus Manta to the line. Charles misses up the finish. It's all tied up, and it's going to be the GG. Manta takes the win with the 111.278. Oh my goodness. I thought it was a tie, but no, he didn't even reach the finish trigger. Oh my goodness. I don't want to be rude, but that is a bottle and a half if I've ever seen one. Oh my goodness. And Manta, from being so far down in the doldrums, to call back that gap bit by bit on the second rotation. First rotation looked very strong for Charles, but it's the second rotation which really did him in, and I think I'm gonna have to take a breather, and I think you're gonna have to take a breather as well. And of course, right there to analyze everything is gonna be Mime and Nua. Take it away. I'll be joining you in a bit because, oh boy, that was spicy.
I don't know what I meant to analyze out of that. That was... I mean, hey, what do we even say? Charles dominated that match early on. In the first round through 3 out of 4 maps, he got a division record. And Mime, he could not quite close it out.
Yeah, it was heartbreaking to see, not gonna lie. Especially after the gap he pulled, the times he was driving. He had 3 out of 4 division records in the match. That was absolutely insane. And yeah, it's just... That's the way it goes in those final stages of the match. It can go anyway if you're not confident, if you're struggling, stressed, then so it's tough.
We are going to pull up the match results. Here's what's been going on in Division 2 then across the rest of it. You can see Dark and Dazzle, the Frenchman, winning in matches 3 and 4. Jaka, Manta's teammate, wins over in match 2. And of course, Manta just beating out Charles there. Now, I think the most interesting part of this is, and I don't know if we can pull up the div table right now, I don't know if we're ready for it. Charles comes second, but gets 3 match records. Manta comes first. They tie on points. They remain tied after that match at the top of Division 2, G-Geek.
Yeah, indeed, and also I do have to mention the victory of Dark62 in his match, along with 3 match records, which allows him to move up into P4 and become the highest placed Frenchman in the contingent, currently sitting in P4 with 34 points, Scarper dropping down to second, and yeah, Noishi also having a really solid showing for himself in second position with 31 points for the Argentinian, and yeah, Skewen currently still languishing at the bottom, but hey, in his defense, he had arguably the hardest match he could possibly ever have in this season, so it's only uphill from there, I think.
It only gets easier from here on out. Not for the players we're about to see, though, because we are ready to head on up to Division 1, where things are going to be difficult for everyone involved. We're going to go to a very quick break, but we will be back after that with all of the division action for the Beacon World League Season 2. Welcome back to the Beacon World League, where Division 2 has wrapped up for week 2. The standings started to clarify a little bit by the end of the day. Their players know what they need to do to break those top 6 spots. But we get ready to head on in to Division 1, and we have a treat of a match lined up for you to kick things off. And we are so close to match time that we have no time. We're going to have to do it on the fly. We're going to head directly into pick bands. It is Nico, it is Push, Dito, Paco, it is Stuffed, and it is Epos and Mime. Paco, Stuffed, and Epos. I mean, these 3 guys, they are the next generation, right? These are the up-and-comers of the Trackmania community right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been on an insane uprising, especially the last year. Paco, insane World Cup performance. Even though he missed barely, it was still memorable. I think it really showed how great all these new people can be, especially after playing for only 3 years, like Stuffs and Epos. You can see that the shift already, and yeah, it's gonna be interesting to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting. Babs, Stuffed has banned away Maharaga to kick things off here, but Stuffed, I think, is allowed to do whatever the hell he wants in Div 1 at the moment after the week 1 performance he had.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, he gained his spot in the pick and ban and able to ban out Maharaga just because he has the least combined PB. So, you know, it's merited from his side. He's able to do whatever he wants, which means we're not going to see the funny yellow map this time around, but we are going to see Arrogate. And I want to see if any players are doing that line that we saw Scarper doing in Div 2.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting. I don't think we even have time for predictions on this one, but I'm going to ask for them anyway. One word, one name, Mime. Who wins this match?
I mean, it's obvious. I have to be biased. It's going to be Paco.
All right, Babs. I mean, when we get bias out of the way, who wins this match?
Stuffed.
Yeah, I think that's fair. We're going to head on over to the caster desk for this, our first match of Division 1 for Week 2. G-Geek, what do you got for me?
Well. You're here. Welcome aboard, man. It's good to have you. And you're going to be coming in as great backup because, not going to lie, the last 2 Division 2 matches were so insane that I'm starting to feel a little bit of a desert valley forming in my throat. So, yeah, I feel like I definitely need all the backup I can. And if I may get my prediction in as well, yeah, there's only one player name that comes in. It's in 6 letters, and it's Stuffs, of course. Given the pace that he's shown on week 1 and just how insanely fast this guy is in general, I think there is very little that can come close to challenging this guy.
Now, I am going to throw a little bit of interesting things at you, which is that we have insider information coming from the British and Irish community, which is that I think a lot of the British and Irish guys have been grinding this week on the tracks and are potentially feeling okay about them. Now, how well that translates in match, always a question. But I will also remind you, Epos is our defending champion. I mean, he's definitely not to be underestimated here. Paco, I think, look, a little bit more of a question mark over him for sure. He looked a little bit less trained in week 1. He was playing the the World Tour Community Tournament this morning and things as well. So maybe he has not focused as much in week 2 as we might expect some of these other guys to do, but still could be there. I mean, I don't think you can count Paco out of any match he's playing.
Yeah, you definitely cannot count Paco of anything that he's taking part in. He's had such a great build-up over the course of the over the course of the very first half of this year, and even the final part of last year, of course, with Mime, which Mime alluded to with his performance at the World Cup qualifier, which was very much a memorable one indeed. But perhaps he was a very good springboard before taking off in the first part of the year with, of course, his first LAN appearance as part of ITB at the Playzone Challenge in Prague, then followed on shortly afterwards with the Comic Con Baltics, his first ever major appearance, before winning his very first major at the end of June with the Game Mart Cup, and then after that becoming world #1, which holds spot that he still holds to this day. And yeah, there's a lot of premise and a lot of promise for the young Hungarian, as yeah, we do have the map that is going to be loaded, and actually the map is already loaded, but yeah, we are going to be starting off on Arrowgate by Kerberos, which we'll get it to look at in just a little bit, and I'm kind of looking forward to see how the players get on with, because yeah, I had a little bit of a glimpse at Div 1 with the match from Epos and Richie, and it's fair to say, yeah, Epos was looking very much on the sharp end. I mean, it goes without saying. Richie had a very difficult start to his particular campaign, only finishing in 3rd, I think, in his match, if I recall correctly, but I mean, Here, he's very much going to be fighting at the very top of the pile in this particular match versus Stutz in particular. So this is going to be a very interesting prospect to follow along.
Yeah, and look, we haven't really mentioned his name. Nico, also in this match, worth noting, he is a very good player in his own right, but I think just with the level of the names stacked up against him, I think Nico and Paco, potentially an interesting fight in this match for sure. And Nico was a mid-table player last season in Beacon as well, so I think it's just worth noting what the quality is at the top of the table now with Nico and seeing how he performs against them. With that in mind, let's head into Arrowgate.
Welcome to the age of cybernetics.
We may have had treats in Division 2, but this is the real meat and potatoes of the day. Division 1 starting right now with Stutz, Epos, Nico, and Pusito Paco. Round 1 out of 4 here on Arrowgate. Right here, right now. Already we do see Epos and Stutz locking wheels, locking horns in the first couple checkpoints, and Nico being the first casualty by touching on the outside with the left rear in the grass road part. Heading into checkpoint number 4 now, it's going to be a 3-horse race between Stutz, Epos, and Paco, with Stutz trying to pull a little bit of a gap on the man from Blue Jays right now, with Paco in hot pursuit in third place right now, heading into the mid portion of the map, heading into the platform, then a little bit of a camber change, a bit of a clip from Epos, which is going to be dragging him down into third position, going very close to the inside there on that spiraling downturn in the left-hander. Are we going to be seeing any buck slide? Yes, Paco and Epos going for the buck slide, and both pull it off beautifully with a little bit of airtime and a little bit of a bump from Epos, which is guaranteeing him first place with a 10th.5 of the advantage over Stutz right now. Heading in the third and final sector, Paco scrubbing off way too much speed on the way into the corner, so he's going to be dropping it down into third place. Epos versus Stutz heading into that particular jump into the finish line. Is Epos going to have enough speed for the finish? Yes, he's going to have enough speed to actually make the jump. Heading into the transfer, Stutz carrying a lot more speed on the way into that transfer, but it's not enough to dislodge Epos from the lead of the race, despite a little bit of a hot moment there at the finish. We both saw it. We both held our breath for a second there, but for 55 milliseconds, Epos keeps his record clean. Stutz loses 4 points, 7 points lost for Paco, and Nico dropping down to 4th and losing 10 points already.
That's round 1. That's round 1. Calm down, boys. There's so much to go. I don't know if you noticed, G-Geek, we were a couple of hundredths off the division record in that round, and that was very clearly not the pace that these guys have. I mean, world record up there at the moment, 112.4 by Epos. I feel that's under threat. That's under threat in this match for sure. And I'm delighted to see, I mean, Paco, look, wasn't quite there at the finish line with Epos and Stutz, but was on the pace for a lot of the map, and that gives me hope that this is not a two-way race, this is a three-way race over the course of this match. Epos comes out in round 1, but once again, losing speed through that transition in the middle, the no brakes, no slide section then, but Epos has this bug slide line down, and he is gaining on Stutz easy, 2-3 tenths on that section of the track, and will continue to do so over the course of the match.
Yeah, very, very solid consistency in the execution of the bug slide line there for Epos, allowing him to pull a gap of 2 tenths versus Stutz here on the final sector. Paco and Nico battling with each other, and Stutz clipping very heavily at the very edge of the jump. He's going to have to go for the safe way, I do think so. Epos will take the win with a 0.659. Oh my god, what on earth is that time? We're already 4 tenths clear of Tween's time and 2 tenths away from record, so I think you're right in saying that the record is under threat, but also Nico coming in with a very creditable second place. I mean, we should kind of point that out because, yeah, that keeps Nico back in the game and levels the playing field for second, third, and fourth. But Epos, my word!
Yeah, Nico, Stutz, Paco tied on 86 points, Epos on a perfect 3-digit 100 points after 2 rounds. I'm also going to remind everyone, that bug slide line, fully legal. The players that discovered it checked it with admins before week 1. Players knew about this line, but nobody in week 1 felt confident in going for it. Epos will touch on the outside of the dirt, but that line, fully legal. It is A-okay, it has been checked, and the admins are happy that that is okay.
Yeah, if you're wondering, if you want the motorsport speak terms, it is an Eduardo Freitas approved line here on the on that particular sector in sector number 9. We're going to see Nico pull it off as well as Paco. Paco was a little bit too shallow on the entry, so he's going to be rubbing the right rear alongside the outside wall in the middle part of that double left-hander before checkpoint 9. But Nico and Stutz actually locking horns, battling for the lead, but Stutz with a much better exit from the reactor boost part before turn number 11, or before CP11 rather, will be taking away the lead and pull a quarter of a second of a gap compared to Nico. Goes very much on the left-hand side, goes very far onto that jump, and that should be good enough for the man from Team Wild. The first major winner of the year, 12.999 for the Dutchman from Team Wild. Nico in second, Paco in third, and Epos having his first ever loss of round, and actually his first round outside of first place here, dropping down to 90.
I mean, that's a full 10-point loss for Epos there, punishing round. And I mean, immediately, the gap closes back up. Stutz is only 4 points behind Epos all of a sudden. That is what one last place does. And in a match looking as close as this one, those scores are going to fluctuate. That sure feels close. Epos will touch on the inside. It's not the end of the world when you still have the reactor there. He's not lost a huge amount of ground, but it will mean he's fighting from a deficit. He's going to need that bug slide line just catch back up. It's not going to be the full secret weapon that it should be in this round.
Yeah, heading into sector number 2 right now, it's going to be pretty much a tightly knit fight, and despite that little bit of a blunder at the start for Epos in this round, he's still going to be very much at the tail end of the leading field. But Nico, that's a very unfortunate clip for the Frenchman from Team Oserve, and he's going to be dropping at the tail end of the field perennially now as we're heading into checkpoints 8 and 9. Stutz going to be opting for the more conservative line, whilst Paco tries to go for the bug slide. Same for Epos. They're going to be catching up very slowly, but it's a very sluggish exit from both of them as Stutz takes advantage of that particular fact to move away further and further in the lead. And now Nico is back in the thick of it. Hello, trying to salvage a little bit of a point save here, trying to battle for third and even for second place. Look at this, it's going to be side by side by side. Paco's all over the shot, cool stomp picking into the wall, and that's going to be promoting Nico up into third place, who clips at the very edge of the jump. Epos moves up to second. Stutz will be taking the round win with a 113.084. Epos second. Nico should be able to cross the line in third. Yes, he does. And Paco, we're just going to be waiting for him to cross the finish line, but that's such an unfortunate crash to have just before the big speed check jump there for the Hungarian. He barely makes it across the risky finish jump as well, but that's going to be a very big 10-point loss there for world #1 player.
Yeah, and super interesting to see both Epos and Paco going for the bug slide line in that last round, and both of them losing time on it in nearly the exact same way as Stutz just shot off into the distance at that point off the track as well. So it is worth remembering, no matter how much you've practiced it, that line is riskier than the standard way. There's big time gains to be had. There's big time losses to be had as well. G-Geek, we get ready. That was only track 1. We've got another track to go. We'll be revisiting Arrowgate later on as well. But for now, we're going to be heading to Xenogen. And again, a little bit of insider information. Epos was not particularly happy that Nico picked this track second, because that will mean that this should end up as the decider track. So could be interesting. Let's keep
it's
an eye
going to
on
be
how
very
Epos does
interesting
here.
to see. And it's also very interesting to see that we had a very strong dynamic in the first 2 rounds, right? With Epos looking very much a dominant force, looking very assertive, trying to say, okay, this is my map now. Let me get on with it. You're not going to get anything. And then 2 rounds later, then, yeah, everything is kind of evened out in terms of the scores, with 86 points apiece for both Epos and Stutz, are going to be continuing to keep themselves in close proximity. Nico at 75 and Paco on the nicest score possible at 69 points as we're heading on to Xenogen by Vixa.
Humans, what have you learned?
Welcome to Xenogen. The green map arrives, and with it, our second map of the match. Epos and Stutz stay tied at 86 points. Will this be the map to separate them? I mean, look, Epos had the advantage on Arrowgate over Stutz. You'd have to say, the bug slide line, time gained there, a near guaranteed 2 or 3 tenths per round. And even with that, they are tied heading to map 2. So I'm kind of expecting Stutz to start to pull away from this one, but Paco giving him a fight to kick things off. They are wheel to wheel at the front. Epos and Nico are only just behind. A 10th separates the entire field as we make our way winding through open fields. As open as any competitive track gets in Trackmania 2020 in the year 2024, and that is not very open at all. Precision all the way down as we enter the most precise turn of all. That turn is scary as you approach it at full speed. The gap barely wider than a car width, but Stufts is holding his nerve. He's holding the lead. It'll be Epos who clips on the inside for the first mistake. It's Stufts with the advantage, and Nico and Paco will try and gain time back. A jump to come. This jump described by some as a mini identity here on Xenogen. There's definitely time to be made up here, but nobody really managing to find a major advantage as Stufts pulls away into the lead. Stufts crosses the line in first, sets the benchmark on a 1:10.5, is incredibly fast. That is scary for the rest of this match.
That is scary. The bar has been set very, very high by the man from Team Wild. The Flying Dutchman has responded and has answered the call, and is basically just less than a 10th away from his own Division 1 record. Still quite a ways away from his own world record, which is a .181. But
absurd.
I mean, we were within touching distance of the record on Arrogate. I'm guessing we might be not that far off either on Xenogen if the progression of rounds was anything to go by on the first map of the rotation. So far, it's going to be Nico feeling a little bit under the weather and dropping down a little bit behind the top 3 group of Stufts, Paco, and Epos, who are very much ghost within ghost, side by side, heading into checkpoint number 7. Everybody negotiating the jump just fine. Epos looking a little bit wide there before we head onto the plastic part. Checkpoint number 8, Stufts with a perfect landing. He's going to be battling with Paco for the lead of the race, and Epos continuing to try and keep himself in check for the battle for the lead, trying to hold on for dear life, and Paco gets away with a little bit of a nibble of the wall with the left-hand side of his car, and he does not get away with it for too long as he gets overrun by Epos for second position. Stufts, in the meantime, has not put a foot wrong at any point so far in this round, continues to hold a very healthy lead, with a lead which continues to be extended to almost 0.3 of a second. We're going to have to witness what the stopwatch says here at the end of this round. It will be another 0.544 for the Dutchman from Team Wild. Epos second position, Paco in third, Nico in P4, and there has been no big mistakes or any big casualties to report on. It's just half a second between first and last, which at this stage can be just a bit of a sneeze that could very much decide that gap.
And 0.5 consistently from Stufts is absurd. That is terrifying. I mean, just looking down the times that have been driven in competition here on eCircuit Mania, shout out to our partners providing all the stats. Very few other drivers have driven 0.5 at all in competition. In fact, 3.5s or better have been driven. In fact, make that 4 with what Stufts has driven in this match, and basically all of them are Stufts. Nobody else is coming close to what he's pulling off on this map. And with that in mind, I think the fact that Epos wasn't delighted that Nico picked this map second comes into a little bit more focus.
Yeah, this is true, and as we were mentioning and actually waxing lyrical about stuff, this is the first round where he actually found himself a little bit on the back foot with a bit of a wonky transition, heading into checkpoint number 8 on the plastic, dropping the Dutchman back down into third place. So that promotes Epos and Paco into first and second. Nico still has a little bit of a hope maybe to try and snatch third place or even second place away, but that hope quickly fades away with that wonky entry to checkpoint number 12 and that grazing of the wall on the inside. Stutz moves ahead of Paco for second place. Epos should be able to come away with the round win there with a time of another .511. It's a tie between these two in terms of times, but I think by virtue of Stutz having done it first, is going to be you know what that is? You know what that is, Nua? That is a repeat of Canadian Grand Prix qualifying 2024. Both drivers doing a 112 flat, and Russell did it first, so he got pole. Here was Stutz who did the time first, so he still gets to hold on the match record there.
That's nonsense. I don't think it's ever come up before in Beacon. Maybe it has and I'm misremembering, but yeah, I guess we know now. If you drive the time first and then someone ties it later in the match, whoever drove it first gets the advantage. It is not name diff. I mean, I don't know why Epos didn't just drive 1/1000 of a second quicker, G-Geek. That would have solved his problems immediately.
Yeah, that's it. That is very true. Now, I do kind of want to bounce onto one of the stats that you actually said. 4.5s being driven with all of them being Stufts. It's not exactly the case anymore, but I mean,
Nope.
he is channeling in that Usain Bolt energy. I mean, hey, fair to him. His team Wild has Usain Bolt as one of his main founders. We do have a little bit of a battle still brewing. Epos still managing to hold on to the lead, less than a 10th away from Stufts in second place. And I'm just going to let you take over the final sector.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, it's close, and I'll get to my point afterwards. But right now, Epos holds the lead from Stufts. Paco is going to crash behind, hitting a wall. Looked like a wall bang, but not ideal, as Epos is going to find a wall as well. He's probably going to have to go for the safe in as well. That'll allow Paco back through. Nico is 6 seconds behind, but even he might manage to catch Epos at this point. Won't quite. He's a little too far back. Stufts, meanwhile, puts it beyond doubt and improves the match record up to a 110.504 on Xenogen. The point I was going to make in the middle of that, G-Geek, is that as much as we're saying Stufts, incredible, he's so quick on Xenogen. He's one of the few players to drive a 110.5. The only other player to do it before this match was Epos. So, I mean, as much as Stufts is dominant, Epos is there. I think it's fair to say, though, after that map, he's a clear second place. And that's unfortunate because he is well clear of the rest of the field.
Yeah, he's well clear of the rest of the field, and I gotta say, heading into the final round on Xenogen, I thought I was gonna let you go for the final sector, and you did the final sector, and I was like, Epos has got this. He's gonna completely smash the record, and then that little bonk completely sent him off the rails. I think we could have either seen a low 0.4 or maybe even a new division record with a 0.3 there. So very unfortunate stuff to happen. Maybe we'll see that crop up a little bit later on during the map rotation if Xenogen does come again, as we're going to be heading on to our next map. Quick score recap after 8 rounds played. Just as a quick reminder, 82 points for Stufts, 65 for Epos, 44 for Nico, 41 for Paco. So yeah, we've seen the gaps widen quite dramatically over the course of that first half of that opening rotation here on this match, and that rotation is set to continue with Reshiram by Mephisto up next.
You know how we roll.
Welcome to Reshiram, where Stufts is looking to extend his lead, and I'll be honest, I'm starting to feel like he might be able to do it. He has started the match strong. He's looking to continue strong, and a tight transitional map, I mean, they all kind of are, but Reshiram definitely punishing, and I get the feeling that when you're not making any mistakes, any map that punishes mistakes, it's going to favor you.
Yeah, indeed, and heavily transitional map, a bit more so than those on the map pack, which is still very high on the difficulty spectrum. But I think this is very much a Mephisto map in the way that it's actually put together. You could see, well, in the building, of course, very high up off the ground, of course, with all these being kind of being up in the air, but also in the way that technical sections are chained together. It is very much a Mephisto map through and through, as Paco gets a little bit of a taste of what it's like to actually touch the walls on the outside of the ideal line on the Mephisto map, and drops back down to P4, and it will be Epos taking a very solid lead of 2/10 ahead of Stufts, and we do see Nico in hot pursuit actually in third. Not too shabby for the man from Team Oserv, trying to recoup some of the lost time in that final corner, but he's going to be running out of time and running out of blocks there to make any kind of difference. So it's going to be Epos, Stufts, and Nico 1, 2, 3 with a 106.512, and it's a brand new Division 1 record driven straight away by the man from Blue Jays, less or just a smidge over 2/10 away from Stufts' world record.
Oh my lord. They're so close. I mean, Stufts was right there with him in that round as well, and I do not get the feeling that that is out of Stufts' reach. I mean, obviously it's not. He still holds the world record, which is 2/10 ahead of Epos, but I think one of the scariest things about Stufts as a player is his ability to pull those times out in rounds. And I mean, what a start he's off to in this round, already pulling out a gap of 1/10. Flawless driving through these first few corners.
flawless driving through the first few corners. We do see from the perspective of Nico that Paco was a little bit too wide exiting that sector into checkpoint number 4, so he was a little bit all over the shot trying to correct it and avoid hitting the wall on the outside. Again, difference of lines with Epos going for the full inside line, just getting the trigger, whilst Stutz goes for the more conventional triangle trigger line, which does pay off quite significantly better for Stutz, who's able to snatch the lead away from Epos by about 2.5 to a quarter to 3/10 of a second there and thereabouts, as we do see chaos from behind with Nico and Paco having well and truly left the building when it comes to the battle for retaining as many points as they can, with Stutz looking to be on an absolute blinder of a round there. I'm kind of curious to see what the stopwatch will say on this one. Epos will have to be content with second place, and at the end, a .482 from Stutz, getting to within 2/10 of his own world record. Nico finishes in third. Paco should be able to reach the finish line. He does so with plenty of time to spare, but man, they just keep turning up the heat. I feel like these are not Trackmania cars. They should replace the model with Top Fuel Dragsters, because that's what we're actually seeing at work there.
Yeah, I mean, Epos wasn't slow in that round. He was 2/10 behind. He was maybe a 10th behind his new division record for the last round. And Stutz just does one better. Goes a 10th faster than Epos did in the last round. I mean, this is what we were hoping for. This is what Trackmania looks like at the top of the Beacon World League. And I mean, look, you expect to see Stutz and Epos in playoffs. Honestly, you kind of expect to see both of these players in finals when we get to that point of competition as well. And I mean, I'm looking forward to that, and I'm just enjoying the ride while we're here during league play.
Yeah, I think we're all enjoying this ride, as we do see, again, Stutz going for the more conventional line. Paco trying to go for the trigger line, much more aggressive, but also a lot less exit speed, and Stutz takes advantage of that fact to retake the lead away from Paco by about 2/10 of a second. It's going to be Nico, the first heavy casualty here on this map, dropping down to a 1.5 down on the leading duo of Stutz and Paco, who are still keeping close tabs with each other, and Epos, I think, is a bit more of a remote independent adjudicator in third position right now, heading into the final jump into the finish line after that little plastic bounce. It's still Stutz leading by about a 10.5 from Postito Paco, and it will be remaining this way with a time of a .532. Still looking at the low .5 there as a quick time indeed. Paco just 2/10 down, Epos in third, and Nico in P4 very much falling down into the gutter at this stage of the match with just 20 points remaining. Paco down on 17, not having had a great match so far either, but maybe that second place is just a glimmer of hope of that there can be something saved there.
Yeah, do you want to know what's terrifying, G-Geek? Stutz gained a 10th on that division record in that round on his final bounce. I mean, and he's still got a 106.5. That division record sitting at 106.4, it could have been a 106.3, is what that says to me. That's the pace that Stutz is generally driving in this match. He won't be driving it in this round. And while we have a second, let's address this alternate line that Epos and Paco are taking on this turnaround. When driven, ideally, going through the checkpoint that way, in theory, is going to gain them a 10th, maybe 2/10. But there is a risk reward. You obviously need to get high enough to trigger the checkpoint, and making sure that it's safe going high enough does almost wipe away that entire potential gain as well. So as we've seen, generally speaking, it's going to be relatively even between the two lines, but when it's driven on the edge in a very close round, the way that Epos and Paco are taking that checkpoint is potentially just a little bit quicker. As Epos will head to the line, what kind of pace is he on? Ahead of Paco, it's a new division record, baby. That's a 106.4.
He's like, hey, I can do that too. Hey, hold my beer. He's like, oh, you can drive a sub .5. Yeah, hold my beer. I'm just going to get another .4 in. .466, courtesy of Epos. And yeah, it's right that you actually explained the differences between these two alternate lines that we've seen at checkpoint number 6 and 7. But overall, from what we've seen in those particular rounds, it's more that the speed offset is a lot more in favor of the traditional line, given the kind of wider track that you actually take across the circuit to actually get yourself a much better setup maybe for that drop down. So yeah, if you end up miscalculating your approach at the full inside trigger line on that corner, then you risk being in a lot of trouble and getting absolutely done for on the way down the hill.
Yep. Well, we head to a map that's maybe a little bit more relaxing. I don't think there's any surprises in store for us on our final map. I don't know about relaxing, but, you know, I mean, hey, it'll get my heart leaping, if you know what I'm saying. Because, yeah, it's the final map in the map pack. We head into it with Stutz on 68 points, Epos on 54. And I think it's time to talk about it. Paco and Nico on 13 points apiece are starting to have to think about last chance mode. Not a match that there's any shame in coming for 4th in, but that is the situation that both of these players find themselves in. They need a couple of good rounds. They'll need to find them on Heartleap, because that's where we're heading. Final map in the pack. Let's get it done.
And just like that, for the first round out of 4 here on Heartleap, the field is let loose and we are racing. You can see that the division record of a 111.371. How close are we going to get to that, or are we even going to beat it outright here on this opening round? We've been surprised before. We've seen it happen on this very match, so it's not a stretch to see it happen potentially here on that very same map as well. So first up, it's going to be Paco, who will be the first casualty of this round with a very hefty clip at the start. He will be down 8/10 to almost a second compared to the leader at the end of sector number 1, hitting at checkpoint number 5 and 6 with Epos, Stufz, and Nico. Following the perspective of Stufz, was looking to be a little bit on the slower side through that sequence of corners through 6 and 7, and that's going to be meaning he's going to be locked in battle with Nico for second place. He's trying to come back at him, and we do see Epos going a little bit wide at the exit of that little dirt portion just before checkpoint number 9. He's still going to be the man from Blue Jays holding onto the lead, though. Nico going a little bit wide, close to the sign just before the jump into checkpoint number 11, heading into the reactor boost part. Not really that much of an aggressive line, a bit too much speed loss for Stufz, promoting Nico up into second position. Epos still holding onto a very, very healthy lead right now, all sticking it around the outside, slingshotting their way through the left-hander checkpoint number 14 before we head out to the finish line right now. Jumping into the risky fin, Epos will be clocking in a 0.425, so we didn't beat it just yet, but we're less than half a tenth away. Nico, Stufz, and Paco in that order.
I agree with you. It's messed up. I feel disappointed that I didn't get to see a division record in the first round on the map. We've been spoiled so far in this match.
I didn't say an expectation that we would see it beaten on round 1. We could see it happen. We've been surprised before.
I expected to see it beaten.
Well, that's your problem, then.
What are these guys doing? Half a tenth off of the division record. We've already driven around. That shouldn't still be there. I mean, okay, I guess Epos does still technically hold it, and Stufz does still have the world record. And this is a much better start for Stufz, pulling out a bit of an advantage through these opening turns. Epos got very close to airtime there. It'll look to me like a compromised line on the exit of the turn, but that is why Epos is our Division 1 reigning champion, and I am sitting here casting his games instead. He catches all the way back up. He slots in just behind Stufz, looking at alternate lines on this grass as well. I know Epos was feeling okay about his line after week 1 there. I don't know how he's feeling about it in this round as he continues to drift away from Stufz, who has extended the gap now up to 2.5 tenths at these near final checkpoints. This is looking like a great round from Stufz. I don't think that division record is going to stand for all that much longer. One more corner to go. Paco trying to chase down Epos. He's run out of track. Stufz crosses the line, and it's a 111.441. He can't even make a dent in the match record.
Well, can't make a dent, but look at the gap, 16 milliseconds between that and the match record. So there may not have been any dents made, but there's still no rest for the wicked if you want to actually hold on to that third match record if you are Epos, as we head on to round 3, and already we head into a last chance round for Postito, Paco, and for Nico, trying to avoid the dreaded 4th place finish, which would reward you with the least amount of points. 3 points here if you finish in P4 on the Beacon World League league phase in the regular matches. And remember, these guys have no match records to their name, so they can't really sweeten the deal by having 1 additional or 2 additional points even in that particular stage. Nico is trying to survive just that little bit longer, trying to extract at the very least 1 more round here on Heartleap. In the meantime, Paco is finding the going a little bit tough, and he's going to be left behind by Stufz in 3rd place. He's going to try to go for the full inside line, trying to go for a little bit of a regrip, but Stufz is going to be coming back at him and moving up into 3rd place once again. Epos versus Nico. Actually, Nico putting a little bit of pressure on Epos maybe for first place as we head into the reactor boost part before checkpoint number 12, the drop down, and Stuff's currently still sitting in third place, trying to come back at the heels of the Frenchman from Team Osa right now, heading through the slingshot on the long left-hand side. Paco's completely out of it. He's going to be eliminated in fourth place, I think, more likely. Nico going a little bit wide through there. Epos, Stuffs, and Nico, 1, 2, 3. Nico slowing down dramatically. Epos will take to the line with a .336, and it's a new Division 1 record. And imagine driving a sub .4, and you finish second in the round. Nico still survives. Paco finishes in P4.
That's absurd. That's deeply unfair to Stufts. I mean, look, I don't feel too bad for him. He's still having a great tournament. He's still having a great time in this match, but he drove a sub .4 and lost the round. That was good enough for a new division record. That would have won the round in literally any other match that's being played right now. And Epos went half a tenth faster than him. This is wild. No pun intended in this occasion. As Nico is trying to survive, I'm gonna be honest, buddy, it's unfair. I'm sorry, Nico and Paco. We put you in a very unfair match this week. Epos and Stufts are separated by only 7 points, and that gap is about to shrink.
That gap is about to shrink indeed, and in the most painful way imaginable, with a very high attrition round. Let's say that on Heartleap. And the Heartleap continues this tradition that we've seen so far today, where it's been a lot more damaging than I first would have predicted, because this is usually one of the maps where players have everything reined in. But we saw in the first Division 2 map where there's been a lot more damage, probably a lot more damage than Mahoraga would have caused, actually.
We got a note. Nico did DNF this round.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But yeah,
hey,
I saw that from a corner of my eye already. So yeah. all is well. And yeah, I think Nico was like, yeah, there's no way I can actually catch back up. So I think we should still like commend the attempt of Nico to try and stay in the fight. But I mean, when you got a 50-point deficit, there's not really anything you can do, really.
Yeah, like, I mean, hey, maybe you try and... Normally, I'd say, you know, you just accept that you're going to go out at some point and just try and snipe away some match records, just go for fastest times. But, like, we've set a new division record on every single map so far. I mean, I don't think that's a viable strategy here. I'm sorry. No. So, yeah, hey, fair enough. Nico will bow gracefully out. He'll pick up the third place, beating out Paco. And my God... Both of them still have nearly 50 points left. Yeah. Epos has just dipped below that. We have half of their life to go, essentially, as Stufts and Epos are going to battle it out as we restart our rotation.
I don't know about you guys, but I feel like we're not even going to be seeing 1 or 2. We're going to be seeing 3 maps in this second rotation, given how nip and tuck that battle is. Although, that might be extracting maybe 1 round if we go on the third map, because now the dynamic has changed, because now the leader, of course, has started to lose points in the previous round, but now 4 points are lost for first, 8 points are lost for second. So it's going to be maybe tipping the scales maybe a little bit in the favor of Epos if he manages to actually go back-to-back on his promise of actually getting round wins in there on this second rotation of Arrogate specifically, which we're currently onto. But it could also have a bit of a double-edged sword where we could see Stubbs just basically running away with this thing and not even giving us a chance to actually move on to a second rotation of the third map in that particular selection. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see what's going to be happening, but oh my goodness, I've been running out of breath calling that round where we've seen a brand new division record call in, and I feel like it's not going to be the last time that I'm going to be running out of breath.
Yeah, and I would like to apologize to everyone, but especially production, because, hey, as we get ready to head into Arrogate, this match is going to run long. We are going to be delaying the final round of the day.
Hydrate, kid.
Because, my lord, this is going to take a while. 48 points for Epos, 51 for Stufts. They have dispatched with the Pretenders. Nico and Paco simply could not survive, and that is no disservice to them. This is just a different level of Trackmania right now. I will say, Stufts in the pre-game chat there, as we were doing the warm-up, did say 0.5 or fraud. So, yeah, I reckon both of these players still think they can get a little bit faster.
Yeah, they think it can get a little bit faster. Of course, Epos trying to correct them, saying, you mean 113.5, right? And Stufts responded by the affirmative, of course. So Epos was like, no problem, coming right up. And coming right up is a bit of a clip from the right-hand side of Stufts' car into checkpoint number 6, the sequence between 6 and 7, actually, where he had a little bit of a blunder there. And Epos is going to be busting out the box slide line once again to try and pull a little bit more of a gap on his fellow competitor. Heading into sector number 3 now, heading into checkpoint number 11, trying to get the car to hook up. He doesn't even need to get the car to hook up so aggressively. He can just go for a nice wide line into there as we head into the final sector. Checkpoint number 12, the jump 265 on the way in. Should be plenty enough, and it is plenty enough to clear the jump. Heading onto the transfer before heading into the risky fin. What is the stopwatch saying at the end of this particular round? 0.574! And it's a brand new division record, less than a tenth and a half away from his own record. I don't even know anymore. I don't know, man.
EPOS confirmed not fraud, I guess. He drives the 0.5. First time of asking. You can see it there. I mean, hey, he's got 0.5 on Arrogate. He did drive a 0.5 on Xenogen as well, but Stuffed holds the match record there. EPOS has 3 out of 4 so far. Shout out to eCircumania. Thank you for that. And Stuffed will make a mistake again at the start of Arrogate. G-Geek, I think this is important. EPOS clearly had the edge on Arrogate the first rotation through, but didn't really manage to capitalize. Both players were on 86 points when we left the map. This time around, I think he's going to have a hard time on Xenogen if Stuffed can lock in on Xenogen. So building up a little bit of a gap before we get to that second map in the rotation, I think is going to be very relevant.
Yeah, this is essentially EPOS trying to make amends of the mistakes that happened to him in the first rotation. Because, yeah, back-to-back wins on the first 2 rounds on the very opening rotation here on Arrogate. But after that, it's been a very, very tough going. So now he needs to actually deliver on his promise and try to get, at the very least, a clean sweep, I think, to try and maybe get the road a little bit tougher for Stutz. Because Stutz, yeah, does manage to lock in pretty significantly on Xenogen. If he's able to go for a clean sweep on that particular map as well, he could be still thankful that, okay, I got that clean sweep on Arrogate, and that is going to be serving me very well as we jump onto the finish line for EPOS. New world record! It's a brand new world record. I was actually going to be going all casual, but like, no, 0.3, there you go, buddy. And you don't see the chat, but there's general look of confusion on Paco, who's just spamming question marks. He was like, what on earth did I just witness? That was the cleanest one that we've probably ever seen, and yeah, I think this is contender for a potential round of the year.
I mean, Stutz was a second and a half behind. He doesn't have the bug slide line down. EPOS already had the match record. That was so unnecessary. I don't think I can highlight how unnecessary that absolutely absurd round was from EPOS.
Yeah, that is I don't know what to compare it to anymore at this point. This is such a stout time. Words are starting to fail me. I like to do motorsport analogies, but really there aren't enough strong motorsport analogies to really drive home the point. Or maybe, you know what, cleanest run we've ever seen? Monaco Grand Prix, I think it was 2022 Max Verstappen lap. That's kind of like the equivalent of what we witnessed here on the previous round. But EPOS right now, yeah, I feel like it's going to be much of a repeat of what we saw in the first rotation, where the first back-to-back rounds were absolutely stout. But then afterwards, the going was a little bit tough, especially on the third sector there for the man from Blue Jays. And that's going to be promoting Stutz into a very needed first place to avoid taking too much of a lick in the comparison. And we're going to be seeing what the time is from the Dutchman. The Dutchman will be driving a 0.784, a bit of a barrel roll tumble through to the finish line from EPOS, but yeah, this is yeah, bit of a mirror from what we've seen on round 3 on the opening map. But yeah, I'm hoping it's only a temporary setback for EPOS, because really he's been nothing short of amazing so far.
Hey, EPOS, it doesn't matter if you can drive a 112.3 if you still lose the round after. And like, we talked about it, this is relevant. EPOS definitely has the edge here on Arrogate, but we're kind of expecting Stuffed to have the upper hand on the next map, so you only get 4 rounds to take advantage of that advantage. And EPOS just gave 25% of those rounds away. If he doesn't manage to win in this round on Arrogate, it doesn't matter how impressive that time was. It doesn't matter that he's dominating the rest of the world on this track in pace, because he'll still be behind Stuffed, and he'll be heading into a track that Stuffed just clearly looked more comfortable on.
Yeah, exactly. We're heading into this second half of the fourth and final run, and this time it's going to be Stutz actually making a little bit of a mistake, a bit of a wall touch on the outside before checkpoint number 9, so EPOS is going to be taking advantage of that to move up into a more advantageous position, leading by about 0.6 of a second, thereabouts, heading into checkpoint number 11, then onto the double right-hander with that little bit of a chicane, I guess we could call it that way, with a bit of a chicane uphill, checkpoint number 12, going all the way off to the left-hand side, managing to land pretty much cleanly. Stutz in second position cannot really do anything about this. And what's the time going to be at the end? 12.669. Okay, that's respectable. I mean, everything is relative in Trackmania. 0.6 is still it's still a stout time. It's still relatively quick. But after what we've seen, I feel like we've been completely desensitized at this point. So,
am I wrong in saying, would that have been the division record before we started this match?
Yeah, I think that would have been it. Yeah, I think that was close to there. I think we were like a bit lower. Maybe I think it was maybe a 0.64 in the first rotation.
But I mean, just to be clear, excellent time by Epos, but as you say, completely spoiled on Arrogate by the times that
we've been desensitized, as I say. So
100% desensitized, maybe slightly less so on Xenogen. And okay, look, G-Geek, I've been talking up Stufts. I've said, oh, he's going to have the advantage here. Epos needs to be careful going into it. But if there is any player in this tournament, maybe any player in the world who is capable of challenging Stufts on this map right now, it is Epos. They're basically the only two players to have driven 112.5 on this map. They're essentially the, not 112.5, whatever it is, something 5 on this map.
110.5.
110.5 on this map. And I mean, both of them have shown in this match already that they can drive that time. And I don't know. I mean, if Epos can suddenly pull out a great couple of times, a great couple of rounds on Xenogen, then the match starts to look very scary for Stufts, because we are now getting down towards those last chance points.
Yeah, indeed, and it's going to be very much a case of it revolves back down to this one point in Trackmania: momentum. It's a very momentum-based game, as much about kinetic momentum of the car, but also the psychological momentum that can actually grapple as a player. If you end up with a very strong showing on the previous map that you've actually taken the full advantage of, or close to the full advantage of, then you're going to be in a much better position compared to the man you're actually having to.
No. I'm sorry, D-Geek.
Yeah.
Epos just drove a 110.3 in warm-up.
Okay, I think you know what? I'm gonna break.
happening?
I'm gonna break character. Sorry for the swear words. I know this is supposed to be a PG cast, but what the fuck? Okay, anyway, here we go, back onto the round. Yeah, I was gonna say it's very much a momentum-based game. If you're heading into this map with 3 out of 4 rounds that you've won, you're gonna be in a much better position than your opponent. Anyway, it's gonna be all down to Stutz to see if he can actually get some momentum back in his way. And it looks as though, yeah, driving him good enough time in warm-up,
Hey.
I think that has awakened the bad juju. That is very bad juju of him actually driving a potential division record just in warm-up. And that is going to be benefiting Stutz more than likely, and actually more than very significantly, with about 2 seconds of a gap there. Oh, maybe I was a bit optimistic about that. I sold you up the river. It's about a second and a half, but still, like,
Yeah. Hey, I'm just glad to see that whatever's going on with the World Tour this year, at least the curse of driving records in rounds and then immediately crashing afterwards is alive and well. I mean, hey, that is a professional Trackmania classic. You drive a great time, next round isn't going to go so hot. We saw it on the last map. Epos drives world record on Arrogate, loses the next round because, hey, who cares? Drives a 110.3 in warm-up on Xenogen, immediately crashes the following round. What kind of pace is Stufts on is the remaining question. Now, I think the other important thing to remember, Xenogen, the only map in this match that Stutz currently has the match record on. And we know that Epos definitely capable of driving the time to take that away from him as well. Epos is sitting on 3 out of 4 match records. I think whatever happens at this point, Epos is feeling pretty good about how this match goes.
yeah, he's feeling pretty good about his prospects of actually making a solid rise up the leaderboard and trying to take down Stutz in the process. But yeah, Stutz driving a 0.601 in the very beginning, which is already a strong start. With less than a tenth away from his own match record at the present moment. It's going to be all down to Epos to get one clean run in. Just one clean run. He was even on division record in the final round of the very first rotation on Xenogen before an unfortunate encounter with the brick just a few corners before the end. So it's very much all down to the man from Blue Jays to actually get the job done. And right now he's doing the job of actually overtaking Stutz before checkpoint number 6 with a very solid line through that high-speed chicane. And Stutz is going to be the one on the back foot with a very, very hefty slowdown on the way through checkpoint 6 and 7. So it's all down to the man from Blue Jays to just bring this one home. And I'm kind of curious to see what the stopwatch will say, or even if he's maybe afforded himself the luxury to maybe lift a little bit, but watch out to not lift too much and not lose that focus, because that can happen to the best, no matter the discipline, being in Trackmania or...
Oh,
even in the real world. Most famously of which, as I do get a little bit of an interference there. We are back, don't worry about it. But yeah, we're going to go through with the final part of the round for Epos. I'm going to make my point a little bit later on. Epos at the end of that round of 0.7. Okay, a bit slower than I was expecting. So he did afford to slow down, but did not let up any of this focus. And that's a very key part here. You can very much go a little bit overzealous on lifting off the pedal and put yourself in a spot of bother and end up completely ruining your run, ruining your race. Most famously of which was, of course, Monaco 1988 without Senna being told to slow down and crashing out of the Grand Prix once he was leading by a staggering lead over Alain Prost. As we get onto round number 3 now.
Round 3, and Epos clips again. We are being robbed of the battle on Xenogen, as all of our rounds so far have one of these players making an early mistake. I don't know, I guess Stuft head into a wall real quick for me. Just lose 8 tenths and maybe we'll get to see a close battle at the line. I'm also fine with Stuft picking up another round win. That would once again put us back within a single point as both of these players drop to just below 10 points. There's only a few rounds left in this match, G-Geek, and honestly, I, for one, am kind of devastated by that.
Yeah, this it feels like, to be fair, I'm kind of glad that we're heading towards the end because it's way too intense. Like, I've been on the verge of having my head explode at moments in this match. But yeah, Xenogen is, I think, is a bit of a breather. Actually, it's a bit nicer maybe than the rest. But I'm kind of curious to see if Stuft is going to be trying to further cement that match record for himself. Currently, still sitting on a 0.504. He has the potential to actually go for a 0.4 here on this round, and he actually does not. He's a 0.781. So we're driving into 0.7s more consistently. And yeah, now one last round for Epos to actually try to go for one clean sweep with both players within a single point of each other, as you well pointed out, 8-7.
Loser of this round drops to last chance. That is the stakes right now. Match record on the line as well. If Epos can try and snipe it away, he's more than capable of driving the time necessary. The issue being, he could drive that time and still lose out to Stuft, who could just go faster again. 8 points for Epos, 7 points for Stuft. Clean start for both drivers, but it is advantage Stuft's at the moment by less than a tenth of a second.
Less than a tenth of a second as we head into sector number 2. Epos trying to go for a bit more of a tighter line on the drop down into the grass. Currently, they're going to be still holding side by side before the jump into checkpoint number 7. It's going to be Stuft holding into the lead. Epos going way too wide, allowing Stuft to build a gap of around a tenth thereabouts visually onto checkpoint number 8, dropping down through the plastic back onto the road with a very, very tricky corner to set up for, as you mentioned, Alex. We're heading into checkpoint number 9 there. Epos trying to go for a bit more of a mid-apex. He's still going to be trailing Stuft by about a tenth and a half of a second, heading to checkpoint number 11 right here, right now. It's going to be still Stuft's, and actually taking advantage of a bit of a speedier exit compared to Epos heading into checkpoint number 12. A bit more speed heading into the penalty grass section. It's not going to be enough for Epos to reel Stutz back in as we head into the finish line. Stutz will be clocking in a 0.468 to further cement his mark on Xenogen, further planting the flag down onto the ground and keeping that match record for himself and denying the clean sweep to Epos.
Oh my lord. I mean, hey, he went faster again. He did improve that match record of 48.4 mid from Stuft, and a clean round from both drivers. I gasped in the middle. I thought he had taken too much out of the penalty grass. We know that there are slowdowns occasionally on that middle section of the track, but Stuft survived. Stuft went fast, and Stuft managed to put Epos onto last chance. G-Geek, this is it. One more round win for Stuft, and this match is done. Stuft cements his place near the top of the leaderboard. Now, with that said, Epos has 3 match records, so unless Stuft can also snipe away this match record in the winning round, then, you know, he's feeling okay about the match, but he's not feeling incredible. He's not feeling like he's taken it all. If Epos manages to win back-to-back rounds here, then this goes down as... I mean, it already goes down as one of the best matches of Beacon history, right?
Yeah, I think this is not even a contender. This is like lock in, top 1, straight out of the gates. Because, yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this the whole year, probably. This is insane. The things that came close to that were probably Epos's comeback on the May Monthly Cup to come back from 3rd to actually snatch the win away from contenders like Stubbs and Carl Jr. So yeah, I'm so excited that we are actually going to be witnessing that go onto Reshiram for one final time and potentially 2 rounds. It's all down to Epos now to keep the dream alive.
How how big can you dream? I mean, what was the spam line from the trailer? Somebody quick, get me the spam line. When history is made, when legends are remembered, will history remember your name? I don't know. I don't remember the line. There's an irony there for sure. I don't even have to care. We're heading onto Reshiram to decide this match, to decide the top of the Beacon World League table as well, because whoever takes this match at this point, you have to feel is going to top the table at the end of league play. Stuffed and Epos, one final time.
One final time, or was it one penultimate time? Because Epos does hold the division record, which has been held in this match of .466, so theoretical advantage goes to the man from Blue Jays. But we also do know that, both go for a very different line towards checkpoint number 6 and 7, with, of course, the much more aggressive inside line for Epos compared to the more traditional trigger through the triangle line from Stutz, which has been paying a lot more dividends for the Dutchman than it was for the Englishman. Let's see how well it is executed, and you can see that he comes back at him very, very firmly, but with the advantage that Epos was able to build up, it's still going to be the man from Blue Jays leading by about 0.2 of a second. It's going to be a case of managing that gap all the way to the finish line now as we head into sector number 3.
Oh my lord, it is a 2/10 advantage for Epos. Stuffed is looking, hunting for the mistake from his opponent. He's there to take advantage. This turnaround can always change things, but it looks clean. Stuffed will bounce out. Epos will head towards the line, and he will finish with a 106.478. There is one more round in it.
And I hope you don't mind it, but I want to take this one to the finish line, because this is
brother.
Absolutely outstanding. For one last time here in this match, the Netherlands versus England. We might have seen that in the Euros now, but it's on track, man. It's even more hotly contested than ever. The field is let loose, and we are racing for one last time here on Reshiram. Stubbs getting the early lead at the start with checkpoint number 3, allowing the Dutchman to be in the lead by about 1/10 of a second, heading into the dirt section. Before moving onto the platform, it's still going to be about 1/10 to 1/10.5 of a second. Now the setup with the drift there, trying to go close to the brick wall there. Stubbs was a bit too wide and clips at the very edge of the wood block, and we do see a bump from post at the very edge of the book slide. No, Stubbs has retired.
What are you doing?
Press the delete button. Why would you do that? Oh no, we were in for such a scorcher. I don't know about you guys, but that is denial of the joy for us spectators at the very least. But in the end, Stubbs cracked under pressure, the pressure rearing its ugly head for the man from Team Wild. And as a matter of fact, it will be Epos that will be standing tall and proud at the top of this match after that bounce on the plastic and the jump into the finish line. The man from Blue Jays, Epos, takes the win. The time may be lackluster, but it does not matter. What matters is the bottom line. First place and 3 match records equals 15 points in the bank.
Hey, look, we won't harp on it too much, but G-Geek, as casters, as viewers, as players, I feel like we say it a lot, you never DNF. You never DNF in a decisive round. No matter how bad it feels, no matter how much you trust your opponent to be that man, to be him, they can always make the mistake. And this time around, only seconds later, the mistake came through from Epos, and I think Stuffs would have still been behind. But we'll never know. We'll never know at this point. Epos will win 3 match records as well. 15 points from what was a brutal match, and full credit to Epos for that one as well. G-Geek, we're going to give you a chance to take a break. We're going to head to the desk to break down this match. Somehow, some way, we got to figure out what the hell just happened.
Yeah, I'm deflating as we speak. Goodbye.
Completely fair. Welcome back to my analysts. They're somewhere. They're somewhere. Oh, Geek is, well, we thought he was on the desk. He's back. Geek, you're gonna have to reinflate yourself. Mime.
I'm back.
Mime, what happened? What happened?
I have no idea. Well, what a crazy match, actually. Insane,
oh my lord.
Insane pace. We've seen a new world record from Epos on the Arrogate. We've seen the new lines being used as well. Wow, it was just amazing to see, especially the 1v1 between Stubbs and Epos. It was it was a cinema.
Yeah, I do. Look, I mentioned it there at the end of the match. I said we wouldn't harp on it too much, but I do want to get your opinion on it, Mime. As a player who's been in these high-pressure situations, DNFing in the final round, in a decisive round. I mean, how do you feel about seeing a player do it?
I would never DNF myself. I think because even if you crash, the other person can always crash as well. It's not over yet. No matter what, we've seen it plenty of times. Even if someone didn't DNF, even if someone DNF'd, we've seen the person who had a seemingly impossible, basically, deficit still be able to catch up, or seeing the first person make a mistake, and it can always happen. It's Trackmania after all. You can never count on things like that not happening. You should not DNF.
Hey, I recommend everyone goes and looks up how Australia won their first ever gold medal at the Winter Olympic Games, right? There were, of course, the previous results from the match. Here are the Div 2 standings, maybe slightly less relevant at this point. Just a reminder that Manta and Charles are currently tied on 43 points apiece at the top of Div 2. But here's Div 1, where Epos takes the lead, 31 points after that match, picking up 15 points from this match, 16 from the previous match. Our current defending champion has picked up 31 out of 32 available points. Grenady winning his match as well, looking solid at the moment, and Stufts falls a little way down the leaderboard, but not too far. Kind of surprising to not see him pick up more match records in that match. Epos kind of just pulling out an entirely different level of gameplay this time around. I think we're going to have to go and catch our breath. I think we're going to head to a quick break, and we will be back for our final match of the day. It doesn't get any easier from here on out. We have another banger for you, but we'll tell you about it in a bit. Welcome back to the Beacon World League, where we are recovering, but we do not have long for that because we are ready for our final match of the day, and it is another brutal one. As Mime, we have Epos returning. He has to take on Grenady and Massa and Elcon. And I'm sorry, I do feel like Elcon might be the player out of place in this match.
Yeah, it's a very hard match for Elcon, knowing that Massa, Grandy, and Epos all won their previous match, and pretty decent performance as well. So it's really tough for Elcon. But Elcon is a very unpredictable player. He can have one bad match, but the next match he can be just the best player of all time for 1 hour, and we never know what can happen with him.
It would be a very entertaining time for Elcon to pull that off because, I mean, G-Geek Epos is coming in with absurd amounts of momentum.
Yeah, I mean, with what he pulled off in what we've actually covered on the last match, so intense that I pretty much deflated on screen, as you were able to see. I feel like Epos is gonna come in with a very, very strong will to continue on that form, and he's going to try his best to try and coming away with 2 dubs and maybe try to get a clean sweep in there, but in that process it's going to get a little bit tougher because Granadi and Massa, they're no slouches either. In fact, they're very much at the sharp end in terms of pace, and it's going to be very sizable obstacles that are going to be on the way of the man from Blue Jays to actually get another W on board.
Yeah, well, I think we're ready. I think we're just going to dive straight on into the pick bands for this match and try and get it started as soon as possible. I don't know if anyone noticed, our last match ran a little bit long, and so we are catching up. We're going to see how things go. Epos does have the first pick ban in this match. Is there a chance we get to see Maharaga? We saw Grenady last week choose to ban something else away to guarantee that we would see Maharaga. We've not really seen anyone else go for that strategy. Generally, players happier picking something else early and then just letting the ban fall a little ways down. Epos is gonna ban Xenogen. Didn't feel good about that. The only one he didn't get match record on last time. Mime, we're getting to see the yellow map.
Finally. It's a guaranteed experience and entertainment, not gonna lie.
Yeah, and we'll see. I get the feeling, G-Geek, Grenady might pick Maharaga here. Second map.
Yeah, there you go. Locked in just as you pronounce those words. And yeah, I'm kind of interested to see what the rotation is going to be in terms of sheer... Well, we do have a bit of a spike in the middle with Maharaga coming in second place, with Reshiram being picked by Elcon as map number 3. Heartleaf coming in as maybe the more civilized map in the tail end of the rotation. So yeah, it very much does something like this in terms of like the civilization spike. Yeah, as I like my graphics and my hand waving, so I feel like that spike in the middle, that's very noticeable.
Absolutely. Look, I'm gonna ask for predictions. I won't blame you if you don't want to give one, Mime, because this feels difficult.
My heart says Elcon, but my brain says Epos pretty much, so...
Well, that's fair. G-Geek, how about you? Do you feel like Epos will carry it through, or do you think Grenady or Massa has it in them to pull an upset? I mean, I'm calling it an upset. Is that even fair?
I don't think it's fair to really call it an upset. I mean, these guys are very much at the sharp end of this particular league following their entrance. So yeah, I feel like even though I was pretty adamant about the momentum, I'm going to continue rolling on that road and feel like Epos going to win. I feel like it's going to be a bit more resistance than what he's actually encountered so far, and which was plenty of resistance from Stutz, actually. So yeah, it's going to be a very long and windy road for Epos, I think, for the dub, but I still think he edges ahead of both Grenady and Massa.
Well, we'll see when we get in there. G-Geek, Mime, thank you very much. G-Geek, go collapse somewhere. Deflate where you need to, because we are heading for the final time today over to the casters. We are heading to Babs and also myself. Babs, I'm still here. You can't get rid of me.
Hi Nua, welcome back, and welcome back to me. I'm so glad to be able to express some emotion on screen to everyone. I've just been going mad in my little corner watching that match. It's just absolutely insane.
Oh, it's nonsense. It's nonsense. I love the Beacon World League,
Ridiculous.
and I love what just happened, and I love the fact that it's probably going to continue, because I don't know. Stutz and Epos were blow for blow. They were absolutely right there alongside each other. I'm not sure if Grenady and Massa are ready for EPOS in this form, but like just saying that EPOS could walk away with a win and 4 match records against Grenady, Massa, and Elcon feels disrespectful.
It almost yes, almost doesn't when you've just seen what we've just witnessed. But there's kind of different ways you can look at this. The match is set up differently. You've got Mahoraga in the pool, but of course, before we actually get there, we have some other maps to deal with, and the first one is of course Arrogate.
Welcome to the age of cybernetics.
Welcome to Arrogate. The question is, does anyone else in this match have the line? I am sure that we have some people in chat who have been watching Massa and Grenady's POV streams today. They'd be able to tell us whether or not they're going for the bug slide line. But right now, all I can say for sure is that EPOS is, and if nobody else is, Babs, that is a 2 or 3/10 advantage that you just get for free.
It's insane. What I'm looking forward to seeing is EPOS, if he can carry that momentum. G-Geek was highlighting how important it is in these Trackmania matches, but also that last match will have taken so much out of him. That fight is so under such, difficult circumstances, so much pressure to deal with. Can you recover quickly enough? Look at everyone going for a bug slide. Isn't this beautiful? Don't you just love Trackmania esports? Because I know I do. But of course, the order stays the same. I think Alcon just dropped into 4th position, but it's EPOS who's well ahead. He's got 4/10 on the 2 Germans who are fighting to get into that 2nd position, and they're going to head into this big jump now. Can EPOS keep it clean? Can everybody behind them keep it clean? Massa clips slightly, decides to respawn. I'm not sure if he needed to. EPOS, what is the time going to be? It's going to be a 0.4 to kick it off. Of course it is.
It's absurd. I also do genuinely appreciate the comment that we got in Twitch chat, which is that Grenady and Massa know the line, but hadn't gone for it yet.
Oh, wow.
And then they got into match with EPOS, and hey, here we are. You want to keep up, you gotta at least attempt the bug slide. They attempted it. They could not catch him. EPOS he's so goddamn quick, Babs.
Oh, I mean, when you look at the top left of your screen and you see a wall of England, you know that EPOS has the world record, the division record, the match record. It's all implied because he's just been so dominant on this map. Something happened. Kerberos cooked something, and it was very much to the taste of EPOS, and he's displaying that. He was so good. So good against Stufts, and he's just showing that again against similarly stacked competition. Massa and Grenady have both said that they want to compete for the win, at least the final in this competition.
Yeah.
They're going to have to exceed themselves if they want to do that against the likes of EPOS and Stuffed.
Yeah, well, better round so far from Massa. Does he have the bug slide? Doesn't go for it this time around. EPOS will get the advantage around the outside, then clean exit, and there it is. Gap of a few car lengths, gap of a couple of tenths as EPOS pulls away. Massa and Grenady, though, battling it out behind him, wheel to wheel between those two, but it is Massa who's got the nose in front. Failed this jump the last time around. This final leap towards the finish line. Does he have it this time around? Looking pretty safe, looking like he's over jumped it almost, and looking clean with it. Gained on EPOS through this end, has not gained enough. It'll be a round win for EPOS, a 112.5. Massa only a couple of tenths down. Grenady about a 1.5 seconds down, but to be fair, that was more about getting into the finish, and he was safe once he was there.
And I'd just like to point out that we are playing Arrogate as our first map, and that's because EPOS was able to pick it, and that's because he also set a bug slide time right before the start of the game week, so that he would get that first pick and be able to choose this map, which he obviously favors just so much, and it has paid dividends all day for the English player. It's continuing to do so. We've seen an early mistake from Grenady, and he's joined Alcon at the back of the pack. He's actually over a second back now. Alcon is, and it's a fight between Massa and EPOS. That's such a clean no slide from EPOS on that corner. Carries so much speed, but Massa is going to look to profit in these more tech heavy sections, and this engine off part. You want to get a really tight exit there, carry the speed into the uphill, and then we're just going to go flying for a little bit. Well, at least we are on the English side of things.
Yeah. I personally have just realised that myself and G-Geek are very impressive and didn't bring up the Euros result once in our English versus Dutch match in the last match. But hey, similar results in both of them. As Epos is leading the way again and looking very, very clean on Arrogate. I don't think we expected anything less after the last match. I think you were absolutely right, Babs, to potentially bring up the issue of fatigue after how close that last match was for Epos, especially with Massa and Grenadi both having cruised to wins. Both of them had nearly half their points remaining when they won their first match of the day. So far, though, absolutely no signs of that. Epos has won every round so far. He's setting the times. He's a little bit slower there, but he didn't need to be any faster. He has the match record. He has another round win, and he's still on 100 points.
Now listen, you mentioned this in the last match where, you know, Epos is obviously so dominant on Arrogate, but then you were heading on to Xenogen, where stuff that showed that he really had the pace. The map after this is Mahoraga, and
yes,
Grenadi picked Mahoraga, and I remember him, you know, discovering it, playing on stream, something he very much enjoyed, and I'm just wondering how impactful is that going to be in this match. Epos did not play it in that last match. I believe he actually banned it away, so it's going to be interesting to see how these players cope with that, because that map, as a second in the rotation, could also be the decider.
Yep, it's going to be super exciting. I have thoughts, Babs, but I'll hold them until the end of this round, as Massa and Epos are neck and neck, and this time around Massa nails the bug slide line, and Epos got a wheel in the air on the exit. He's lost speed. He's almost dropped all the way back behind Elcon. He might even be behind Elcon on the exit from this turn. He manages to get a cleaner exit, and he stays in front. Third place for Epos, chasing Grenadi down. The drifts are pretty equal for the two of them. Equal speed as well. Grenadi maybe a little quicker, gets to jump further left on that line. Massa leads the way and could pick up a round win, a hit win for the player from Big, as Grenadi takes second. And that was an incredible time for Massa, who again nailed the bug slide, showed that he could do it, and all of a sudden Epos is not going to be uncontested when we revisit this map.
He loses his first points on the fact that Massa can pull out a 0.5, and he did not know about the bug slide line, and he's tried it for the first time. This game week is insanely impressive. It's just a testament to the skill of the man from Big Clan. I feel like we've got a match on our hands. I feel like if Epos went unbeaten map 1, it could have been processional, but we're heading into Mahoraga, the funny yellow map.
Yeah, and I said it, Grenadi picked this one, and I didn't really get to highlight it in the pick ban, but the reason I thought he was going to pick it here in second is after week 1, he said, look, it's a difficult map, it's a crashing map. I feel comfortable on maps like that. I am consistent where other people are not, and that gives me the advantage. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but that's the sentiment for Grenadi, and we'll have to see if he's right, because that may prove true against a lot of competition. But the competition right now is Massa, it's Epos, it's Elcon, and I mean especially Epos. We haven't gotten to see him on this map this week. I don't even know if he played it in week 1. But either way, you expect these players to do well. I don't expect Grenadi to have a free ride. I think he's even going to have to clean up his play a little bit from last week. All I know is it's time for the funny yellow map. It is time to see Mahoraga for the first time today.
Oh my god. Yeah. Let me show you what I got. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah.
Is that bullshit?
I think not. Yeah. Let me show you what I got. Yeah.
Hey yo, who made it?
I think God. Yeah. Oh my.
Woo-hoo-hoo! Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we are on Mahoraga, made by Intax. It is renowned for its difficulty. You all have seen it before in the last week's games, and we've all been looking forward to see it again in this week. And finally, we get the opportunity to do so. Epos has had a bit of a fumble on that first drift. Massa clips a wall on the left side. It's left to Elcon, who is leading the match, leading this round at least, for the first time in this match. But Heathcliff's also survival of the fittest. He's have to go for the safe line. Grenady is leading us into this uphill drift. This feels very familiar to a match he might have won last week.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, look at the top left of your screen. Literally the only map in the competition that does not have a division record by Stufts or Epos. And it's Grenady who has it. I mean, hey, if this can be the pocket pick for Grenady, and if he can, you know, convince people not to ban it away every week, or pick up those best times and be the player in front, have the first pick, and ban something else away, this could be a fantastic weapon for Grenady to beat the rest of the competitors around the head with for the rest of Beacon World League Season 2. Round 1, Grenady is not going to crash the Vin. He's going to get a 109.3. There's room to improve, but it is a round win nonetheless.
Yeah, I know we've come to expect these division records and potentially even world records on some of the maps. That's mostly Epos's fault. But Maharaga is kind of a different beast. This is a map that is so punishing, so difficult to get through cleanly and let alone quickly, that I'd be surprised if we see a division record, but then again, I would also be ecstatic if we did.
I do think there's an element of self-fulfilling prophecy once players decide that this is the hardest map in the pack, you know, it's, you know, very difficult to make through without crashing and stuff, because I think, you know, human instinct, a lot of the players end up being like, well, I'll just ban it, and I won't practice it as much, right? And then there's the match where it does get through, and it's maybe they're a little bit less practiced on it than they are on the other maps, as well as Elcon's going to go flying into a wall. I don't know exactly what it is. I do know that Maharaga leads to some absolutely chaotic rounds. I still expect by the end of playoffs in this season, players are going to be consistent on it, right? They're too good not to be.
Well, at least those that are going to have a massive asset to use in some of those penultimate and final matches. And if Grenady is, as you say, quite strong in it, then it could definitely be to his benefit. Of course, this flip, we've seen mistakes from a lot of players before, but both of them get it very cleanly. They're pretty equal on the exit, but this time it's Epos who has the advantage heading into the end. Barring any mistakes here on this final jump, it should be his round, and I'm intrigued to see what the time maybe. Yeah, it's a 0.8. It's only a tenth of the division record. I'm going to retract what I just said earlier, and I'm gonna march back on what I said. And we might see a division record.
We might see a division record. Hey, we might see Epos pick up all 4 match records in this match yet. Grenady, he's prided himself on his consistency on this map. I say that. I do know last week I think he was a little bit disappointed as he felt his consistency wasn't as good as it should have been on this map. But with that said, I don't know how much consistency helps you when Epos is consistent and blazingly quick.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a terrifying combination. Grenady's very wide there, adjusts appropriately to make it through that transition. Epos gets an amazing drift there, carries so much speed into this jump, and it's Grenady is holding hands with his big teammate and just looking into the horizon, and in that horizon there is an Englishman in a blue car who is drifting off into the distance, and they're not really getting much closer. There is a very nice uphill from Grenady. He does get good speed. Probably going to have to hope for a mistake from Epos in the second half of this map.
Looking for a mistake could happen on this turnaround. We've seen it before, but the players continue to get better at it. Grenady's lost a little bit of speed on the exit. Massa moving through into second place. Epos holding the lead, and he's looking comfortable. Massa's more inside towards his end. I think that's giving Grenady a touch more speed. He's jumping further left, but he cannot snipe, as Epos will set the new division record. It's not a huge improvement, but it is an improvement. And, well, make that no maps in the pack that do not have a division record held by Epos or Stufts.
Listen, I've just learned that we can speak things into existence in Trackmania. Rules don't really apply anymore.
Manifest it, Babs.
Epos can just make things happen. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about how it works. It's just insane to have this sort of level and skill in a match of, you know, this magnitude. Is so impressive, and he's been doing it not on like 2 or maximum 3 maps. He's doing it on every map. He's insane on every map.
Yeah. It is so interesting, though, still seeing, you know, most of those world records do technically belong to Stufts. Epos has all these division records. He's driving the times live. But in terms of the online records, at the very least, Stufts does hold that edge in terms of the pace he's willing to show publicly. This round, Epos is behind. Grenady currently leading the way. Now, Epos has clawed that back even as I speak. He is just a car's nose behind Grenady at the moment. Looking at the turnaround, Grenady lost speed here on the last round. He'll lose a little bit of speed there again. Epos is ahead, but not by much. Not enough to feel comfortable. Grenady sets up wide again, gets a little bit more of that road border, carries speed, looks left, snipes Epos on the line by 13 thousandths, and that is the advantage of going wide on the exit.
Oh my god, what a round from both Grenady and Epos. They're only 700ths off the division record that Epos has just set. That's an incredible round from both players. Absolutely insane. The previous match, I know that, you know, Epos was probably motivated playing against Stuffed, who's become one of his main rivals more recently. But of course, Grenady beat his teammate Bozbez last week, and Epos was saying on social media that this weekend was his chance to get revenge for his teammate. Well, he's doing well, but Grenady is putting up quite the fight.
Oh my lord. Epos thought it was over. He'd beaten Stuffed, so that's it. Hard match of the day done. I don't think that's fully true. Now, he is getting the job done at the moment. Epos sits on 85 points, Grenady on 64, Massa on 54, and Elcon has already dropped all the way to 29 points after 2 maps. But it is most definitely not done for Epos just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. In the last round, there was in Grenady's match, he won by nearly 40 points. Massa won by nearly 40 points. Epos and Stuffs went down to 1v1 last chance. And when these titans just clash in matches, it just gives us fireworks, and it's such a pleasure to watch and enjoy and experience. And it's amazing. And you know what? It's not even finished, because we've seen Maharaga, but next up, we're going to be heading to Reshiram by Mephisto.
I choose you!
You know how we roll. Straight up madness, you know how we roll.
Little Pokemon reference for all of you nerds in Twitch chat. I know you love that stuff. As we are on to Reshiram, with Epos still holding on to the lead. He looked good here in the last match. Babs, that's not saying much. He looked good on every single map. But can Grenady Massa challenge him? Can Elcon potentially start to pull back Massa or Grenady as well, and maybe start to think about a third place?
This is one of the maps where I expect to see a player like Massa be a little bit stronger, or be one of the maps where he is slightly favoured. He went for a little bit of an interesting wider drift line there previously, which gained him more speed. Unfortunately, Clips on this alternative line is going to have to double respawn, and leaves it to a two-horse race ahead of him. It's Grenady against Epos, but once again, it's a familiar scenario. It's Epos who's edged out about a 1-2 car length lead ahead of the German player, and he's going to be carrying that into the end of the map. This drift, very technical. You want to avoid the wall here, go wide, keep as much speed as you can, and then go nice and inside so you can set up properly for this plastic bounce, which has caused some issues for pretty much everyone. It's caused a few issues there for Epos, but not enough to worry him, as he gets a 0.6, 0.1 ahead of Grenady.
Hey, I gotta give credit to Grenady, especially, who has been a couple of tenths behind Epos's times on a lot of these maps. I mean, we've seen some great times out of Massa as well. I understand why these players absolutely dominated their previous match today. They simply were not ready for the pace that Epos and Stuffs were bringing to the Beacon World League. And I mean, I think it goes to show, right? Stuffs would have won any other match in the previous round.
And I think that goes a way to explain why Stuffs DNF'd in that last round. It was such an epic battle, and I think he just was not satisfied for it to end with a clip from himself, and unfortunately that cost him the win in the end. But here they have to go again, and Epos is going again against no lesser opposition, but still, he's still dominating.
He's looking great. He's leading the way. It doesn't matter if it's only by a couple of tenths at the end of every round. It's still fantastic. I also want to note that double respawn we saw from Massa last time around. It's an interesting one, and it's a risk of that line that I actually hadn't even considered. That you are very close to bonking on the outside, and if that is what happens if you don't make the exit, force double respawn. No questions asked.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the risk reward that you were mentioning at the top of the show with some of these alternative lines. If you've got them perfectly down, like the book slide on Arrogate that Epos has, then it can be in your favor. But here, they both need to get a good plastic bounce. Epos gets it nicely, but not as nicely as Massa does, and that's an important round for Massa. He claims the match record with a 0.5. We've seen faster times than that today. We saw a 0.3 from Epos in that match previously. Alcon goes for the style points. I guess that's all he can really play for at the moment.
Do we call it a moral victory if they deny Epos one match record but still lose the match? Is that the point that we're at? We're too far away. We can't start saying things like that yet. There's too much Trackmania left to go to say that's the position we're in. But it kind of feels like that's the position we're in already, Babs.
One thing I'll say is that this is the league phase. We have playoffs to come, and I would expect to see,
so
Epos, Massa,
the big
Grenadi.
players are hiding pace, is what you're saying.
Exactly. That's exactly what I've said.
Yeah. Hey, they are showing plenty of pace out there on track, though, at the moment. I mean, look, as much as Epos is still winning, he is not having it all his own way out on track. Massa and Grenadi both there with him this time around. Grenadi does drift a little bit away from the two of them. Massa has failed this line once. He does go a little bit wider on the exit than we see Epos go, but I think that potentially sets him up to carry a little bit more speed. It's a riskier version of the risky line, if you will. With that said, Epos still holds this lead. As we enter the final few turns of Reshiram, Epos is looking to put another round win in the books. Massa with a good low jump, though. He is gaining on Epos through these final turns, drifting tight on the inside. More exit speed from Epos towards this final turn around. Should be a round win from Epos, but Plastic does weird things sometimes. I think it's just done weird things to Grenadi. We'll see if he gets across the line. I don't think he will, but he's still far enough ahead.
Oh, no.
Even with a bounce off the pole, we'll call it style points.
So Alcon is going to come home. He tried to do a little bit of a turtle there at the end, maybe reminiscing about his deep dip days. But unfortunately, that skill does not transfer onto these maps. But it's definitely been a show of skill from Epos. I know he wasn't satisfied with his performance in week one. He was, pushed for a good bit of that match by Akros, who, despite the level of Akros, is a player that Epos would be expecting to beat. And just the step up that he's had from week 1 to week 2 has been immensely impressive.
Yeah, and well, Elcon on last chance now. You have to feel a bit for Elcon. I'm just glancing back here at the previous matches that he's played, because he has lost in round 1, lost in round 2. He's now on the edge of losing in round 3 as well. They've all been tough matches. With that said, so is every match in the Beacon World League Division 1. There really aren't. I mean, he had double last chance in the first match today up against Beta Toast. Could have come away with a third place there, but in the double last chance, just about lost out. This time around, I don't think he's going to get to double last chance with anyone. It's probably only a couple rounds left here on Elcon's day.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a small victory for him, not being eliminated in this round, as long as there are no mistakes from himself. He does come across the line about 2 seconds behind the leader, as that was another 0.5, by the way, from Epos. Only 100 off his current match record. We've come accustomed to it, and I know we already had in the previous match, but it's just yeah.
Like, frankly, the most impressive part to me at this point is, this is match 2 of the day, and the endurance to just keep that going is genuinely incredible. Like, fatigue is meant to set in at some point. He should start slowing down at some point. I just don't know where that point is.
It's absolutely insane. And more than anything, more than even in the match with Stuffs, where he did have some crashy rounds, I think that's mostly because Stuffs was pushing him really to his limits. He's found the groove here against Grenadi and Massa, and he's comfortable. And I think there his Reshiram was pretty much, flawless, and I think that's worrying for Grenadi and Massa, who it might be too early to call, but might be playing for a second place here. And to be honest, against the beast that is Epos this week, it's not a bad performance.
No, it most definitely is not. We will get to see our next map, but I do note Elkon in the lobby chat there thanking Massa for being very generous and allowing him to see the final map of this match, because yeah, Elkon very nearly got eliminated before we hit map 4 there. I think that is a testament to the other 3 players in this lobby in general. Elkon will get to see match 4, so will all of you at home. I couldn't dig this song out of my head if I was given a rusty spoon through the ear. We're heading to Heartleap.
Oh, I have so many questions I would like to ask, but I will save those for another day because this map is going to ask so many questions of our players. It has been a surprising challenge for a lot of these matches that we've watched on the mainstream today. I wonder if it's going to replicate that same scenario for these 4 players. Epos, will it once again be a masterclass from himself? This looks like it might be the final round for Elkon on the other hand.
He got to see map 4, and personally, I think that's beautiful.
That's beautiful.
That's beautiful. Yeah, he's not going to be seeing a lot of map 4. I mean, hopefully he gets to see the finish line, doesn't DNF his final round. Up at the front, this battle is still important. Massa and Epos. Epos, again, he loves that low line. After week 1, he was saying, or during the seeding even, I think we had him on, and he was talking about the different lines through there. He was confident that he had the right line through there. I'm kind of convinced. I mean, he is obviously winning this round fairly aggressively, but I don't think there's a huge difference between the 2 lines on that grass.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the fact that he's winning this round isn't really because of that line. It's just purely because this round is kind of insane.
Hang on. Elkon, where are you? Elkon! Elkon!
He lives for another day.
He's gonna survive. He's gonna see more of Heartleap. And look, this is reverse cup mode. Massa has just lost 20 points across 2 rounds. He's only got 23 left, Babs. That's not many rounds of this.
I mean, I hope Charles isn't watching, because we'd said before he went out that it looked comfortable for him. Well, it looked comfortable for Massa here, as, by the way, Stuffs has just set a new division record elsewhere in his other match. Just a casual 0.1, by the way.
What the hell? What?
He's not even playing in this match, and he's still getting us stunned on stream.
Good lord. Yeah, I'm so impressed with the talent in Beacon World League this season. And I mean, we've kind of talked about it a couple of times, but this match in particular is a really interesting example of it. You know, that new talent that's coming through, the Pacos, the Eposes, the Stuffs of the world, up against some of those old, you know, not old, but they've been around TMGL for a while. They've been around professional play for a while. Your Grenadis and your Massas representing those, Elkon, Tween. It's a collision of 2 worlds in Beacon World League, and at the moment, hey, that younger generation are coming out clutch. Elkon is clutching up in this round, though. He is in the midst of a 4-way battle. He was leading. He's now dropping down a little bit. He's just ahead of Grenadi at the moment, but he's in last chance. He only needs to be ahead of 1 player. Grenadi's end was so good last time. Elkon has gotten so close to the outside, but has lost time to the other 3 players. He's running out of track. He needs someone to crash. No one will. God. And Elkon will bow on out with a round he can be proud of.
What a round that was. And unfortunately, it's when he has that insane round that everybody around him also has an insane round. Yeah. But yeah, at least a good way to go out, a good way to leave the competition. I think from the start it was going to be difficult for Elkon. Just unfortunately not as comfortable on these maps. Maybe hasn't had the same level of practice as these 3 other players have. And you know what's extremely impressive to me is that I know the effort that Massa has been putting into these maps this week. I've seen him practicing with some of the Division 2 players in rounds, you know, on stream, and he's done multiple streams practicing these maps. So I just have to wonder, how many hours has Epos put into these maps?
Hopefully a lot for everyone's sanity, and this is not bro half practiced. That would be terrifying, but I don't think that's the case. I mean, this is looking like someone who knows these maps inside out at this point. He sits on 81 points. He is 50 points clear of anyone else in this match right now. He has all 4 match records. He is looking unstoppable against 2 players remaining who were 50 points clear of their competition in their first match of the day. There's levels to Div 1 in the Beacon World League, and right now tier 0 is Epos and Stufts.
It's just so extremely impressive, and we've witnessed the growth of these players over the last few months. Massa goes for a ridiculous line with Epos sets a 0.3.
Oh lord.
By the way, I'd just like to point out that is still 0.2 off of Stuff's division record that he set earlier. I think that previous match might have annoyed Stuffs a little bit, and he just wanted to, get the ego going a little bit again. And what I'm excited for is that, we're watching these league matches, but I expect that, Epos and Stuffs are on a collision course to meet again in the playoffs at some point. And that's just going to be extremely impressive. And I think this is a reminder and a wake-up call to players like Massa and Grenadi that if you want to win, if you want to, compete for the first few places in this competition, you can't do it half-heartedly. You have to give everything you have, because this is the highest tier.
Yeah. Hey, you know how Stuffed set a 0.1 on Heartleap? He is currently losing that match to Bozbez. Just, 33 points to 32 at the time of me checking there. But yeah, Beacon World League is absurd. There's only so many times, and so many ways I can say it. Massa will find himself in the wall. Epos leads the way. It looked like he might have gotten a clip there, but I think he survived. He is safe and still holding on to this lead. A couple of tenths ahead of Grenadi as we get around these corners of Heartleap. We will be fading on out soon enough, restarting the rotation of maps. And with how good Epos looked on the first 2 maps, I don't think there's any reprieve to be had for anyone else in this match. As he looks to pick up another round win, just needs to hit this finish, and that is a 111.345. He just tied his match. He just tied his match record.
I mean, like, what do you do if you're Grenadi and Massa? They're both streaming right now, right? And they're both playing. I'd love to hear some of the onomatopoeic reactions they're having to these results, because honestly, you're one of the best players in the world. You're practiced on these maps, and someone is just consistently 0.2, 0.3 ahead of you.
Yeah. And this is the thing. I mean, look, I know a lot of our top players and a lot of players in general will get frustrated if they feel that they're having rounds that aren't up to their level. If they feel like they should be winning and it's their own fault that they're not doing it. I'm looking forward to going back and watching some of those Grenadi and Massa streams, because I don't know that there's a lot they could be doing right now to prevent what is happening.
Yeah, it's a level of Trackmania that you rarely get to witness. This sort of skill level and this dominance. And it's not only a dominance on track, but this is a mental thing. How many, try and remember the last time that Epos crashed in this match. Because I can't remember when he crashed last.
I feel like there was a round where he might have touched on Heartleap and still won the round. So I don't know if that counts.
That's more of a boast more than anything, pretty much. It's just insane when somebody of this talent, of this level, gets, into this groove and this flow. Really, what can you do to challenge them?
Yeah, they're going to have to find something. We did see on Arrogate, which is the map we're about to head back to, that at the very least Massa is fully capable of challenging Epos here. He can set those blisteringly fast times. He has that the line, the bug slide through that corner. Yep. So I guess we just got to see Massa suddenly becoming goated with the sauce, that he can suddenly just do that 100% consistently and incredibly quickly.
Oh, I mean, if he locks in, if the right, Spotify playlist plays at the right time, you never know what can happen with Massa, and he can pull off those times, and he did. He set a 0.5 on Arrogate, as you were saying, the first time around. Can he do it consistently? Can he actually beat out Epos? That's doubtful.
Yeah, well, the messenger pigeons from Twitch chat have come from Grenadi stream to let us know that right now, Grenadi's just focusing on beating Massa and is praising Epos, and I'm looking at the scoreboard and I'm going to say it. I think that's fair enough. It is 77 points and 4 match records on Epos's card. 16 points for Grenadi, Massa with 4. There are the times from Epos. Thank you very much to eCircuit Mania for providing all of our stats. and it is just EPOS domination across the board there. It is not EPOS domination in this round as he finds himself behind both of the German players, and it's Massa who crashes out first, and this is Grenadi's chance to bury Massa in this match.
Absolutely, this could be devastating for Massa. He would head down into last chance. Grenadi goes for the bug slide as well. Does not get it as good as EPOS, and actually gets a bit of a slowdown, but it doesn't look like Massa got it any better than his teammate did. EPOS, though, will take the reins of this round. Grenadi is going to stay ahead of Massa, and he's going to want to keep it that way as we head into this drift. Let's get that right. He does. It's not very fast, though. He is going to have enough speed, I imagine, to make this jump. Yeah, just about. And he's going to have to keep it clean if he wants to stay ahead of Massa. EPOS is going to take that first position. Grenadi comfortably will take second as well. And what a slow round we've just seen there now.
Is 113 low from EPOS? Could be faster. Could be faster. Will be faster next round if I was a betting man. Grenadi drops to 10 points. Massa drops to last chance. 10 points is a great place to be if you are Grenadi right now, because that means, barring a DNF, he will not be on last chance next round, even if he comes last.
Yeah, it's the same in normal cup mode when you're on, a number ending with a 9, and you want to get that finalist position. Well, similar here in last chance and reverse cup mode, but for the moment it is Grenadi who has made that early mistake, looking to keep his teammate in the match. Well, not by choice, I wouldn't say, but just purely by the way this round has been going. This time around it's Massa who is challenging EPOS at the top, but you can see he's just not as comfortable going for those tight lines. EPOS just absolutely sends it and gets the optimal line. Let's just watch this bug slide and appreciate what we're seeing in front of our eyes. Massa, that is not clean from him, but it isn't either from Grenadi. We've seen the same story in the last 2 rounds. However, the roles are reversed this time around, and hopefully for Massa's sake he can keep it clean.
Last week against Bozbez, Grenadi was saved by a single point, preventing him from going to last chance. That allowed him to go on, lose a round. Hang on a second. I'm not going to finish that point. Massa has enough speed to make it up this time. He is still ahead of Grenadi, and Massa just needs to finish. Grenadi needs to not DNF. That is still important. He can go safe in if he wants. He's going risky. He's fine. He's across the line. Grenadi drops to a single point. The point I'm going to make is that last week, a single point against Bozbez allowed him to lose a round and then win the match. That's the position that he is in again, Babs.
I'm not going to mention the fact that EPOS at another 0.3. Let's just disregard that.
Whatever, man.
It's fine. He's playing a different game. We're focusing on Grenada and Massi. Grenadi and Massa now. As you said, that 1 point is all the difference. This could have been a 1v1 last chance between them, because to be fair, EPOS is in a different league on Arrogate, and he is showing that again in this round. But for the moment it's Massa who has that slight advantage on Grenadi. Grenadi is going to have more speed entering into the no slide, but they all get it pretty evenly, and actually it looks like Massa got a bit of a better exit, so he has that 0.1, 0.2 advantage. Can he keep it until the end, and can he send his own teammate into last chance?
He's going to attempt to. He's got the gap. It's about a 10th and a half at the moment. Both of them going for the bug slide. Looks cleaner from Grenadi. Massa shaky on the exit, and Grenadi is through. He now needs to hold this advantage through the rest of the track. Massa so close on the inside. He is pushing. He is trying to find a way past Grenadi, but the gap just extends. Slightly different lines into this slide. Massa looking for exit speed, but in doing so has compromised his exit ever so slightly. They will both make the jump, but it'll come down to the finish line. Come down to not crashing, and Grenadi will not. EPOS will set a world record. He gets a 112-2, and I mean, that's just so cruel. That's cruel. Massa is being eliminated, and you choose to steal the spotlight. I mean, EPOS, calm down, brother.
It's like there's the saying, the final nail in the coffin. This is like the final hammer.
This is the round where we say goodbye to Massa, and EPOS is like, okay, but 112-2.
We didn't even get to appreciate that round or that time as much as we would have wanted to. People are going to think we're fools, Nua.
That was nonsense. That was nonsense. Hey, potentially the final round here on Arrogate. Potentially the final round of the match as EPOS takes on Grenadi, and frankly, I think it's done. I think it's over. I think it was over before it began. EPOS has gone up against 2 Grand League players. And he has walked away with 67 points if he finishes it here. Is that the most dominant win we've had yet in Beacon this season? I think I've seen at least 168, but it's up there. It's close. It is absolutely absurd.
I'm just going to say, like, you don't do this. You do not do this to the players like Grenadi and Massa. Epos's performance is disrespectful, if anything. It puts others to shame because of how dominant it is, and I don't recall a performance as dominant as this one has been ever before. I don't think I've ever seen one. And Epos is just going to close it out extremely comfortably, as he has been all match. Have you ever seen anything like it? I don't think I have. Epos beats out Grenadi and Massa. Insane.
I don't know what to say. Look, Babs, at the start of that match, I said, it feels disrespectful to say Epos to win this match with 4 match records. It feels disrespectful that I didn't just lock that in 100%.
Yeah.
Honestly, against Epos, because that was brutal. That was one-sided. That was domination. And Babs, that's it. That is gameplay done for the day. We're going to say goodbye to you and head back to the desk one last time to wrap things up and to see what happened. And then we'll get you back for a post-show. But for now, let's go to the desk. Let's see what's going on with Mime and G-Geek and how they feel about that match. I don't know. Mime. What happened? I need some help.
Oh, well, what's there to say? Yeah, it's just... It should be legal to drive that good, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
That's...
I mean, genuinely, one of the things I want to get your take on, as, again, pro player, has played a lot of matches, at what point should we see fatigue start setting in? Because that was one very intense match, and then what should have been an intense match, and Epos was just getting better as time went on.
I don't know. It just happens. You get the momentum, you don't crash the early rounds, and if you stay that way, it's unstoppable combination.
Oh, so I don't know if either of you noticed, as we pull up the match results there, Bosbez and Stufts are still going. Stufts stole one of those match records as we pulled it up. And he's overtaken Bosbez. I don't think we should just sit here and watch this live the entire way through. All 3 of the other matches still ongoing because Epos was just that good against the other players in his match. G-Geek, throwing your eyes across the matches here, any big surprises? I mean, for me, I think Josh, a little bit of a disappointment today, maybe. He's on last chance, still a chance to do very well in that match, has 3 match records, but after the week 1 performance, maybe we expected better out of him.
Yeah, maybe that was a little bit of a false signal that was Josh, but I say that maybe a little bit harshly because he still has a chance to actually salvage second ahead in Exotica. But yeah, Nico also looking pretty okay on his particular part, and also seeing on the match 3 Tween and Richie actually having a very good battle between themselves, and Richie, that could be the one to actually kind of kickstart its season as well after a very rough day 1.
Yeah, well, there's only one thing to do after a match like that. And that is to do an interview. Epos, congratulations. Thank you for joining us here on the broadcast. And, I mean, well done on an incredible second week of the Beacon World League.
Yeah, mate, no words. I mean, the Stuffs match was a little bit shaky, right? But that second match, I think, is genuinely the best match of TM I've ever played. Like, I didn't crash once. I think I had 2 touches. And even in those rounds, I came back. So... yeah. What can I say? I peaked.
Plus a world record, just cherry on top, which disrespectful timing, I think we have to note. Like, in the round Massa goes out, we're trying to focus on that on the broadcast, and you choose to set a world record then? It's messed up, man.
Yeah, I had a good start. I had a good bug slide, and, you know, the time does the rest. But, nah, I played so good, man. I'm over the moon, seriously.
Yeah. We've seen you doing these new lines on Arrowgate and... on the Rishiram as well. You've seemed to be very confident in them, gaining a lot of time, especially on Arrowgate. The bug slide is extremely important to get correct.
100%, man. I mean, the bug slide, when you absolutely max it, I think it's 4/10 that you gain on it. And so I think I made a part map. I spent an hour on that, and after that, I felt pretty comfortable. And the Reshiram one, it looks a little bit hard, but seriously, once you train it just a little bit, it's pretty easy to pull off. So, but I don't know, man. I'm just happy, right?
Well, if I may come in with one question, not really talking about the present, because I mean, I don't really have anything else to add or even ask about what I've seen. I think it speaks for itself, and that is borderline illegal what you just made. Come on, I just can't get over what you just pulled off, and you should arguably be very happy about that particular performance, as you put out best match of team we've ever played. After coming from a day like this, where you've had a little bit of a maybe a bit of a harder time in the match versus Stuffs and a much stronger performance on the match that you just played versus Massa and Granari, how do you actually tackle the next set of matches coming in next week, where you're going to be playing against Twee, of course, on match 4, and then match 5, which is going to be an all-UK match? How are you going to be approaching this one? Are you going to be taking it a bit more relaxed, or are you just going to be going full gun send it?
To be honest, mate, I think I'm going to take a little bit of a chill pill, because ever since my match with, it was Acros, Richie, and...
Yeah, match 1, day 1, yeah.
Yeah, with Beta Toast, Acros, and Richie, I felt really, really bad about how I played. I was so crashy, so inconsistent, and so I kind of played for a couple hours every day. So I think now that I've finally got myself under control on the maps, I think 2-3 days break, maybe 4 days break, depending how I feel, and then back to it, because I think I'm comfortably there for those matches.
Yeah, I guess that must have been a little bit of a catharsis moment to have those results actually peer in at the end of the day, and that allows you to take it a little bit more serenely, I'm imagining, for the final day. So, but still, like, huge congratulations. I mean, that is just that is beyond solid form. That's like immovable at this point.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it a lot.
Epos, we have plenty of time at this point, but we're not going to keep you forever. There's no more matches to be played today. I have a couple of final questions for you. The first one I'm going to lead with is now just over the halfway point of league play for the Beacon World League Season 2. Who do you think is going to be in the finals with you?
You're saying that as if I'm going to be in the finals already. I can't even guarantee that myself, mate. So step 1 is get myself in the final, which, I don't know, it's not a given. But I think Boz will make it. I think Stuffs will make it. I think Grana, Massa have a chance to make it. Tween obviously has a chance. And a little bit of a wild card. Josh has been playing pretty good. At least in the practice, because I've been playing with him the whole week. And he's been very good in practice. So I'd like to put some money on, not literal money, but I think Josh has a good chance. I think Josh makes playoffs. And whether he makes finals is up to him.
Well, fair enough. We'll have a look in a couple of minutes on the channel here what the performances have looked like today. But for now, Epos, final question. Anything else you want to say to the Beacon World League viewers while we have you here?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for viewing the match, man. I had a load of fun, and I hope it was a lot of fun to watch.
I tell you it was. I tell you, I'm going to struggle to sleep tonight after the adrenaline that's going on, and there are many hours between now and when I'm meant to go to sleep. Thank you very much, Epos, for joining us here for the interview, and once again, congratulations on possibly one of the best days of Trackmania we've ever witnessed.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
And with that, we are going to get ready to head to a very short break. More Ratch results, though, come in the meantime. Match 4 has wrapped up. Josh managed to pull things back there, beating out Nick Zotica for the second place. And with 3 match records, that is plus 12 points for Josh there. Epos just called him out, and there are the results for it as well. Stuffs managing to pick up a match win. Maybe no big surprises there, beating out Bozbez with 3 match records. Continues to hold on near the top of the leaderboards at the moment. And of course, Epos beating out Granada and Massey with 4 match records. What a day he's had. Incredibly impressive stuff from the man from England. We're going to throw things to a very short break here. We'll be back with a panel. All 4 of us joined together for the first time today to have a quick look at the overall standings from both divisions and break down exactly how the day has gone. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you very shortly. For the final time today, welcome back to the Beacon World League. We are delighted that you've stuck around to try and help us break down exactly what is going on in both of our divisions today. Before we get into those standings, I am going to just go around the table, ask everyone for a gut reaction after 4 hours of Trackmania. Mime, I'm going to start with you. How are we feeling after all that?
It was amazing. The matches were super close most of the time. The rounds were very entertaining. It's just a pleasure to watch. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. Super matches were super close until Epos decided he was literally him, and at that point it was over for everyone else. Babs, how are you feeling about that one?
You said we were going to break down the matches. I feel like I'm breaking down. If I'm honest, it's just like if I take myself out of the like caster analyst position for a second, like this whole event and everything was built and created so that we could have these matches, have this insane level of competition, and you know, covered in the way that it should be, and emphasize to everyone just how beautiful it is. And you know, I'm just so grateful that we get to do this.
Yeah, I think that's beautiful, Babs. G-Geek, can you match that beauty?
Oh, come on. I feel like I'm like one of the least handsome guys out there on the planet. But yeah, about the general feeling that I have after this day, intensity. I think that's the proper word that we can actually describe, because no matter the division 1, division 2, it was so intense. And yeah, like I haven't had that kind of workout at the caster booth in a long time, and even though I didn't cover all the matches, I was watching the other match. I was like still like in absolute awe of what the drivers are able to do, and also just in absolute awe of Epos, who just decided, you know what, I'm gonna right the wrongs of last week, and he's more than righted the wrongs of last week for sure. And as he said, he should be able to take a bit of a chill pill, and I think that's for the better for the competition, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. With all of that in mind, let's kick things off by taking a look at the Division 2 standings for the Beacon World League. Been a little while since these were finalized earlier today. And, well, overall, things going well. Once again, the reminder, Manta and Charles played each other earlier today, Mime, and after their match, they are tied because they got the same amount of points. They were the same amount of points going in, and they are now on 43 points apiece.
Yep, both of them showed really great match today. The pace and everything. It was really nice to see them perform. They have a very good chance of getting the promotion to the Division 1, as well as Jaka, who's only 3 points behind them, and you can also count down on Dark, Scarperp, and Neusha, who are very close as well. It can change. It can change in any one match. It's not decided yet, and it will be very interesting to see how it's gonna turn out in the next week.
Yeah, and speaking of that battle for the top 2, Babs, I'm going to let you do your favorite thing and talk about eCircuit Mania stats, because Jaka has to play Manta and Charles in 2 separate matches next weekend, and Jaka has been topping the player driver ratings leaderboards for each round in Division 2, so technically behind both of them at the moment, but I think in with a very good chance to actually beat them out.
Yeah, absolutely. But you have to reiterate what we said at the very top of the show, is these match records. Like, Jaka has won every match, but he's third and he's 3 points behind the 2 leaders. And that is only because Charles has gotten 3 match records, 4 and 3, whereas Jaka has gotten 1, none, and 3. So I feel like looking forward to that match where Charles and Jaka are going to play against each other is going to be very important. It's going to be very interesting to see actually who comes out on top, and actually which way the match records swing, because it could be that Jaka has to not only win the match, but has to win it and get those match records as well.
Yeah, G-Geek then just casting our eyes down the rest of the leaderboard. France, obviously, very well represented in Div 2 in the Beacon World League. Dark and Scarperp sitting just outside that top 3 at the moment. How do you feel about their chances of making a push in the last 2 matches?
Making a push in the last 2 matches, I think it's going to be definitely resting on these two guys, Dark and Scarper. As for direct promotion spots, I think it might be a bit of a stretch. It's going to take one mighty points haul on rounds 4 and 5, and also one mighty descent into madness and into hell for some of the top 2 for that to actually be a prospect. But I think they're looking pretty good for like a spot in the promotion relegation matches to try and play for their access to Division 1. So yeah, I have pretty good faith with Scarper and with Dark, who have shown some pretty solid performances all around. As for the other Frenchmen, Daz and the Road Tracks, I think they're really more looking towards the bigger picture. If they can get onto the top 6, that would still be a pretty good achievement in and of itself. And for Skuen, we've already covered, unfortunately, his trials and tribulations, and some of the players that he actually had to play against were absolutely deserving his particular cause in the championship. But hey, as mine pointed out, 16 years old, still very much invested and very implicated on the esports side. And yeah, it's very much a matter of building experience. Playing against these kind of guys is what it's all about when you want to actually get that sort of feel for how the rounds play and how you can actually come back by just playing your own race and maybe try to find a little bit of pace a little bit later on. So Skuen might be a bit of a baptism of fire in that season, but still valuable lessons to be learned.
Absolutely, and I'm glad that you brought up the promotion relegation spots as well. Of course, the Saturday after next, once league play is wrapped up, we will be having the promotion relegation tournament for the Beacon World League Season 3, whenever that happens at some point in the future. Seeds 3 through 6 in Division 2 will play against seeds 11 through 14, 10 through 14. Babs, correct my numbers here. Look, maths is hard. They'll play against the seeds that are not 11 through 14 from Division 1 to fight it out for spots in Division 1 for the following season. So let's have a quick look then at the Division 1 standings at the conclusion of today's matches. Who is currently sitting at risk in Division 1? And of course, the bottom 2 spots will be automatically relegated. They will not even get the chance to fight it out amongst themselves. There are 3 players currently tied for those bottom spots, and Elcon and Paco are 2 of them.
Yeah, but it's tough. But well, if anything, we cannot count them down for sure. Like especially, it's like last chance for them. Maybe they will fully lock in, play many hours a day, and completely dominate the last week. We cannot know, but I'm hoping that they will show up for the last week and try to basically get out of the bottom 2.
Yeah, I honestly thought that Paco did not have a bad match today in the match with Epos and Stuffed. He was showing signs of pace. And unfortunately, Epos and Stuffed were just doing something crazy out on track there, and then just losing out to Nico. Paco has shown signs of life for sure. I think that's true of all of the players sitting there with, 3 last places so far, Babs. One of them is Ikros, who joins us in Div 1 after making it into the top 2 in Season 1 in Division 2. Earning that automatic promotion spot alongside Tween. Both of them in very different places on the scoreboard after 3 matches.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Tween had a dominating performance in his first game of today, winning by about 50 points, and then had a real challenge on his hands against the likes of Richie. And Richie, you can see him sitting down in 13th there. It feels a little bit unfortunate for him that he is so low down. Of course, he's still above the automatic drop zone, and he could be playing in that promo relegation bracket, which for some of the players coming up from Division 2 could be quite worrying. But of course, I mean, it's just stacked all around. I think if I had to point somebody out in this table who I'm slightly surprised by is Nixotica in 11th. At the moment, he would be going into the promo relegation bracket. But if he were to have a good last 2 matches and just gain at least 1 position, he'd be safe in Division 1 for next time around.
And it's also, I think, worth noting to that, Babs, that the margin between promo relegation tournament and making it into the playoffs, 2 places, essentially. Yep. I mean, Nixotica needs to pass Ender and Wizzy and Nico, and there he is. He's in the playoffs. Top 8 head to the playoffs, and it's looking like a fierce race at the moment, G-Geek. There is very little separating this middle of the table.
Yeah, that last spot in the playoffs and those last 2 spots in the playoffs, I even might add, are going to be very, very pricey if you make a one single mistake. Because if you look at the bubble, you got Wizzy sitting on 25, just 1 point behind Nico. But you've also got Ender, who's not had exactly the hottest start of this season. He's just playing his own game, trying to make you play it safe. Maybe he was not happy with certain performances that he has had in the past, but currently sits 10th with 24 points. It only takes a solid points haul from him as well to try and spring back up the leaderboard to make it a playoff appearance, and make it a potential another chance of a Frenchman to try and get further and further up the leaderboard. Now, of course, compared to the result that he had in the last season, which was 3rd place, as a matter of fact, at the end of a very enthralling match versus Elcon, as a matter of fact, it is very far from what we've seen around 6 months ago. But overall, I mean, we've got Nico and Ender who can be very big contenders for the playoffs, and as for deep playoff runs, I'm not exactly too sure yet. It's very difficult to kind of make a prediction, but I gotta say, so far, kudos to the English players, Apos, Josh, Bosbez, and Wizzy. Wizzy just on the fringes of actually accessing to the top 8, making it a pretty solid representation for BITM.
Yeah, and Babs, I know you want to talk about it. I know you've seen it in Twitch chat there. Epos, with that performance in the 3rd round, the single best player driver rating that has ever been seen on eCircuit Mania. I mean, he said it himself, best match of Trackmania he thinks he's ever played, and now there's numbers to prove that.
Yeah, just to give a bit of context to that, the PDR is a metric that eCircuit Mania calculate to sort of scale and calculate the performance of a player on a given day, in a given match, or a given game week, basically. And Epos got a PDR of 98.45. Our maximum is 100, by the way. That is the highest that eCircuit Mania have ever seen across all the events and everything that they have ever gathered for any Trackmania competition. And I'd like to include that includes competitions where, for example, Carl Jr. has played in NCSA events, where some of the best players in the world have played in events against lesser opposition. Epos just did it against Stuffs, Grenadi, Massa, Paco, Alcon.
Yep.
Bottom line, that was a historic performance.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And with that in mind, then, I am going to go around one last time on the analyst desk, and I'm going to ask the same question that I asked Epos at the end of his interview there, Mime. After today, half of league play is done. Which 4 players from the Beacon World League do you think are going to be represented in the grand final in 2 weeks' time?
Wow. Okay. I'll go safe a bit and say Epos and Stufts.
Yeah.
I think they're pretty safe in top 4.
Mhm.
But the other, we can have,
It's everything past
it's
that.
like Massa, Grenadi. Josh has been playing phenomenally. He's 4th or 5th in the standings right now. That's pretty impressive. But there's Twin, and but I'll go Stufts, Epos, Grenadi. Maybe Wheezy.
And Wizzy as well. Ooh, the double UK representation in the grand finals, according to Mime.
Just
G-Geek. Yeah.
silly.
Okay.
A little bit of fun. G-Geek, who are you feeling?
Well, of course, safe bet for like 2 out of 4.
Yep.
So as for others, oh man, this one's a bit tough, because I'm thinking, if I look at the standings that we have right now and looking at the dynamics, I'm thinking Granade could be having just the edge to actually make it into the grand final over Massa. At least that's the way I feel. And for the 4th, it has to be a bit of a bias pick for me, but it's not a bias against my own country. It's a bias against for someone that I've been following for many, many years and moons in Trackmania, and that man is none other than Tween, the one and only Marek Paka. He's showing some pretty solid performances overall. I know he's kind of languishing around the middle of the leaderboard, currently sitting in 7th in the standings, if I recall correctly. But give him like 1 week or 2, and I think he should be right up there. I really have high hopes for Marek to make it. Yeah, he's wrapping it up. I think he's gonna be a solid shout to make it into the grand final, Marek.
Yeah, and Babs, I'll get to you in a second, but I do need to give Mime a chance to respond, because Wizzy has just called you delusional in Twitch chat. Any response to that?
You have to be delusional a bit. That's how it is.
Yeah, I personally think that's great advice. You gotta aim for the stars so that when you fall, you land on the moon. Something like that. I don't know. Babs, four finalists. I mean, okay, Epos and Stuff, that's a given, I think, based on what we've been talking about here, based on what we've seen so far in the competition. But who joins them?
I think I'll kind of emulate what the guys were saying. I'd put Grenady in that top 4, just because he's been able to hang at points with some of those players, and I think he's probably one of the best of the rest when you look beyond Epos and Stuffs. Now, I think somebody that hasn't been mentioned for that potential 4th spot is Bozbez, who obviously has been performing very well, has gotten only 2nd places, and I say that as only as with all due respect. But I think I'm going to have to go with what Geek was saying, and I would put Tween in that 4th spot, just because from week 1 to week 2, the difference in his performance and the level that he's shown from week 2 and the step up, I only expect that to continue. And I know that Tween, holds this competition dear to his heart. So not only for myself, but for him also, I would like to see him in that top 4.
That seems fair to me. And with that, we are about done for today. Thank you very much to everyone who's joined us this far with the Beacon World League. As a reminder, you can join us even further and donate money to the prize pool for this event. A link should be available in Twitch chat. And of course, there is a beautiful Beacon World League skin available in-game made by Prof 10 that you can get if you donate enough money to the prize pool. We're just looking to support the players. We'd love if you'd help us with that. Thank you very much, Mime, for joining us today on the broadcast. It has been a pleasure to have you on.
Yeah, likewise.
Is there anything final that you'd like to say? Listen, I've given all the players a chance to say that. Anything you want to say to the Beacon viewers before we wrap up for the day?
I don't really know what to say anymore. I'm just looking forward for the next week matches. If we can even get even crazier matches, I don't think that's gonna be possible. But
I don't think so either.
You can only wait and see.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to wait and see. I've been asked for my predictions from Twitch chat, so I'm just going to say it. I think we all know it's an Epos Josh Wizzy Boz final. That's going to do it for us here on the Beacon World League. Thank you very much again for joining us. Make sure to follow the socials, see the tweets that come out during the week. Keep an eye on times, and we'll see you back here next week for Beacon World League Season 3 of League Play, where it all comes to a head.